Welcome, dear friends, to a gentle evening retreat by the warmth of our cozy fireplace. As the soft crackle of the fire fills the room, we invite you to unwind and let the soothing sounds of our stories wrap around you like a comforting blanket. We hope you've had a beautiful spring day and are delighted you've chosen to spend your time with us. Anticipate the delightful tales that await and let them guide you into a peaceful night. Story 1. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest suffused with an ethereal mist, there lived a young doe named Willow. Her coat was a rich chestnut brown, glistening softly under the dappled sunlight filtering through the dense canopy of emerald leaves. Her eyes, shimmering like dewdrops on a spring morning, held a depth that seemed to mirror the mysteries of the forest itself. As her hooves moved silently over the forest floor, cushioned by a soft bed of moss and fallen leaves, she inhaled the earthy aroma of damp wood and fresh foliage, a scent that was as familiar to her as her own heartbeat. Despite the tranquil beauty that embraced her, the sun casting golden patches on the forest floor, the distant burble of a brook harmonizing with the gentle rustle of leaves, and the chorus of birds singing an ode to the dawn, Willow felt a restlessness stirring within her. It was a yearning like a gentle breeze, elusive yet persistent, whispering promises of something beyond the familiar confines of her verdant home. As the seasons changed, painting the forest in hues of vibrant greens and fiery reds, Willow watched the world around her blossom and fade in a continuous cycle of renewal. Her fellow creatures embraced these transformations with a grace she admired, but didn't quite understand. They seemed to dance effortlessly with the rhythm of life, flowing with the changes, while she found herself clinging to the comfort of the familiar. Her heart ached with a longing she couldn't name, an unspoken desire that tugged at her soul when she gazed up at the stars, their silver light piercing the velvet night like distant beacons of hope. One crisp autumn day, as the air carried the spicy scent of decaying foliage, and the forest was cloaked in a rich tapestry of amber and gold, Willow grazed among the fallen leaves. It was then she heard a soft, melodic voice calling out to her, a sound like a whispering breeze wrapping around her like a gentle caress. "Willow, dear one, why do you hold back from the wonder that awaits you?" Startled, Willow turned to find a kindly old oak tree, its trunk gnarled with age and wisdom, its branches adorned with twinkling lights that danced like fireflies in the gentle breeze. A curious squirrel darted along one of the branches, pausing to peer at Willow with mischievous eyes that seemed to twinkle with untold secrets. "Who are you?" Willow asked, her voice tinged with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "I am the guardian of this forest," the tree replied, its voice warm and soothing, resonating like the deep, comforting hum of a distant drum. "I've watched over you since you were but a fawn, and I've sensed the yearning within your heart." The revelation felt like a gentle breeze lifting a veil from her understanding. Willow lowered her head, feeling a sudden sense of vulnerability, as if her very soul had been laid bare. I don't know what it is I desire," she admitted, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I love this forest, but there's a part of me that longs for something more, something I can't quite grasp." The old oak chuckled softly, its leaves rustling like the pages of an ancient tome, each one echoing the wisdom of centuries. "Ah, my dear, what you seek is the opportunity for growth and transformation. It's a journey that all creatures must undertake, a path of self-discovery that can be both challenging and wondrous." As if sensing Willow's hesitation, the tree continued, "Fear not, little one. You needn't walk this path alone. The forest has allies who will guide and support you if you have the courage to open your heart to them." No sooner had the words been spoken than a trio of glowing orbs appeared, floating gracefully before Willow. The first, a brilliant amber hue, pulsed with a warm, comforting energy. "I am Ember," it spoke in a gentle maternal voice, as soothing as a lullaby sung by a mother to her child. "I will help kindle the flame of your inner strength and resilience." The second orb, a shimmering azure, radiated a sense of serenity and clarity. "I am River," it murmured, its voice flowing like a babbling brook, bringing with it the promise of peace. "I will help you navigate the currents of change with wisdom and grace." The third orb, a vibrant emerald, seemed to hum with the energy of life itself, its voice bright and cheerful like the dawn chorus. "And I am seedling," it chirped, its voice filled with the promise of new beginnings. "I will nurture the seeds of your potential, helping them blossom into something truly wondrous." Willow gazed at the three orbs in awe, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of hope and possibility. With her ethereal guides by her side, she embarked on a journey of self-discovery that would forever change her. Her path took her through sun-dappled glades and shadowed groves, past babbling brooks and over rocky hills. She learned to read the language of the forest, to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the trees. Each step she took was a step away from the familiar, a step towards the unknown. In the heart of winter, when the forest lay silent under a blanket of snow, Willow encountered an unexpected challenge. A fierce blizzard descended upon the forest, its icy winds howling like a pack of wolves. The once familiar paths were obscured, transformed into an unfamiliar, treacherous landscape. In the midst of the storm, Willow felt a pang of fear, recalling the safety of the glen she had left behind. Ember's warm, maternal voice reached her through the gale. "Remember the fire within you, Willow. It will guide you through the storm." Drawing strength from Ember's encouragement, Willow pushed forward, her breath forming clouds in the frosty air, the warmth of her inner fire warding off the cold. As spring arrived, Willow found herself in a secluded part of the forest she'd never seen before, where ancient willow trees dipped their branches into a serene pond. Here, in this tranquil oasis, River's voice guided her to reflect, to let go of past fears and embrace the flow of life. The water mirrored her reflection back at her, and for the first time she saw not just a timid doe, but a creature of strength and grace. Summer brought with it new life, and under Seedling's nurturing guidance, Willow discovered her love for nurturing others. She found joy in teaching the young creatures of the forest the paths she had traveled, sharing the wisdom she had gained. Her heart swelled with pride as she watched a young fawn take its first tentative steps, knowing that she was helping to shape the future of the forest. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Willow emerged from her journey a transformed creature. No longer was she a timid doe, clinging to the safety of the familiar. She had become a majestic stag, her antlers reaching towards the heavens like branches seeking the sun's embrace. Her coat gleamed with health, her eyes shone with wisdom, and her heart sang with the joy of living. With newfound wisdom and grace, Willow walked the forest paths, sharing the lessons she had learned and inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of growth and transformation. For she had come to understand that change was not something to fear, but rather a beautiful, eternal dance that wove the tapestry of life itself. One day, as she stood at the edge of a clearing, watching a group of young fawns play, Willow felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. She realized that her journey had not only transformed her, but had also enriched the lives of those around her. The forest was a vibrant tapestry of life, each creature a thread, each journey a weave that added to its beauty and complexity. As Willow reflected on her journey, she recalled a moment that had tested her resolve during her passage through the forest. It was early spring, and she had encountered a narrow ravine, the earth freshly disturbed from winter's thaw. The chasm seemed insurmountable, representing the fears and doubts she had carried. But as she stood at its edge, she felt the presence of her guides. Ember's warmth gave her courage, River's clarity showed her a path across, and Seedling's encouragement whispered promises of growth beyond the leap. Taking a deep breath, Willow leapt, feeling the exhilaration of freedom as she landed safely on the other side. It was a pivotal moment, symbolizing her willingness to leap into the unknown and trust in herself. And as the sun set over the enchanted forest, casting a golden glow over the land, Willow would pause and gaze up at the twinkling lights that danced among the boughs of the old oak tree, her heart swelling with gratitude for the guardian and the ethereal guides who had shown her the way. For in that moment, she knew that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the simple yet profound act of embracing one's own evolution, of allowing the seeds of potential to blossom into something wondrous and beautiful. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Willow knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, a part of the eternal dance of life, forever growing, forever changing, forever free. Story 2. In the quaint village nestled at the foot of verdant hills, where cottages with sun-warmed stone walls and terracotta roofs stood like sentinels of serenity, a gentle boy named Finn lived a life intertwined with the whispers of nature. The village, a tapestry of color and sound, was surrounded by fields of wildflowers that swayed in rhythm with the gentle breeze. The distant babbling brook provided a soothing melody, a constant companion to the villagers' daily lives. Finn, with his heart as open as the sky above, was known for his kind smile and insatiable curiosity. His days were spent exploring the rolling meadows, where the scent of fresh earth mingled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. Often he would sit by the brook, listening to the tales it seemed to tell, stories of journeys undertaken and secrets kept by the flowing water. One breezy autumn afternoon, the village market came alive, a vibrant tableau of life and color. Golden leaves danced through the air like playful spirits, and the air was rich with the heady aroma of spices and freshly baked bread. Stalls brimmed with the harvest's bounty, crimson apples, plump pumpkins, and jars of honey that glistened like liquid gold under the sun's warm gaze. Yet it was not the produce that caught Finn's eye, but a forgotten corner where an old, intricately carved wooden box lay, its surface smooth with age and untold stories. Drawn by a peculiar warmth emanating from the box, Finn approached the stallkeeper, a kindly old woman whose eyes twinkled with the light of 1,000 tales untold. Her shawl shimmered like stardust, and her voice, as soft as a lullaby, carried the wisdom of ages. "Ah, you found something special," she said, her gaze deep and knowing. "This box holds a secret waiting for the right heart to discover." With a gentle nod, Finn exchanged a few coins for the mysterious box, cradling it with care as he made his way back home. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Finn settled by the fireplace. The flames crackled and danced, casting a warm glow over the room as he carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled among velvet lining, was a small, delicate compass, unlike any he had seen before. Its needle shimmered with an ethereal light, never settling on a direction. Intrigued, Finn held the compass in his palm, feeling a gentle pulse of warmth spread through his fingers, as if the compass itself was alive and aware. The room filled with a serene stillness, the kind that comes just before a revelation. As days turned into weeks, Finn discovered that the compass did not point north, but instead guided him to places and people in need of kindness. Each morning, he would follow its ever-changing direction, coming across villagers who needed a helping hand or a listening ear. With each encounter, Finn grew more certain of his purpose, the compass serving as a reminder of the interconnectedness of their lives. One crisp morning, as the first frost glistened on the village rooftops, the compass led Finn to the edge of the village, where a tangled forest sprawled under the watchful gaze of towering mountains. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves sang a melody only nature could compose. The forest seemed to breathe alongside him, its ancient trees whispering secrets in a tongue long forgotten by man. Finn's thoughts wandered to his childhood, to memories of his mother who had once told stories of this very forest, of how it was a place where dreams and reality blurred, where the heart could find answers if one listened closely enough. Her words echoed in his mind, filling him with a sense of purpose, a desire to uncover what lay hidden in its depths. As Finn ventured deeper into the forest, he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where an ancient oak tree stood sentinel. Beneath its sprawling branches lay a stone well, its surface covered with moss like an emerald tapestry. The compass pulsed with gentle urgency, and Finn knew this was where his journey's challenge awaited. The clearing was silent, save for the occasional chirp of a bird, as if nature itself was holding its breath in anticipation. Approaching the well, Finn peered into its depths, seeing nothing but darkness mirrored by the starry sky above. He realized that the well represented a problem that could not be solved with strength or force, but required insight and understanding. The well was a reflection of the challenges within, a mirror to the soul's deepest fears and hopes. Remembering the lessons from his friends, the wise old potter, the cheerful baker, and the spirited blacksmith, Finn closed his eyes and let his heart guide him. He spoke softly to the well, sharing stories of kindness and the power of friendship, of how even the smallest gestures could light the darkest paths. As he spoke, the compass in his hand began to glow, casting a gentle light into the well's depths. Each word was a pebble dropped into the stillness, creating ripples of change. Slowly, water began to rise, shimmering with the reflected light of the compass. As it reached the surface, Finn saw his own reflection smiling back at him, a symbol of the journey he had undertaken and the change within him. The well, once dry and forgotten, now brimmed with life-giving water, a testament to the magic of understanding and empathy. The forest seemed to sigh in relief, the trees swaying in gentle applause. With his mission fulfilled, Finn returned to the village, where he was greeted with gratitude and joy. The villagers gathered around him, their faces alight with newfound hope. The compass, its purpose realized, glowed softly before fading into a gentle warmth that settled in Finn's heart, a reminder of the journey and the wisdom he had gained. The village, once just a collection of homes, now felt like a living, breathing community bound by shared experiences and renewed bonds. But Finn's journey did not end there. One evening, under a sky painted with stars, the compass pulsed once more, leading him to the village's edge, where an old storyteller awaited by a flickering campfire. The storyteller, with a voice as deep as the night, spoke of ancient myths and the enduring power of tales. Finn realized that his journey was but one thread in the vast tapestry of life, a story among countless others. As the storyteller wove his tales, Finn felt the compass's warmth in his heart, guiding him not just to places of need, but toward a deeper understanding of the world and his place within it. The village under the starlit sky listened to the storyteller's voice, each word a spark in the dark, illuminating the path forward. A few days later, while Finn was helping the baker with the morning bread, the compass pulsed again. This time, it led him to a secluded glen he had never noticed before. The glen was an explosion of color, with flowers of every hue blooming as if in celebration. In the center, an old woman sat weaving a tapestry from threads that seemed to capture the colors of the world around her. Her hands moved with a grace that belied her age, creating scenes of joy and sorrow, struggle and triumph. Finn watched in awe, his heart stirred by the beauty and emotion in her work. The woman, sensing his presence, looked up and smiled. Her eyes, a mirror of the sky, sparkled with wisdom. "Every thread has a story," she said, her voice like the rustling leaves, "and every story has the power to change the world." The compass in Finn's hand glowed warmly, and he understood that his journey was not just about helping others, but about weaving his own story into the tapestry of life. Inspired, he sat beside the woman, sharing tales of his adventures and the lessons he had learned. As he spoke, the woman wove new patterns into the tapestry, each one reflecting the light of Finn's kindness and the strength of his spirit. Under the canopy of the glen, Finn felt a profound sense of peace. He realized that the compass, while a guide, was merely a tool to unlock the true magic within himself. The village, once just a backdrop to his life, had become a vibrant tapestry, each villager a thread woven into the fabric of his journey. As the sun began to set, casting an amber glow over the village, Finn felt a gentle tug at his heart. The compass, though silent, seemed to urge him towards the horizon. He knew there were more stories to uncover, more hearts to touch. With a renewed sense of purpose, he decided that his journey would continue beyond the hills that cradled his village. Before leaving, Finn spent one last evening under the starlit sky, surrounded by his friends and the villagers he had come to love. They shared stories and laughter, the warmth of their company wrapping around him like a comforting embrace. Each face, each smile, was a reminder of the kindness that had always been within him. As the embers in the fireplace whispered their final lullaby, Finn drifted into a gentle sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the endless wonders of a world where the ordinary held the extraordinary, and where every heart was a compass pointing toward the light of kindness. The village slumbered peacefully, the night air filled with the promise of tomorrow's stories yet to be told, as Finn's journey continued, guided by the compass of his heart. Story 3. In a small, sleepy village nestled between the gentle rise of emerald hills and the soft lull of a silver river, there lived a young woman named Amara. The village was a woven tapestry of vibrant gardens, winding cobblestone paths, and cottages with thatched roofs, each with a chimney that puffed warm, welcoming smoke into the sky. The air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and fresh bread, creating a soothing symphony of aromas that wrapped around the senses like a comforting shawl. Amara had always felt a sense of belonging here, in this cradle of nature and community, but there was a part of her that yearned to understand more about the whispers of her ancestry. Her grandmother, who often sat by the hearth knitting tales with her words, spoke of ancient traditions and mysterious artifacts that had been passed down through generations. These stories were like lullabies to Amara, sung in the gentle light of the fireplace's glow, casting shadows that danced across the wooden walls like specters of the past. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced in the breeze like golden butterflies, Amara's grandmother entrusted her with a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was smooth to the touch, its surface worn with age and love, and when Amara held it, she felt a pulse of history thrum through her fingertips. The box emitted a faint, enchanting fragrance of cedar and lavender, instantly wrapping Amara in a sense of calm and curiosity, as though she were about to unlock the door to a forgotten world. "Inside this box," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur like the river's flow, "is the key to understanding who we are and where we come from. It holds the legacy of our ancestors." Amara's heart fluttered like the wings of the birds that lined the village rooftops at dawn. With a careful touch, she opened the box to reveal a collection of objects, each more intriguing than the last. There was a delicate silver pendant, its surface etched with swirling patterns reminiscent of the river's meandering path. Next to it lay a small, worn journal bound with faded leather, its pages filled with the elegant script of generations long past. Among these treasures, nestled at the bottom of the box, was a smooth stone, the color of the twilight sky, with a curious symbol carved into its surface. The stone felt cool and reassuring in Amara's hand, as if it held the wisdom of ages, whispering secrets of the universe to her soul. "These artifacts are the threads of the tapestry that is our history," her grandmother explained, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless stories. "Each one holds a lesson, a memory, a piece of who we are. And now, it is time for you to discover their meanings." With her grandmother's blessing, Amara set out on a journey through the village and beyond, seeking those who could help her unravel the mysteries of her inheritance. Her first stop was the village elder, a gentle soul with a voice as soft as the evening breeze. He welcomed Amara into his cottage, its shelves lined with books and trinkets from every corner of the world, the air thick with the scent of old parchment and memories. As Amara laid out the artifacts before him, the elder smiled knowingly. "Ah, the pendant," he said, lifting it with careful fingers. "This is the symbol of unity and strength. It reminds us that even in solitude, we are never truly alone. Our ancestors wore this to remember that their actions echoed through time, binding them to their community and their land." His words resonated with Amara, like the soft peal of a distant bell. She felt a gentle warmth spread through her, as if the pendant itself was whispering secrets of solidarity and kinship. She could almost hear the voices of her ancestors, their whispers weaving through the air like an invisible thread that connected her to them. Next, Amara visited the village's storyteller, a woman whose voice could paint pictures with its melody. Together, they pored over the journal, its pages revealing stories of courage and kindness, of trials faced and challenges overcome with grace and wisdom. The storyteller's cottage was filled with the sweet scent of chamomile tea, and the flickering fire cast a warm glow on the walls, creating a cocoon of warmth and comfort. "These stories," the storyteller said, her eyes alight with the flicker of the hearth, "teach us that our strength lies not in power, but in understanding and empathy. Our ancestors valued the heart's wisdom above all else." Amara felt a sense of clarity, like a fog lifting to reveal a sunlit path. She realized that the lessons of the past were not relics to be admired and forgotten, but living truths that could guide her through her own journey. It was as if the words of her ancestors had ignited a fire within her, a fire that would light her way through the darkness of uncertainty. Finally, Amara held the stone in her hands, its symbol glowing softly in the fading light of day. She ventured into the heart of the forest, where the trees stood like ancient guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the earth. There she found a quiet clearing, a place where time seemed to pause, and she sat beneath a grand oak, its branches embracing the sky. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and damp leaves, and the soft rustle of the breeze was a lullaby that soothed her soul. In the tranquility of that moment, Amara closed her eyes and let the stone's cool touch connect her with the essence of her ancestry. She felt the presence of those who had come before her, their hopes and dreams woven into the very fabric of her being. It was a communion of spirits, a gentle reminder that she was part of something greater, a legacy that spanned beyond the bounds of time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Amara returned to her village with a heart full of peace and understanding. She had uncovered the ancient legacy that was her birthright, a legacy of unity, wisdom, and belonging. It was a quiet harmony that echoed through the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft murmur of the river. With each step she took, Amara felt the comforting embrace of her ancestors, guiding her with their gentle wisdom. She knew that she would carry their stories forward, weaving them into her own life like threads of gold in a tapestry. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched cottages, felt more alive to her than ever, each corner a reminder of the stories she was meant to tell. Days turned into weeks, and Amara's life began to intertwine more deeply with the tales and artifacts she had inherited. She often found herself wandering to the river's edge, where the water's gentle murmur seemed to sing of ancient times. One day, while the sun cast golden threads across the rippling surface, she met a stranger there, a traveler named Elias, whose eyes held the color of distant mountains and a spirit that seemed to resonate with the same longing for discovery that burned within Amara. Elias was a cartographer, mapping lands few had explored, and he was drawn to the village by stories of its ancient roots. His curiosity mirrored Amara's, and as they talked, a friendship blossomed like the wildflowers that adorned the riverbank. He shared with her tales of his journeys, of lands where the sky stretched forever, untouched by the shadow of mountains. His stories were like a tapestry of vibrant colors, each thread weaving a picture of a world beyond her imagination. As they spent more time together, Amara found herself inspired by Elias's tales of adventure and discovery. The stories ignited a spark within her, a desire to weave the legacy of her ancestors with the broader world beyond the village's borders. She realized that understanding her roots didn't mean staying anchored to one place. It meant carrying those roots with her as she ventured into new realms. One evening, as the village prepared for its annual harvest festival, Amara stood by the river with Elias. Lanterns bobbed gently on the water, their reflections creating a shimmering pathway to the stars. The air was alive with laughter and music, a celebration of the bountiful year and the community's enduring spirit. The scent of roasted chestnuts and spiced cider filled the air, mingling with the cool breeze that carried the whispers of merriment. Elias turned to Amara, his voice a soft melody against the night. "Your village is a place of stories, Amara. But I believe you are meant to create stories of your own, to add to the tapestry of this world." His words resonated within her, a call to action that echoed in her heart. Amara realized that her journey was just beginning, that the legacy she cherished was not a chain, but a set of wings, ready to carry her into the unknown. The world was vast and full of stories waiting to be discovered, and she felt a deep yearning to explore them all, to bring back tales that would enrich her village with the wisdom of faraway lands. With her grandmother's blessing and the stone as her guide, Amara decided to travel beyond the village, to explore the lands Elias had described. She would seek new stories and bring them back, enriching the tapestry of her heritage with the vibrant threads of her own experiences. Her heart was a song of anticipation, each note a promise of the adventures that lay ahead. As she stood at the village's edge, the sun rising to paint the sky with the promise of a new day, Amara felt a deep sense of peace. She was a part of something greater, a legacy that would grow with each step she took. Her ancestors' whispers were now her own, guiding her toward a horizon filled with endless possibilities. And so, with the silver river singing its eternal song, the young woman named Amara set forth, her heart a compass, her spirit a flame, ready to embrace the world and all the stories it held. The village watched her go, its heart beating in rhythm with hers, a silent promise that she would always have a place to return to. The river, the hills, and the stars bore witness to her journey, a journey that would weave her life into the ever-growing tapestry of history. Story 4. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Amara. This village was a picturesque tapestry of cobblestone paths and tiny cottages, each adorned with gardens bursting with wildflowers of every imaginable hue. The air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of blooming lavender and daisies, gently mingling with the morning mist that clung to the village like a silken veil. The soft chirping of sparrows provided a sonorous backdrop, their songs weaving through the air as they flitted from one thatched rooftop to another. Every dawn, the village stirred with a gentle, rhythmic symphony. The distant clatter of the blacksmith's hammer harmonized with the soft rustle of the baker's apron as he set out fresh loaves of bread, their warm aroma mingling with the crisp morning air. Sunlight danced through the windows of Amara's room, casting kaleidoscope patterns across the wooden floor, bathing her space in a serene golden hue. She would stand by the window, inhaling deeply as she watched the village awaken, drawing strength from the comforting sights and sounds that defined her world. Amara was known throughout the village for her kind heart and gentle spirit. Her laughter was a melody that danced through the air, a balm to the weary souls who crossed her path. Yet beneath her warm smile, she carried a heavy heart. In the depths of her being, Amara struggled with change. Each day seemed more daunting than the last, as she clung to the familiar comforts of her routine, fearing the unknown that lay beyond. Her days were a careful choreography of predictability, from the morning tea she brewed with precisely one spoonful of honey to the evening rituals that lulled her into slumber. Her friends, too, had noticed the shadows that sometimes clouded her eyes. "Amara, you're like a steadfast oak," Clara once said, her voice gentle yet firm. "But even oaks must sway with the wind." Clara, with her nurturing nature, always seemed to know the right words to plant seeds of thought in Amara's mind. Clara, who spent her days in the warmth of her bakery, had a heart as warm as her freshly baked bread, and she became a mentor in the art of finding joy in the process. One afternoon, as a gentle breeze whispered secrets through the village, Amara found herself drawn to the bustling market. The vibrant stalls were a riot of color and sound, with vendors calling out their wares and children darting between the crowds, their laughter ringing like bells. Amidst the lively chaos, Amara noticed a traveling storyteller, surrounded by an eager audience. His stories were woven with magic and wisdom, tales of distant lands and mythical creatures that left listeners wide-eyed and entranced. Intrigued, Amara joined the crowd, her heart beating in time with the storyteller's rhythmic voice. As he spoke of courage and transformation, Amara felt a flicker of recognition within her, a resonance with the narrative of change he spun. The storyteller's words were like a mirror, reflecting her own fears and dreams back at her, and she realized that she was not alone in her journey. That evening, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the village in a soft glow, Amara wandered into the woods seeking solace. The woods, with their towering trees and soft murmuring streams, had always been her sanctuary. The gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet was a familiar tune, harmonizing with the distant hoot of an owl. She followed a winding path until she reached a clearing where a grand, ancient oak stood, its branches stretching like welcoming arms. The oak's bark was rough, etched with the stories of countless seasons, a testament to time's unyielding march. Amara sat beneath the oak, the cool earth beneath her grounding her restless thoughts. She closed her eyes, listening to the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. The soft whispers of the forest were like a lullaby, soothing the turmoil within her. As the twilight deepened, a soft shimmering light began to emanate from the heart of the oak. Startled, Amara opened her eyes to see the tree glowing with an ethereal light, its luminescence casting intricate shadows that danced across her face. From the light emerged a figure, delicate and radiant, with eyes that sparkled like stars. It was a forest sprite, a guardian of nature's secrets. The sprite, sensing Amara's unease, smiled kindly. "Fear not, dear one." The sprite spoke in a voice as soothing as the summer breeze. "Change is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will find your true path." Amara listened, her heart wavering between fear and hope. "But how?" she whispered. "Change feels like losing a part of myself." The sprite gestured to the oak. "See how this tree grows with each passing season. It sheds its leaves in autumn, only to blossom anew in spring. It does not resist the cycle of seasons, but embraces them, growing stronger and more beautiful with each turn of the year." As Amara pondered the sprite's words, she felt a small flicker of understanding within her. The sprite leaned closer, offering a gift, a small, acorn-shaped pendant. "This pendant holds the magic of transformation," the sprite explained. "Wear it close to your heart, and it will guide you through the changes to come." Grateful, Amara accepted the pendant, feeling its warmth against her skin. The sprite faded back into the light, leaving Amara alone with her newfound sense of courage. As she sat beneath the oak, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of new beginnings. Over the following days, Amara began to observe the world with fresh eyes. She noticed how the village changed with the seasons, each transformation bringing its own beauty and lessons. She sought the wisdom of her friends, like gentle Clara, who taught her that kneading dough was much like life, requiring patience and care to create something wonderful. Then there was Finn, the village blacksmith, whose strength and laughter reminded Amara that even the toughest challenges could be faced with a light heart. Finn's forge was a place of fire and creation, where the clanging of metal was a symphony of resilience. One day, as Amara watched him work, he paused to share a story from his own life. "Once, I was afraid of the forge," Finn confessed, eyes glinting with the glow of the fire. "I thought the flames would consume me. But then I learned that fire doesn't just destroy, it also shapes and strengthens. It's about finding balance, Amara. Like life, it's about knowing when to let go and when to hold on." With each interaction, Amara felt her fears beginning to melt away, replaced by the warmth of understanding and friendship. She learned that strength was not just in the muscles, but in the spirit that refused to yield. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Amara stood before her mirror. The pendant rested against her chest, its soft glow reflecting in her eyes. She realized that she was not the same person she had been before. The changes she once feared had become stepping stones in her journey, each one bringing her closer to the person she was meant to be. With a heart full of gratitude, Amara returned to the clearing in the woods, where the ancient oak stood tall and wise. She placed her hand upon its bark, feeling the life that pulsed within it. "Thank you," she whispered to the tree, to the sprite, and to the world that had taught her to embrace change. As she made her way back to the village, the morning sun warmed her face, and the familiar path felt new beneath her feet. Amara knew that while change was a constant companion, it was also a gentle guide, leading her toward a future filled with possibility and growth. The village, with its bustling market and vibrant fields, was a tapestry of stories waiting to be discovered. And so, in the heart of the village, amidst the laughter of friends and the beauty of nature, Amara found her peace. She discovered that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in embracing it with an open heart, allowing it to transform her into the person she was always meant to become. The cycles of life, she realized, were like the turning pages of a book, each chapter offering new lessons and joys. As seasons passed, Amara became a guiding light to others who feared change, sharing her journey and the wisdom she gathered beneath the ancient oak. The village, ever vibrant and full of life, continued to thrive, its people intertwined with the cycles of nature and the lessons it bestowed. And Amara, with her heart aglow and spirit unburdened, knew that she was truly home. The whispering woods and rolling hills were more than just a backdrop. They were a part of her story, a testament to the beauty of embracing change. Story 5. As the forest settled into the embrace of winter, a deeper story unfolded beneath the canopy of snow-laden branches. The world seemed to hold its breath, allowing the quiet to seep into every crevice, every hidden burrow. The air, crisp and biting, carried a faint hint of wood smoke, as if the forest itself was reminiscing about fires long extinguished. Every twig snapped with a sharp crack under the weight of snow, and the wind, though gentle, whispered secrets only the trees could understand. The forest was a living, breathing entity, and its heart pulsed with stories untold. Beneath the surface, the roots of ancient trees wove a network of connections, a testament to the unseen life that flourished in this frozen world. The forest was not just a backdrop, but a character in its own right, with a history and a spirit that permeated every leaf, every stone. The very ground seemed to hum with the anticipation of stories yet to be discovered. Thistle, though wise and ancient, was not without his own desires and dreams. His role as the guardian of the forest's wisdom was a mantle he wore with pride, but there were moments when he longed to wander beyond the boundaries of the trees, to see the world beyond the whispering leaves. His heart often ached with the knowledge of lands unseen, and though his roots were deep within the forest, his spirit soared to distant horizons. His eyes, the color of moss, held the depth of countless years spent listening to the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the earth. Yet they also reflected a spark of unfulfilled curiosity, a yearning to witness the wonders that lay beyond his familiar world. It was a yearning that had grown with each passing year, a curiosity he had yet to satisfy. In the heart of the forest, a small clearing lay hidden where the snow seemed untouched by time. Here, Thistle often retreated, seeking solace and inspiration amidst the ancient oaks that stood like sentinels around him. This was a place where the forest's pulse beat strongest, where the air was rich with the scent of pine and the promise of old, forgotten tales. On the morning following the first snow, Thistle decided to share a piece of his own story with Willow, sensing in her a kindred spirit. As she awoke, her small form nestled against his, he began to speak, his voice a gentle rumble that blended with the rustle of the forest. The early light filtered through the branches, casting a mosaic of shadows on the snow, as if the forest itself was listening. "Willow," he began, "there's something I haven't told you about the forest's magic. It's not just about balance, it's also about discovery and exploring the unknown." Willow, still groggy from sleep, blinked up at Thistle with wide, curious eyes. "Discovery? What do you mean, Thistle?" Her breath formed tiny clouds in the crisp morning air, and she felt an unfamiliar thrill at the prospect of uncovering secrets hidden within their world. "Many years ago," he continued, "I was not unlike you, eager to learn, filled with questions. One day I encountered a fox named Ember. She was bold and adventurous, her spirit uncontained by the forest's boundaries. Ember took me on a journey beyond the edges of our world, to places where the trees gave way to vast meadows and towering mountains." Willow's eyes widened as she imagined this world beyond the forest. "What was it like?" she asked, a hint of wonder in her voice. Her mind painted pictures of endless skies and distant lands, and for a moment she felt the pull of those far-off places. Thistle's gaze grew distant, as if he could see those places again. The meadows were a sea of golden grasses that whispered secrets in the wind, and the mountains rose like ancient giants, their peaks cloaked in eternal snow. It was there that I learned another kind of magic, the magic of new experiences, and the courage to step into the unknown. Inspired by Thistle's tale, Willow felt a stirring within her, a desire to explore not just the physical world, but also the depths of her own heart. She realized that the wonder of the forest was not confined to its physical beauty, but extended into the lives they led and the dreams they dared to pursue. Her heart beat with the rhythm of the stories she imagined living. As the days turned to weeks, a new routine emerged in the forest. Thistle and Willow spent their mornings exploring the hidden corners of their world, discovering secret groves where sunlight danced through the branches, and quiet ponds that mirrored the sky. The scent of pine and earth enveloped them, and the songs of distant birds created a symphony that accompanied their adventures. Each discovery was a new thread woven into the tapestry of their lives, strengthening their bond and deepening their understanding of the world and themselves. One particularly crisp morning, they ventured deeper into a part of the forest where the trees were twisted and gnarled, their bark worn and rough from centuries of storms. The air here was different, carrying a melody of ancient songs sung by winds long past. Thistle paused, his ears attuned to the subtle shifts in the atmosphere. "Do you hear it, Willow? The forest is singing," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Willow listened intently, and slowly she began to discern the notes, a haunting melody that seemed to rise from the very roots of the trees. It was as if the forest was sharing its most cherished stories through song. "This is the music of the forest's soul," Thistle explained. "It's a reminder of the cycles we are all part of, and the stories that bind us together." Deeply moved, Willow felt tears prick her eyes. It was a moment of profound connection, a reminder of their place in the grand tapestry of life. One day, as they wandered further than ever before, they stumbled upon an ancient oak, its trunk thick with age and wisdom. Its branches spread wide, offering shelter and solace. Beneath the tree lay a forgotten pathway, barely visible beneath the blanket of snow. "This path," Thistle mused, "leads to the heart of the forest, where the oldest stories are kept. Few have ventured there, for it is said to be both a place of reflection and revelation." Willow's heart quickened with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Can we go there, Thistle? Can we see it?" Her voice was a whisper, filled with the anticipation of what lay beyond the known. Thistle nodded, sensing the importance of this journey. "Yes, Willow. It is time we both learn what lies at the heart of our home." Together, they set off down the path, their steps careful yet filled with purpose. As they walked, the forest seemed to close around them, the trees arching overhead like a cathedral of living wood. The air grew still, and a profound silence enveloped them, a silence that carried the weight of ages. Each step echoed with the whispers of those who had walked before them, as if the forest itself was guiding their way. When they reached the heart of the forest, they found a clearing bathed in ethereal light, where the snow glowed with an inner luminescence. In the center stood a stone altar, etched with symbols of life and renewal. Thistle and Willow approached it with reverence, feeling the pulse of the forest beneath their feet. "This is where the forest's magic is strongest," Thistle whispered, his voice tinged with awe. "Here, the past and present converge, and the future is shaped." Willow stood beside him, understanding in her young heart that this moment was pivotal. She felt the connection to the forest deepen, a bond that transcended words and time. The air here felt alive, charged with the energy of countless stories and dreams. As they lingered in the clearing, Thistle's own longing for exploration found its resolution. He realized that the journey he had embarked upon with Willow was the adventure he had sought, one that allowed him to share his wisdom and legacy, ensuring that the forest's stories would continue to echo through the ages. With newfound clarity, Thistle turned to Willow, his eyes filled with gentle pride. "We are all travelers in this life, Willow. Whether we journey far or remain close to home, it's the connections we make and the stories we share that give our lives meaning." Willow nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and purpose. Together, they returned to the forest they loved, their lives forever intertwined with its magic and mystery. As winter gave way to spring, the forest awakened once more, vibrant and alive. The scent of new growth filled the air, and the symphony of life returned in full force, each note a reminder of the cycle they were part of. Thistle and Willow continued their explorations, their bond growing ever stronger, fueled by the stories they discovered and the dreams they dared to dream. And so, in the heart of that ancient forest, where magic and reality danced in eternal harmony, the cycle of life continued, a testament to the connections that wove the tapestry of the world and the magic that lay within the heart of every creature. The forest, ever watchful and wise, cradled their stories within its depths, ensuring that they would never be forgotten, but rather cherished and retold with each passing season. 6. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the enchanted forest, where the morning mist danced across the fields and the evening stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. Her eyes, as warm and golden as the honey collected from the hives that dotted the orchards, were always wide with wonder and curiosity. Lila lived in a snug little cottage with her grandmother, whose tales of magic and mystery often filled their evenings with awe and delight. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves whispered secrets in shades of amber and crimson, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village clock tower, which stood proudly in the square with its face always turned towards the sun, had begun to chime at odd hours. Its deep, resonant tones would echo through the village at midnight, noon, and sometimes even at the break of dawn, when the world was still wrapped in the soft embrace of slumber. The villagers, although puzzled, were not particularly troubled by these strange occurrences. Yet the oddity piqued Lila's curiosity, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart to uncover the mystery behind the clock's whimsical behavior. One crisp morning, wrapped in her favorite woolen shawl, Lila set out towards the clock tower, her boots crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she approached the tower, a gentle breeze carried with it the sweet scent of apples from the nearby orchard, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest. The door to the clock tower creaked open at her touch, and inside, the air was cool and filled with the steady ticking of the great clock above. As Lila ascended the spiral staircase, her footsteps echoed softly, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of adventure. Reaching the top, she found herself in the clock room, where the gears and cogs turned with a rhythmic precision. Yet nothing seemed amiss. It was then that she noticed a small, curious creature perched on one of the beams. It was a flutterby, an enchanting hybrid of butterfly and bird, with iridescent wings that shimmered in shades of cerulean and lavender. The flutterby gazed at Lila with bright, knowing eyes, and in a voice as gentle as a summer breeze, it spoke. "I am Floria, guardian of time and harmony," it said. "The clock has been enchanted by a playful sprite named Marin, who loves nothing more than a bit of harmless mischief." Lila smiled, her heart warmed by the flutterby's gentle presence. "Is there a way to restore the clock to its proper rhythm?" she asked. Floria nodded, her wings catching the light and scattering rainbows across the room. "Marin can be persuaded with kindness and a simple melody. He loves the sound of the forest, a tune that echoes the rustling leaves and the babbling brook." Determined to set things right, Lila thanked Floria and hurried back to her cottage. There she found her grandmother's old flute, which had long been a companion during evenings by the fire. With the flute in hand, she made her way to the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows and light. As she played, the notes floated through the forest like a gentle breeze, carrying with them the laughter of streams and the whispers of leaves. Slowly the air around her began to shimmer, and from the dappled light emerged Marin, his eyes twinkling with playful mischief. "That was a lovely tune," Marin said, hovering in the air with a grin. "It's been a while since I've heard such music." Lila smiled at the sprite. "Marin, the village clock has been chiming at all hours. Would you mind helping us return it to its usual rhythm?" Marin nodded, his mischief softened by Lila's melody. "Of course, dear girl. I only meant to bring a bit of excitement to the village, but I see now that harmony is just as important." With a wave of his tiny hand, Marin set the clock right, and the village returned to its peaceful rhythm. The clock once again chimed at the proper hours, marking the passage of time with gentle, familiar tones. As a token of gratitude, Lila invited Marin to join them for an evening by the fireplace, where he delighted in her grandmother's tales and the warmth of friendship. Floria, too, visited often, her presence a comforting reminder of the magic that existed in harmony and understanding. And so, in the village by the enchanted forest, life continued with the gentle ebb and flow of time. The mystery of the clock, a cherished memory of a day when kindness and music brought together a curious girl, a playful sprite, and the magical creatures of the forest. Each night, as the stars began their dance across the sky, Lila would drift into dreams, her heart filled with the peace of a world where harmony reigned, and magic was as close as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a quiet soul, with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops and a heart full of curiosity. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods to gather fallen leaves for her mother's quilting project. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon an old oak tree with a peculiar hollow in its trunk. Peering inside, Lily gasped in surprise. A tiny door had been carved into the bark. Cautiously, she reached out and turned the minuscule knob. To her amazement, the little door swung open, revealing a tiny scroll nestled within. Lily carefully unfurled the parchment, and her eyes grew wide as she read the faded words. Whoever holds this scroll shall possess the power to understand the language of all living things. At first, Lily thought it must be a joke, but as she listened closely, she could hear the gentle whispers of the trees, the buzzing conversations of bees, and even the soft chirps of a nearby robin. It was as if a veil had been lifted, and the world around her had come alive with voices. Filled with wonder, Lily set out to explore this newfound gift. She met a wise old oak who shared stories of centuries gone by, and a playful brook that giggled and splashed as it danced over the rocks. One day, while resting beneath a willow tree, Lily overheard the frantic chirps of a family of sparrows. Their nest had been blown from the branches during a storm, and their precious eggs were scattered on the ground below. Without hesitation, Lily sprang into action, carefully gathering the tiny speckled eggs and gently returning them to the safety of the rebuilt nest. The grateful sparrows surrounded her, singing their thanks and praise. Word of Lily's remarkable ability spread through the forest, and soon she found herself sought out by all manner of creatures in need of help or counsel. A timid rabbit sought her aid in finding his missing family, while a mighty stag requested her guidance in resolving a dispute over grazing lands. With patience and wisdom beyond her years, Lily listened to each voice, offering solutions that brought harmony and understanding. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Lily's adventures took her far and wide, from the depths of ancient woods to the shores of distant seas. Everywhere she went, she formed lasting bonds with the creatures she encountered, learning their secrets and sharing their joys and sorrows. And though she grew older and wiser with each passing year, Lily never lost her sense of wonder or her love for the natural world. For she had discovered that the true magic lay not in any scroll or enchantment, but in the ability to listen with an open heart and to see the beauty in all living things. And so, even as the evening of her life drew near, Lily would sit by the fire and share her tales, her eyes sparkling with the memories of a life spent in communion with the whispering world around her. Story 8. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling green hills and bordered by a sparkling blue lake, there existed a place where magic and everyday life danced hand in hand. The cobblestone streets were lined with charming cottages, their thatched roofs dusted lightly with moss, and colorful flowers blooming in every window box. The air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs and freshly baked bread wafting from the village bakery. In this peaceful haven lived a young girl named Liora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like twilight stars, she was known for her curiosity and gentle nature. Liora had a special talent for noticing things others overlooked, a trait that often led her on small adventures around the village. One particularly crisp morning, as the sun cast its golden light over the misty hills, Liora noticed something peculiar. Tiny, luminous footprints, as if left by moonbeams themselves, sparkled along the dewy grass in front of her cottage. Intrigued, she followed the trail, her woolen cloak wrapped snugly around her shoulders to ward off the chill. The footprints led her through the village, past the bakery with its tantalizing aromas, and into the heart of the enchanted Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods were known for their ancient trees, whose branches whispered secrets to those who listened closely. Liora had spent many afternoons here, learning the language of the leaves and the stories carried by the wind. Today, however, the woods seemed different. The air was tinged with a subtle hum of mystery, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. As Liora ventured deeper into the woods, she heard a soft, melodic chime, like the tinkling of glass bells swaying gently in the breeze. The sound seemed to be coming from a clearing up ahead. With each step, the chime grew clearer, guiding her like a gentle beacon. In the clearing, Liora found something extraordinary, a circle of shimmering mushrooms, each one glowing with an ethereal light. At the center of the circle stood a small, delicate creature with wings that glistened like diamonds in the morning sun. It was a fairy, no taller than Lyra's hand, and its presence filled the clearing with a warm, comforting glow. "Hello, Liora," the fairy said, its voice like the softest music. "I am Solara, keeper of the Whispering Woods." Lyra, though surprised, felt immediately at ease in Solara's presence. "Hello, Solara," she replied, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I followed the footprints here. Did you leave them?" Solara nodded, her wings fluttering with a gentle hum. "Yes, I did. I need your help, Lyra. Something strange has been happening in these woods, and I fear it may disturb the harmony we cherish." Lyra listened intently as Solara explained. Over the past few nights, a mysterious light had been seen flickering among the trees, and the usual chorus of night creatures had fallen silent. The fairies, protectors of the woods, were concerned that something was amiss, but they needed someone with keen eyes and a kind heart to help uncover the truth. Without hesitation, Lyra agreed to help. Solara smiled, her light casting playful patterns on the forest floor. "Thank you, dear Lyra. Your heart is as bright as these woods." Together, they ventured back along the trail of footprints, Solara's wings casting a gentle glow to light their way. As they walked, Lyra observed the forest with a keen eye, noting every detail, the way the leaves shimmered in the sunlight, the scent of pine and earth, and the distant call of a lone owl. As dusk fell, Solara led Lyra to a small hidden grove where the mysterious light had been seen. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, they discovered the source of the disturbance, a tiny lost firefly, its glow flickering weakly against the gathering shadows. Lyra knelt down, her heart swelling with empathy for the little creature. "Oh, you poor thing," she murmured, gently cupping the firefly in her hand. "You've been trying to find your way home, haven't you?" The firefly blinked in response, its light pulsing softly in the dimness. Solara fluttered closer, her presence like a warm embrace. "This firefly must have wandered too far from its colony," she explained. "Without the other fireflies, its light has grown dim." Lyra thought for a moment, then smiled. "I think I know how to help," she said, her voice filled with gentle determination. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small vial of honey, a gift from the village beekeeper. Carefully, she offered a drop to the firefly, who accepted it gratefully. Almost immediately, the firefly's glow grew stronger, casting a soft, golden light that warmed the grove like a tiny sun. Solara clapped her hands in delight, her wings shimmering with joy. "You've done it, Lyra. You've helped restore its light." With renewed energy, the firefly took to the air, its glow illuminating the path before it like a guiding star. Lyra and Solara followed, their hearts light with the promise of discovery. The firefly led them back through the woods, past the whispering trees and over a babbling brook, until they reached a meadow where a myriad of fireflies danced beneath the moonlit sky. The reunited firefly joined its companions, their collective light creating a breathtaking display that filled the night with wonder. Lyra and Solara watched in awe, their spirits lifted by the beauty of the scene. "Thank you, Lyra," Solara said, her voice as soft as the night breeze. "You've shown us all that even the smallest creatures can light up the world when given kindness and care." Lyra smiled, feeling the warmth of friendship and understanding envelop her like a cozy blanket. "And thank you, Solara, for trusting me with this mystery. I've learned that sometimes the simplest solutions can bring the greatest joy." As the moon rose high above Willowbrook, casting its silvery glow over the peaceful village, Lyra and Solara returned to the clearing where they had first met. The fairy bid farewell with a gentle wave, her wings shimmering like stars as she disappeared into the night. Lyra made her way back home, the path lit by the lingering glow of the fireflies. As she settled into her bed, the soft chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves lulled her into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic and wonder of the day. And so in the village of Willowbrook, where magic intertwined with the everyday, a gentle mystery was solved, a new friendship was forged, and the harmony of the whispering woods was restored. And Lyra, with her kind heart and keen eyes, knew that the world was a place of endless wonder, just waiting to be discovered. Story 9. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the earth, there existed a hidden world known only to those who listened with their hearts. This was the realm of the Littlekin, a community of gentle creatures who lived in harmony with the land. The Littlekin were as varied as the forest itself. There were the sylphs, delicate beings with wings like shimmering leaves, who danced upon the breezes. The moss folk, sturdy and wise, who nurtured the roots of ancient trees with their gentle hands. And the flickerfins, whose iridescent scales caught the light of the sun as they flitted beneath the crystal-clear waters of the forest streams. Among them all was a young flickerfin named Liora, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. Liora was forever exploring, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. She loved the feel of the cool water rushing past her fins, the scent of fresh pine mingling with damp earth, and the sight of sunlight filtering through the canopy above. As the seasons turned, the forest shifted in a symphony of change. In spring, blossoms burst forth in a riot of color, painting the world in shades of hope and renewal. The air was filled with the gentle hum of bees and the sweet songs of newly awakened birds. Summer brought warmth and abundance, with the sun dappling the forest floor in patterns of gold. The streams ran full and fast, and the little kin celebrated the long days with dances and feasts. Autumn arrived in a blaze of fiery hues, the leaves turning to burnished gold and rust before drifting down to carpet the ground. The air grew crisp and cool, carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. It was in these days of fall that the little kin prepared for the coming winter, gathering acorns and nuts, storing away the bounty of summer. Winter cast a hush over the forest, blanketing it in a soft white stillness. The streams slowed, and the world seemed to hold its breath beneath a sky filled with stars. The little kin nestled in their cozy burrows, sharing stories of seasons past, their homes warmed by the gentle glow of hearth fires. One winter's eve, as the snow fell silently outside, Liora sat by the warmth of her family's hearth, her eyes reflecting the dance of the flames. Her grandmother, an elder flickerfin with scales like muted silver, began to speak, her voice a soothing melody. Long ago, she began, when the world was still young, the forest was not as it is now. The seasons were wild and unpredictable, and the land often lay in imbalance. It was a time of great challenge for our ancestors. Liora listened, entranced, as her grandmother wove a tale of the ancient days when the forest was guided by the spirit of seasons, an ethereal being who ensured the balance of nature. The spirit, though powerful, was bound by the cycles of the earth, appearing only when the world called for change. One year, her grandmother continued, the winter lingered far too long, and the world grew weary under its icy grasp. The spirit of seasons was missing, and without its guidance, the forest fell into despair. The flickerfins, along with the sylphs and mossfolk, gathered to seek out the spirit and restore balance. They traveled to the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrummed in the very air, hoping to find answers. As Liora's grandmother spoke, Liora could almost feel the crunch of snow beneath her fins and the bite of the cold air. She imagined the ancient flickerfins gliding beneath the frozen streams, their scales shimmering like moonlit ice as they made their way to the heart of the forest. There, in the heart of the forest, continued her grandmother, they discovered the spirit of seasons, trapped beneath a thick layer of ice. The spirit had been ensnared by the frost giants, creatures of chill and shadow who sought to claim the forest as their own. The littlekin realized that they needed to work together, each using their unique gifts to free the spirit. The sylphs summoned the warmth of their dances, spinning around the ice in a flurry of motion. The mossfolk, with their knowledge of earth and stone, worked to weaken the icy prison. The flickerfins, swift and agile, carried messages between the groups, ensuring their efforts were united. As the story unfolded, Liora felt a surge of pride for her ancestors, who had overcome such a daunting challenge. She imagined the moment when the ice began to crack, the sound echoing like thunder through the forest, and the spirit of seasons emerged, a radiant figure of light and warmth. Once free, her grandmother said, her voice softening, the spirit of seasons restored balance to the world. The snow melted, and spring returned, bringing life and hope back to the forest. The littlekin were praised for their courage and unity, and from that day forth, the spirit of seasons watched over them, ensuring the harmony of the land. Liora sighed, contentment washing over her like a gentle wave. She knew that her forest home was a place of magic and wonder, where the bonds of friendship and wisdom were the keys to overcoming any challenge. As the fire crackled and the snow fell softly outside, Liora nestled closer to her grandmother, feeling the warmth of family and the comfort of stories passed down through generations. The forest, with its seasons and cycles, would always be there, a testament to the enduring harmony of nature and the gentle creatures who called it home. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit alight with wonder, Liora drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the timeless lullaby of the ancient forest. 10. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight dripped like honey through the dense canopy, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, there lived a community of creatures who thrived in harmony with the rhythms of the earth. The forest was a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic danced lightly upon the breeze, and every creature, from the tiniest insect to the grandest stag, played a role in the intricate symphony of life. In this enchanted woodland, a gentle fox named Aveline called a cozy burrow her home. Her fur was a rich burnished red that glowed like embers in the twilight, and her eyes sparkled with a wise and knowing light. Aveline was known among the creatures of the forest for her kindness and her unyielding quest for knowledge. She often spent her days exploring the twists and turns of the forest, her keen senses attuned to the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the air carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, Aveline felt a change in the forest. The vibrant hues of amber and gold that painted the trees seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and the gentle rustling of leaves carried a melody that only she could hear. Intrigued, Aveline set out to discover the source of this enchanting transformation. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the path beneath her paws was soft and damp, cushioned by a thick carpet of fallen leaves. The air was cool and crisp, invigorating her senses. She soon came upon an ancient oak tree with a trunk so wide it would take several creatures to encircle it. The tree stood as a guardian of the forest, its branches reaching skyward like the arms of an old sage. At the base of the oak, nestled among the roots, sat an elderly badger named Eldrin. His fur was silver and speckled with black, and his eyes, though clouded with age, held a depth of wisdom that beckoned the young fox closer. "Ah, Aveline," Eldrin greeted in a voice as smooth as the gentle brook that babbled nearby. "I see you've come to seek the secrets of the season." Aveline bowed her head respectfully. "Yes, Eldrin, the forest feels alive with a magic I've never before felt. What is happening?" Eldrin chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The forest is preparing for the Great Harmony, a rare convergence of magic and nature that occurs only once in a century. It is a time when the balance of the earth is renewed, and the wisdom of the ancients is shared with those who seek it." Aveline's eyes widened with wonder. "How may I be a part of this great harmony?" "The spirits of the forest have chosen you, Aveline, for your heart is pure and your mind is keen. You must gather the counsel of the four guardians of the seasons, for they hold the knowledge needed to restore the balance." With a determined nod, Aveline embarked on her quest, her heart filled with purpose and excitement. Her first stop was the realm of spring, a verdant glade where the air was thick with the perfume of blooming flowers and the gentle hum of bees. There she met Thalia, the guardian of spring, a graceful deer with antlers adorned in delicate blossoms. Thalia spoke with a voice as soft as the petals of a cherry blossom. "To embrace harmony, one must cultivate renewal and growth. Let the past nourish the future, and the cycle shall continue unbroken." Aveline thanked Thalia and continued her journey to the domain of summer, where the sun cast its warm embrace over a field of golden grasses. Here she encountered Solon, the guardian of summer, a proud eagle with feathers that shimmered like the midday sun. Solon's gaze was piercing yet kind. "Harmony thrives where there is abundance and warmth. Share your bounty, and the world will flourish." With these words echoing in her heart, Aveline pressed on to the autumnal realm, a tapestry of vibrant hues and crisp air. There she found Caden, the guardian of autumn, a wise owl perched upon a gnarled branch. Caden's voice was deep and resonant, like the call of the wind through the trees. "In change there is balance. Embrace the ebb and flow of life, for it is the dance of the universe." Lastly, Aveline ventured into the serene stillness of winter, where the world lay blanketed in a soft layer of snow. Here she met Nivalis, the guardian of winter, a majestic wolf with fur as white as the snow itself. Nivalis spoke with a voice like the whisper of falling snowflakes. In stillness, find strength, reflect, and let your inner light guide you through the darkest nights. With the wisdom of the four guardians woven into her heart, Aveline returned to the ancient oak where Eldrin awaited her. The forest, now brimming with a harmonious energy, seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. "You have learned well," Eldrin said, his eyes twinkling with approval. "With each lesson, you have gathered the essence of harmony. Now, let us join the forest in celebration." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of pink and purple, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it an enchanting melody. The creatures of the forest gathered beneath the ancient oak, their voices joining in a chorus that resonated through the trees. In that moment, Aveline felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. The forest stood united, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the delicate balance of nature. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, she knew that the great harmony had been restored, and with it the promise of a new dawn. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, under a canopy of twinkling stars, Aveline curled up beside the old oak, her heart full and content. The warmth of the earth embraced her, and as she drifted into a gentle slumber, the forest whispered its timeless lullaby, cradling her in dreams of harmony and wonder. Story 11. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood ancient and proud, a delicate balance of life thrived under the watchful eye of the seasons. The forest was a living tapestry, woven with threads of time and touched by the gentle breath of magic. It was a place where the boundaries between the natural and the mystical intertwined, creating a sanctuary for all creatures who called it home. As the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, the forest awoke with a symphony of sounds. The rustling leaves whispered secrets carried by the wind, while the bubbling brook sang its timeless lullaby. In this serene chorus, the creatures of the forest began their day, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was adorned with moss and lichen, marking the many years he had wandered the forest. Thistle was known to all as the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's ancient wisdom. His gentle eyes held the knowledge of countless generations, and his slow, deliberate movements mirrored the patience of the earth itself. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Thistle made his way to the great oak, a tree as venerable as the forest itself. It was here that the creatures gathered to share stories and wisdom, and today a special meeting had been called. A gentle mist clung to the ground, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As Thistle arrived, he was greeted by the sight of his dear friends. There was Bramble, the spirited fox, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves; Luna, the graceful deer whose eyes shone with the light of the moon; and Willow, the songbird whose melodies brought joy to all who heard them. They gathered around Thistle, each sensing the importance of the day. "My friends," Thistle began in a voice as soft as the murmuring brook, "we gather today to speak of the balance that sustains our home. The seasons turn, and with them, the magic of our forest flows. Yet we must remain vigilant, for the harmony we cherish is as delicate as a spider's web." The creatures listened intently, understanding the weight of Thistle's words. The forest was their sanctuary, and its balance was their lifeblood. As the wind rustled through the leaves, it carried with it the scent of winter's approach, a reminder of the cycles that governed their world. Bramble, ever curious and eager, spoke up. "Thistle, how do we ensure that balance? How do we safeguard the magic that blesses our forest?" Thistle smiled, his eyes twinkling with the light of countless stars. "We must remember the lessons of those who came before us," he replied. "Each season brings its own gifts, and each creature plays a role in the dance of life. We must respect the rhythms of nature and cherish the gifts we are given." Luna nodded, her heart swelling with a deep sense of connection to the land. "The forest has taught me that we are all part of a greater whole," she said softly. "When we move with the seasons, we become one with the magic that binds us." As the sunlight danced through the branches, painting the forest in shades of gold and green, the creatures felt a renewed sense of purpose. They understood that their existence was not separate from the forest, but intricately woven into its very fabric. With the wisdom of the forest guiding them, they set about preparing for the coming winter. Bramble gathered berries and nuts, ensuring that all would have enough to sustain them through the cold months. Luna led the way to the hidden thickets, where the ground was soft and warm, a perfect refuge against the chill. Willow's songs filled the air, a reminder of the joy and beauty that thrived even in the quiet of winter. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the forest settled into a gentle slumber. Snowflakes drifted down, blanketing the earth in a quilt of white, and the creatures found comfort in the warmth and safety of their burrows. In their hearts, they carried the wisdom of the seasons and the promise of spring's return. Through this quiet time, Thistle remained a steadfast presence, his stories and guidance a beacon of hope and understanding. He knew that the forest's magic endured, even in the stillness of winter. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, a testament to the harmony and wisdom that bound its creatures together. In the gentle embrace of nature, they found peace and belonging, a reminder that even in the quietest moments, magic can be found in the simplest of things. As the stars twinkled above and the forest dreamed beneath their light, the creatures rested, knowing that they were part of a timeless dance, a dance that would continue for generations to come, as long as they cherished the balance and harmony that sustained them all. Story 12. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of misty, evergreen hills, there lived a gentle soul named Liora. This village, surrounded by fields of wildflowers and ancient oak trees, was a place where every leaf seemed to whisper secrets of the old world. Liora, with her kind eyes and warm smile, was known to all as a tender-hearted weaver of tales and dreams. Yet, deep within her heart, she harbored a quiet longing, a yearning for change she didn't quite understand. For years, Liora had been content in her small cottage, where the walls were lined with shelves of books, each spine a different shade of adventure. Her days were filled with the rhythmic clatter of her loom and the soothing hum of her spinning wheel. Yet as each season turned, she found herself more and more restless, like a bird in a cage of invisible bars. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Liora decided to take a walk through the woods. The air was cool and fragrant, with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. She wrapped herself in a shawl of soft greens and browns, blending into the forest like a whisper. As she wandered deeper into the heart of the woods, she came upon a glade she had never seen before. In the center stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, its branches stretching high into the sky. At the base of the tree lay a peculiar stone, smooth and oval, with a surface that shimmered like moonlight on water. Drawn to its beauty, Liora knelt beside it, feeling a strange warmth emanate from its core. As her fingers brushed against the stone, a soft voice resonated in her mind, like the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. "Change is but a journey, dear one," the voice murmured. "To embrace it is to find the magic within." Startled yet intrigued, Liora sat back, contemplating the stone's message. She realized that the stone was no ordinary object, but a catalyst for transformation, echoing the very change she yearned for. With a newfound resolve, she decided to carry the stone back to her cottage, cradling it as if it were a delicate treasure. As days turned into weeks, Liora began to notice subtle shifts within herself. The stone, resting comfortably on her work table, seemed to glow softly under the moonlight, its light casting gentle shadows that danced across her walls. It was as though the stone was a mirror, reflecting her inner landscape, revealing the depths of her desires and fears. One evening, as she sat by the hearth with the stone nestled in her lap, a knock echoed at her door. It was her dear friend, Rowan, a wise and kind-hearted herbalist who lived on the edge of the village. With his hair as wild as the herbs he gathered and eyes that twinkled with hidden laughter, Rowan was a source of comfort and wisdom for Liora. "Ah, Liora," he greeted warmly, stepping inside and bringing with him the scent of rosemary and sage. "I see you have found a companion for your journey." Liora smiled, offering Rowan a cup of chamomile tea, the steam curling like tendrils of mist. "I feel different, Rowan," she confessed, her voice soft. "It's as if this stone is guiding me, teaching me to embrace the change I've always feared." Rowan nodded, his eyes alight with understanding. Change is a kind of magic all its own, he said, stirring his tea thoughtfully. It requires patience and trust. Remember, even the grandest trees were once small seeds, nurtured by time and the elements. Encouraged by Rowan's words, Liora began to explore new paths. She ventured beyond the village, learning the names of the stars and the melodies of the nightingale. She spent afternoons by the river, watching the water flow ever onward, teaching her the art of letting go. And with each new experience, the stone's glow grew brighter, a testament to her unfolding transformation. One day, as the first snow began to dust the village rooftops, Liora felt a stirring deep within her heart, a call to share her journey with others. She gathered the villagers around her hearth, weaving tales of her adventures, each story a thread in the tapestry of her growth. Her voice was a gentle balm, soothing and inspiring, as she spoke of courage and the beauty of embracing the unknown. As winter melted into spring, Liora had blossomed like the wildflowers that dotted the hillsides. The stone, now a part of her heart, no longer shimmered with its own light, but with the light of her own spirit. She had discovered that the magic she sought was within her all along, waiting patiently for her to see it. And so in that small village, cradled by timeless hills, Liora became known not just as a weaver of tales, but as a beacon of hope and transformation. The villagers, inspired by her journey, began to seek their own paths of change, understanding that within each of them lay the power to transform. As the sun set over the village, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Liora stood at the edge of the woods, the ancient tree watching over her like a guardian. She breathed in the cool evening air, her heart full of gratitude and peace, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the village thrived, embraced by the gentle magic of change, where every story ended with the promise of a new beginning. Story 13. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun's golden fingers barely touched the forest floor, and the air was a tapestry of earthy scents, there lived a myriad of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the rhythms of the earth. This forest, known as the Verdant Glade, was a realm where reality and magic danced hand in hand, and the secrets of nature whispered through the rustling leaves and murmuring streams. Tucked beneath the canopy of towering oaks and whispering pines, there was a small community of woodland creatures. Among them were the foxes with their fiery coats, wise owls with eyes like polished amber, and rabbits whose soft fur blended seamlessly with the carpet of fallen leaves. Each creature had its role, its purpose, and together they maintained the delicate balance of their world. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist wove tendrils around the gnarled trunks of ancient trees, a gentle wind carried a message through the glade. It was a time of change, a season of preparation, and the creatures felt the shift in the air. The leaves overhead were ablaze with hues of crimson and gold, and the forest floor was a tapestry of rustling colors. It was time for the festival of the harvest moon, a celebration of gratitude and unity. The fox, with his sleek coat shimmering like embers, was named Finn. He was known for his quick wit and curious nature. Finn had heard stories from the elders about the harvest moon, a time when the moon hung full and bright, casting a silvery light that danced upon the forest like a gentle embrace. It was said that during this time the forest revealed its deepest secrets, and the creatures could speak with the very essence of nature. As the day of the festival approached, Finn wandered through the forest, gathering stories and wisdom from the elders. He listened to the river as it sang over smooth stones, its voice a soothing lullaby. He watched as the squirrels busied themselves, cheeks puffed with acorns, preparing for the coming chill. The air was alive with the crisp scent of pine and the sweet musk of fallen leaves, and Finn felt a deep connection to the cycle of life that surrounded him. On the evening of the harvest moon, the forest was aglow with the soft light of lanterns, crafted from hollowed-out gourds and filled with the warm flicker of fireflies. The creatures gathered in a clearing, a place where the trees parted to reveal a sky awash with stars. The moon, full and luminous, hung low in the sky, its reflection shimmering in the eyes of those who gazed upon it. Finn stood at the edge of the clearing, his heart filled with wonder. Beside him, An elderly owl named Sage perched on a low branch. Sage was a venerable creature, her feathers a soft tapestry of browns and whites, and her voice carried the weight of seasons past. She began to speak, her words a gentle breeze that caressed the ears of all who listened. "The harvest moon," Sage said, "is a reminder of the harmony that exists within our world. It is a time to reflect on the balance between giving and receiving, between growth and rest. We are all threads in the tapestry of life, and it is our duty to ensure that each thread is cared for and cherished." As Sage spoke, the forest seemed to listen, the leaves stilling in reverence. Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging that was deeper than the roots of the mighty oaks. The creatures nodded in agreement, their hearts swelling with a shared understanding. Throughout the night, stories were shared and songs were sung. The foxes danced with the rabbits, their movements a graceful ballet beneath the moon's watchful gaze. The owls, with their wise eyes, joined in with soft hoots that echoed through the night. The air was filled with the scent of the earth, damp and rich, mingling with the sweet aroma of wildflowers. As the night wore on, Finn found himself beside a small stream, its waters reflecting the moonlight in a sparkling dance. He thought of the wisdom passed down through generations, the lessons of balance and harmony, and felt a deep gratitude for the world he was a part of. The forest, with its ancient secrets and timeless beauty, had taught him that every creature, every leaf, and every drop of rain played a role in the grand symphony of nature. When the first light of dawn crept through the trees, painting the forest in soft hues of pink and gold, Finn knew that the magic of the harvest moon would linger in his heart, guiding him through the seasons to come. As he turned to leave the clearing, he paused, looking back at the gathering of creatures who had become his family. The forest sighed a gentle farewell, and Finn carried its wisdom with him, knowing that the lessons of harmony and balance would forever be a part of his journey. And so, with the forest at peace and the creatures nestled in their burrows and nests, the verdant glade awaited the next turn of the seasons, ready to share its magic with those who listened to the whispers of the wind. Story 14. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees were said to hum lullabies as the wind threaded through their branches, a mystery began to unfurl like the first light of dawn. The village, known as Glimmerwood, was a place where magic meandered through everyday life, as naturally as the stream that wound its way through the town square. Here, cobblestone paths were lined with lanterns that glowed with a gentle golden light, even during the sunniest days, and the air was perpetually scented with the sweetness of blooming honeysuckle. In this serene setting, a peculiar event began to stir curiosity among the villagers. Each morning, as the sun crested the horizon, they discovered tiny, sparkling footprints leading from the edge of the forest to the village well, and then disappearing back into the woods. The footprints shimmered with an iridescent glow, a rainbow of colors that danced and shifted with each ray of sunlight. The villagers, puzzled but intrigued, gathered by the well each day, whispering and speculating as to what magical creature might be visiting them in the quiet hours before dawn. Amidst the chatter, there lived a kindly old wizard named Thistle, who resided in a cottage that stood at the edge of the village, its walls entwined with ivy and its roof a patchwork of moss and wildflowers. Thistle was known for his wisdom and gentle nature, his beard long and silvered like the mist that lingered over the fields each morning. He was often called upon for guidance, and so it was no surprise when the villagers sought his insight into the mystery of the sparkling footprints. Thistle listened with a twinkle in his eye, his fingers gently stroking the feathered back of his companion, a small blue dragon named Ember, whose scales glinted like sapphires in the sunlight. Ember was not much larger than a cat and possessed a gentle disposition, often curling up on Thistle's shoulder or nuzzling into the folds of his robe. "Fear not, dear friends," Thistle reassured the villagers, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The footprints are surely the sign of a benevolent presence. Let us discover their origin, not with haste, but with kindness and open hearts." And so, with Thistle leading the way, the villagers set about devising a plan. They decided to leave a small offering by the well, a basket filled with fresh berries, a warm loaf of bread, and a flask of honeyed milk, hoping to entice the mysterious visitor to reveal themselves. That night, as the village settled into sleep, the air was filled with anticipation. Thistle, accompanied by Ember, kept a gentle watch from his garden, where the scent of lavender and mint mingled in the cool night breeze. The stars twinkled overhead, and the moon cast a silver glow upon the land, painting the village in shades of dreams. As dawn approached, the villagers gathered once more by the well, their breaths forming clouds in the crisp morning air. To their delight, the basket was empty, and beside it lay a tiny, intricately woven wreath of forest flowers and leaves, glistening with dew. The footprints were there too, fresh and sparkling, leading away from the well towards the woods. With Thistle at the helm, the villagers followed the trail, their footsteps quiet on the soft earth, hearts alight with curiosity and wonder. The path led them deeper into the whispering woods, where the trees arched overhead like guardians of a secret realm. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the song of birds and the gentle rustle of the breeze. At last, they came upon a small clearing, bathed in the golden light of morning. In the center stood a figure, small and delicate, with wings that shimmered like the finest gossamer. It was a fairy, her presence as enchanting as the dawn itself, her eyes a brilliant shade of emerald. "Greetings, kind folk of Glimmerwood," she spoke, her voice like the tinkling of chimes in the wind. "I am Fae, keeper of the forest's magic. I have visited your village each night to draw water from your well, for it holds a purity that nourishes the heart of the wood." The villagers listened, enraptured by her gentle words. Thistle stepped forward, a warm smile upon his lips. "Your secret is safe with us, dear Fae. We are honored to aid in the care of the forest that cradles our home." Fae's wings fluttered with joy, and a soft, radiant light enveloped the clearing. "As a token of my gratitude, I offer you the blessing of the forest," she said, raising her hands. "May your village always be a haven of peace and prosperity." With those words, the forest seemed to breathe with renewed life, its colors deepening, its sounds more vibrant. The villagers felt a warmth in their hearts, a sense of unity with the magical world that surrounded them. As they returned to the village, they carried with them not just the memory of their enchanting encounter, but also a deeper understanding of the bond between their lives and the natural wonders that enveloped Glimmerwood. In the days that followed, the footprints continued to appear, but now they were greeted with smiles and a sense of kinship. The mystery had been solved, not with suspicion or fear, but with open hearts and the gentle guidance of wisdom and friendship. And so, life in Glimmerwood continued with a renewed sense of wonder, the villagers drifting to sleep each night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their dreams filled with the magic that danced just beyond the edge of the whispering woods. Story 15. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets of old, and the air was thick with the sweet scent of pine, lived a community of creatures who thrived in the delicate balance of nature. This forest, a realm where magic brushed against reality, was a world unto itself, a place of harmony and gentle wonder. As dawn painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, a soft mist rose from the forest floor, curling around the roots of towering oaks and the delicate ferns that blanketed the earth like a lush carpet. The air was alive with the symphony of birdsong, each note a testament to the life brimming within this enchanted haven. Among the residents of this woodland was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of time itself. Thistle was beloved by all for his gentle nature and the stories he carried, tales of the forest from long before. His eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the essence of the forest's very soul. One crisp morning, as the forest basked in the gentle embrace of early autumn, a young squirrel named Bramble scurried up to Thistle. Her fur was the color of freshly fallen leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and mischief. "Thistle," Bramble chirped, her voice a bright melody among the trees, "have you ever seen the aurora of seasons?" The aurora of seasons was a phenomenon whispered about in the rustling leaves and murmured streams. It was said that once every century, a magical display of lights would dance across the sky, marking the perfect balance of the natural world. Thistle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Ah, the aurora of seasons, he mused. I saw it once, long ago, when I was but a young tortoise. It is a sight that fills the heart with awe and reminds us of the harmony we must maintain. Bramble's eyes widened with wonder. Can we see it again, Thistle? Can we? With a nod, Thistle agreed to guide Bramble on a journey through the forest to the ancient clearing where the aurora was said to appear. As they set off, the forest seemed to hum with anticipation, each step a note in the grand melody of nature. Their path wound through fields of wildflowers, the air rich with their heady perfume. Sunlight dappled the ground, filtering through the canopy in cascading streams of light. Along the way, they were joined by a chorus of forest dwellers, a gentle deer named Phelan, whose velvet antlers brushed the low-hanging branches, and Whisper, a wise old owl whose wings were as silent as the night sky. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the world in shades of twilight, they reached the clearing. It was a circle of ancient stones, each one etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of earth and wood smoke. They settled in, the creatures of the forest gathering in a semicircle, their eyes turned skyward. A hush fell over the clearing, a silence filled with expectation and the quiet rustle of leaves. And then, as if the sky itself had awakened, the aurora of seasons began. Ribbons of light unfurled across the heavens, shimmering in hues of emerald, sapphire, and amethyst. The colors danced and wove through the stars, a celestial tapestry of breathtaking beauty. It was as if the forest itself sighed in contentment, each creature feeling the gentle caress of magic. In that moment of shared wonder, Thistle spoke softly, his voice carrying the wisdom of ages. This is the gift of the aurora, a reminder of the balance we must cherish. For in harmony with nature, we find our true selves. Bramble nestled closer to Thistle, her heart full of gratitude and understanding. She knew now that the magic of the forest was not just in the spectacular display above, but in every leaf, every creature, and every whisper of the wind. As the light slowly faded, leaving the stars to twinkle in the indigo sky, the creatures of the forest lingered, basking in the peace that enveloped them. The journey had been one of discovery and unity, a testament to the enduring bond between all who called the forest home. With the promise of a new dawn, Thistle and Bramble, along with their companions, made their way back through the forest, the memory of the aurora a gentle glow within their hearts. And as they returned to their homes, the forest once again settled into its timeless rhythm, a world of harmony and quiet magic, where every creature played its part in the symphony of life. In the gentle embrace of the forest, the lessons of the aurora echoed, an eternal reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of friendship, a story to be cherished and passed down through the ages, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. Story 16. In the heart of the enchanting, everglow forest, where sunlight danced through emerald leaves and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, there lived a peculiar little creature named Whiffle. Whiffle was a flitterkin, a tiny, bright-eyed being with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass and a penchant for wearing mismatched socks. He was known throughout the forest for his warm heart and his ability to make anyone smile with his quirky tunes played on his acorn flute. Whiffle resided in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of the great whispering oak, where he tended to his collection of oddities, gleaming pebbles, feathers of every hue, and jars filled with the laughter of babbling brooks. His best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Thistle, whose bushy tail was so unusually voluminous that it often got him stuck in the narrow branches of the tallest trees. Thistle was as adventurous as he was clumsy, and the pair spent their days exploring the forest's nooks and crannies, gathering stories from the creatures they met. One bright morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of apricot and lavender, Whiffle and Thistle stumbled upon an unusual sight. In a clearing where bluebells swayed in a gentle breeze, a patch of the ground was covered in vibrant, swirling colors that seemed to pulse and shift with a life of their own. It was as if a rainbow had decided to take a nap upon the forest floor. Curious as ever, Whiffle fluttered down to inspect the phenomenon. As soon as his tiny feet touched the colorful ground, he found himself lifted into the air, spinning gently like a leaf caught in a playful gust of wind. Thistle chattered in delight, his eyes wide with wonder as he leaped onto the patch, joining Whiffle in the air. "This is extraordinary," Whiffle exclaimed, his laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. "It's as though the ground itself is enchanted." Indeed, the patch had a magical quality, and soon creatures from all corners of the forest gathered to see the spectacle. Birds tweeted melodies of curiosity, and even the usually solemn foxes approached with their tails wagging in fascination. However, as midday arrived and the forest basked in golden light, they noticed something peculiar. The patch of swirling colors began to expand, slowly but surely covering more ground. Plants and flowers caught in its path started to spin and twirl, their roots lifting from the soil as if they were ready to dance away into the sky. Whiffle and Thistle exchanged worried glances. It seemed the magic was spreading, and while it was delightful, it threatened to uproot the entire forest if left unchecked. They needed a plan, and quickly. Determined to solve the mystery, the duo flew to the home of the wisest creature they knew, the venerable Tilly the tortoise. Tilly lived in a moss-covered shell nestled by a babbling brook, where she spent her days contemplating the secrets of the forest. Despite her slow pace, her mind was sharp and her heart was kind. "Ah, Whiffle and Thistle," Tilly greeted them with a gentle smile, her eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "What brings you to my humble abode on such a fine day?" Whiffle explained the dazzling yet concerning situation, and Tilly listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "It seems you have encountered a ripple of whimsy," she said, her voice as smooth as the brook's flow. "A rare enchantment that occurs when the joy of the forest becomes too abundant. It is a beautiful thing, but like any magic, it must be balanced." "But how do we balance it?" Thistle asked, scratching his head with a tiny paw. Tilly pondered for a moment before replying. "You must gather the essence of joy from the forest's happiest moments and use it to weave a tapestry of harmony. Only then will the ripple of whimsy return to its slumber." With newfound determination, Whiffle and Thistle set off on their quest. They visited the Laughing Lily Pond, where frogs sang in croaky harmony, and the Meadow of Mirth, where rabbits played in the moonlight, their feet tapping in rhythmic delight. From each place they gathered small vials of joy, capturing the essence of laughter and wonder. As they collected the final vial from the sky-high groves, where the wind played gentle symphonies through the branches, they encountered a surprising ally, a mischievous breeze named Zephyr, who loved to tickle the noses of unsuspecting travelers. "I'll help you weave your tapestry," Zephyr declared with a playful gust, his voice a melody of the wind. "I've always wanted to be part of a grand adventure." Together, Whiffle, Thistle, and Zephyr returned to the swirling patch of whimsy. With the essence of joy in hand, they began to weave a tapestry of harmony. Whiffle played a tune on his acorn flute, guiding the threads of magic, while Zephyr blew gentle breaths to keep the threads aloft. Thistle, with his nimble paws, tied the threads into a pattern as intricate as the forest itself. As they worked, the vibrant colors calmed, settling into a gentle glow that spread warmth and peace throughout the clearing. The plants and flowers returned to their places, and the forest sighed with relief as balance was restored. The creatures of the forest gathered once more, their eyes shining with gratitude. Whiffle and Thistle were hailed as heroes, though they modestly insisted they were simply friends who loved their home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with twilight hues, Whiffle and Thistle sat beneath the great whispering oak, the tapestry of harmony wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. Zephyr danced above, playfully ruffling their hair. "We did it, Thistle," Whiffle said, his voice filled with contentment. "We did," Thistle replied, his tail twitching with satisfaction. "And we had quite the adventure along the way." As the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, the stars winked down like silver fireflies, and the moon cast a gentle glow over the land. And in the heart of the Everglow forest, where friendship and magic intertwined, Whiffle and Thistle drifted into dreams as sweet and whimsical as the world they called home. Story 17. Once upon a star-kissed night, a young dreamer named Lila found herself drawn to the twinkling lights that danced across the forest's edge. Clutching her favorite stuffed bear, she followed the mesmerizing glow, her heart fluttering with anticipation. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to part before her, revealing a winding path illuminated by thousands of tiny fireflies. Their radiant lights flickered in synchrony, guiding Lila towards an unseen destination. Before long, she stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had ever seen. Towering mushrooms in every hue imaginable dotted the landscape, their caps adorned with intricate swirls and patterns that seemed to shimmer with magic. Overhead, wispy clouds of glittering dust swirled lazily, casting an ethereal glow upon the entire scene. Lila's eyes widened in wonder as she took in the breathtaking sights. She could scarcely believe such a place existed, hidden away from the ordinary world. As she wandered further into the enchanted grove, she encountered a troop of tiny winged beings flitting from mushroom to mushroom. Their gossamer wings shimmered like rainbows, and they left a trail of sparkling dust in their wake. One of the whimsical creatures noticed Lila and alighted upon a nearby toadstool, regarding her with curious, twinkling eyes. "Welcome, young one, to the realm of starlight," it chirped in a voice like tinkling bells. Lila's breath caught in her throat. "This place is so beautiful," she whispered in awe. The fairy smiled warmly. "Indeed it is, but its true wonder lies in the lessons it can teach those with open hearts and minds." As if on cue, a shimmering path unfurled before Lila, beckoning her deeper into the realm. Though uncertain, she found herself filled with a sense of courage, and she took her first tentative steps down the glittering trail. Along the way, she encountered harmless yet whimsical challenges that tested her patience, her wit, and her compassion. A cluster of giggling wisps teased her with riddles, while a group of chirping crickets sought her aid in untangling their hopelessly knotted strings. Through each encounter, Lila discovered reserves of strength and wisdom she never knew she possessed. She approached every obstacle with kindness and determination, and in turn, the creatures of the realm celebrated her triumphs with joyous songs and showers of stardust. At last, Lila found herself in a secluded grotto, where a sparkling pool reflected the twinkling heavens above. As she gazed into its depths, she saw her own face smiling back at her, her eyes shining with newfound confidence and wonder. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the realm of starlight. It was a place that awakened the courage to explore the unknown, to embrace one's curiosities, and to find strength in the face of uncertainty. With a contented sigh, Lila turned and retraced her steps, emerging from the forest just as the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon. Though she could no longer see the enchanted realm, she carried its lessons in her heart, ready to embrace the adventures that awaited her in the waking world. Story 18. In the heart of an ageless forest, where the sun's rays danced playfully through a canopy of emerald leaves, there existed a hidden world where natural creatures wove their lives amidst the gentle rhythms of nature. This forest was a place where time whispered its secrets through the rustle of leaves and the babbling of brooks, a sanctuary where the spirits of the earth watched over all who resided within its verdant embrace. As twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, a soft breeze carried the scent of pine and wildflowers through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. In this magical place, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, each understanding their role in maintaining the delicate balance of life. One such creature was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers shimmered like the moonlit night. Orin was the guardian of the forest's ancient wisdom, a keeper of stories passed down through countless generations. He watched over the forest from his perch high in the branches of a towering oak, his keen eyes ever vigilant. Among Orin's many friends was a gentle deer named Seraphina, whose coat was as soft as the morning mist. Seraphina moved with grace through the forest, her presence a calming influence on all she encountered. She had a keen understanding of the forest's cycles, and her heart beat in time with the natural rhythms of the earth. As the seasons turned, the forest underwent its own transformations, each bringing its own kind of magic. In the spring, the air hummed with the promise of new beginnings, as blossoms unfurled their petals and the symphony of birdsong filled the mornings. In the summer, the forest basked in warmth, the sun's rays nourishing life in every corner. Autumn draped the trees in a tapestry of amber and crimson, while winter's breath blanketed the forest in a serene hush of snow. One crisp autumn evening, as a chill crept into the air, Orin and Seraphina gathered by the edge of a sparkling stream. The moon hung like a silver lantern in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the tranquil scene. "Seraphina," Orin began, his voice a soothing murmur, "the time has come for us to share the wisdom of our forest with the younger creatures. They must learn the importance of harmony and balance, for they are the ones who will tend to the earth when we are gone." Seraphina nodded, her eyes reflecting the moon's light. "Yes, Orin. The forest thrives when each creature understands its role and respects the cycles of nature. We must ensure that this knowledge is passed down so the harmony we cherish endures." As the wind carried their words through the trees, it seemed to listen, as if the forest itself understood the weight of their task. With the seasons changing, the time for teaching was ripe, and the forest's younger inhabitants gathered eagerly to learn from their elders. Each evening, beneath the sheltering branches of the great oak, Orin and Seraphina shared tales of wisdom with their eager audience. They spoke of the importance of respecting the earth, of the interconnectedness of all living things, and of the magic woven into the very fabric of the forest. The young creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. There was a mischievous squirrel named Pip, whose curiosity often led him into adventures, and a thoughtful rabbit named Pippin, who always had a question on his mind. Together, they learned of the forest's secrets, and their hearts grew full with the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. As autumn gave way to winter, the forest transformed into a wonderland of snow and silence. The creatures huddled together for warmth, sharing stories and laughter as the world outside lay blanketed in white. In the stillness, they could hear the quiet music of the forest, a melody that spoke of life and renewal. When spring returned, and the forest awoke from its slumber, the young creatures were ready to embrace their roles with a newfound understanding. They had learned that harmony was not merely a state to be achieved, but a way of living, a promise to care for the earth and each other. Years passed, and the forest thrived, its magic undiminished. Orin's feathers grew more silver with time, and Seraphina's steps slowed, yet their spirits remained vibrant and lively. They watched with pride as the young ones grew into wise and kind-hearted guardians of the forest, each contributing to the balance and beauty of their home. In the quiet moments when the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle, Orin and Seraphina would sit together by the stream, sharing stories of the past and dreams for the future. The forest was their world, a place of peace and wonder, and they knew that as long as the wisdom was passed on, the magic would endure. And so, beneath the eternal sky, the forest stood as a testament to the power of harmony and friendship, a reminder that even in a world of change, some things remain constant and true. The gentle whisper of the wind, the soft murmur of the stream, and the quiet rustle of leaves all sang the same song, a song of life, love, and the enduring magic of nature. And as the creatures of the forest, nestled in their cozy homes, lulled to sleep by the soothing sounds of the night, they knew that they were part of a story much older and grander than themselves, a story that would continue to unfold, season after season, in the heart of the ancient forest. Story 19. In the heart of a verdant valley, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees, there lay the village of Willowbrook. This quaint hamlet was known for its colorful cottages, each with thatched roofs that looked like dollops of whipped cream, nestled amongst flowering gardens. The village was surrounded by a lush forest, which the villagers simply called the Enchanted Wood. Life in Willowbrook was as serene as a lullaby, save for a peculiar mystery that had recently begun to weave itself into the fabric of everyday life. Each night, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the villagers would tuck themselves into their cozy beds, and by morning, a curious phenomenon would greet them. The colors of the flowers in the gardens were changing. Roses that had been red turned a brilliant shade of blue, daisies shimmered in purple hues, and sunflowers took on a silvery gleam. The villagers, puzzled yet charmed, found this transformation both delightful and perplexing. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Finn, a young man with an insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as the summer sun. Finn had always felt a deep connection to the enchanted wood, where he would often wander, listening to the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the birds. He was determined to uncover the secret behind the nightly transformation of the village gardens. One crisp evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn set out towards the enchanted wood. He carried with him a small lantern, its glow casting soft pools of light against the shadowy path. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hoots of owls, creating a symphony of night sounds that Finn found comforting. As he ventured deeper into the woods, he came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens like a guardian of secrets untold. Beneath its boughs sat an old badger named Bartholomew, known to the villagers as a wise creature with a penchant for storytelling and riddles. "Good evening, Finn," Bartholomew greeted, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. "I have been expecting you." Finn approached with a smile, settling himself on a patch of soft moss. "Good evening, Bartholomew. The village is abuzz with tales of the changing flowers. I thought perhaps the enchanted wood might hold the answer." Bartholomew chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, the flowers. Yes, they do have a tale to tell. But first, let me share with you the story of the moonlit garden." Finn listened intently as Bartholomew spun a yarn of an ancient magic that dwelled within the heart of the enchanted wood. Long ago, a kind-hearted fairy named Liora had blessed the forest with her magic, ensuring that the flora and fauna would forever flourish. In return, the creatures of the wood promised to protect her secret. As the years passed, Bartholomew continued, Lyra's magic began to seep into the very soil of the village, bestowing upon it a gentle enchantment. Yet, it is only under the light of the full moon that the true beauty of this magic is revealed, transforming the flowers into a kaleidoscope of colors. Finn pondered this tale, the pieces of the puzzle beginning to form in his mind. "But why now, Bartholomew? Why have the flowers only just begun to change?" The wise badger nodded knowingly. "The answer lies in the heart of the enchanted wood, where the songbirds of Siena dwell. Their melody, once a month, awakens the magic, and it is they who have returned after a long journey." Finn's eyes widened with understanding. "So, it is the song of the birds that stirs the magic?" "Indeed," Bartholomew affirmed. "And with their return, the magic blooms anew, painting the village in vibrant hues." With gratitude and a newfound sense of wonder, Finn thanked Bartholomew and made his way back to Willowbrook, his heart light with the joy of discovery. As he walked, he could hear the faint, melodious trills of the songbirds of Siena echoing through the trees, a gentle lullaby that promised peace and beauty. When Finn returned to the village, he shared the tale with his neighbors, who listened with rapt attention, their hearts warmed by the magic that surrounded them. From that day forward, the villagers embraced the nightly transformation, knowing that it was a gift from the heart of the forest, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that exists when one listens to the whispers of nature. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and the gentle glow of the stars, the village of Willowbrook slumbered peacefully, cradled in the embrace of the enchanted wood, where magic and mystery danced hand in hand. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies with every breeze, there lived a gentle soul named Liora. She was a young woman with hair that shimmered like strands of moonlight and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Though her appearance was as enchanting as the woods she called home, Liora found herself in the quiet grip of unease. She felt a mysterious pull within her, a longing for something more, though she knew not what that might be. Liora lived in a quaint cottage nestled between the roots of the ancient wishing oak, a tree as old as time itself, with branches that reached toward the sky like a wise elder stretching in the sun. Her days were spent tending to her garden, where blossoms of every hue nodded gently in the breeze, and her nights were filled with the soothing symphony of crickets and the whisper of leaves. Despite the tranquility surrounding her, Liora felt the stirrings of change within, a gentle yet persistent nudge urging her to embark on a journey of self-discovery. Yet uncertainty clouded her heart, and the fear of the unknown held her back from embracing the transformation she sensed was near. One golden afternoon, as the sun dappled the forest floor with patches of warm light, Liora sat beneath the wishing oak, her mind adrift in a sea of questions. As if sensing her turmoil, the tree's branches swayed softly, rustling as they whispered secrets only the wind could understand. Suddenly, a delicate flurry of leaves descended, revealing a tiny creature nestled among them. A fae, no taller than Liora's hand, with wings that shimmered like the dawn. The fae introduced herself as Nissa, a guardian of the woods, and her voice was like the tinkling of distant bells. "Dear Liora," she chimed, "I have watched you grow under the watchful eyes of the forest. I see the change within you, and I am here to help you embrace it." Liora was captivated by the fae's gentle presence, and she felt a warmth spreading through her heart like sunlight through a clearing. "But how can I change when I don't know what I'm meant to become?" she asked, her voice as soft as the moss underfoot. Nissa fluttered her wings, and a sparkling trail of magic dusted the air. "Change is not something to fear, dear one. It is a journey we all must take. Let us explore the wonders of this transformation together." With Nissa as her guide, Liora ventured deeper into the whispering woods, where the trees grew tall and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. As they walked, Nissa pointed out the hidden beauty around them. The tiny mushrooms that glowed softly at twilight, the babbling brook that sang a merry tune, and the wildflowers that painted the forest floor with vibrant hues. The forest was alive with magic, and as Liora marveled at its wonders, she began to feel the changes within her reflected in the world outside. She learned to listen to the rhythm of nature, to the rustle of leaves and the chatter of woodland creatures. She discovered that change was not an end, but a beginning, a chance to grow and learn. One day, as they reached a clearing bathed in the soft glow of dawn, Nissa led Liora to a pool of crystal-clear water. "Look into the pool," Nissa instructed, "and see what lies within you." Liora gazed into the water, her reflection rippling with the gentle breeze. To her surprise, she saw not just her own face, but the faces of her friends, the wise owl who hooted softly from the treetops, the playful fox who danced among the ferns, and the gentle deer who watched with serene eyes. Each one had been a quiet companion on her journey, offering wisdom and support. As she continued to look, Liora saw her own face transform, not into something different, but into a reflection of all she had learned and become. Her eyes shone with newfound understanding, her heart filled with courage, and she realized that the change she had feared was simply her true self emerging, like a butterfly from its cocoon. Beside her, Nissa nodded with a knowing smile. "You have always had the strength within you, Liora. The magic of this journey was in discovering that truth for yourself." With a grateful heart, Liora embraced Nissa, her wings brushing lightly against her cheek like a soft breeze. She understood now that change was not to be feared, but cherished. It was a journey of growth, fueled by the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of nature. As the sun set behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Liora returned to her cottage beneath the wishing oak. She felt at peace, her soul harmonized with the rhythm of the forest. The whispers of the woods had guided her to a place of comfort within herself, and she knew that whatever changes lay ahead, she would face them with an open heart and a spirit as bright as the stars. In the quiet of the night, as the forest sang its gentle lullaby, Liora drifted into a restful sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. And in her dreams, the whispering leaves, the twinkling stars, and the gentle voice of the fae sang a song of hope, reminding her that she was never alone on her journey. Thus, the whispering woods held Liora in its embrace, a sanctuary of magic and growth, where she learned that the most wondrous transformation of all was the one that happened within. And so, in the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful branches of the wishing oak, Liora's story of personal discovery wove its way into the tapestry of the woods, a gentle reminder that change is a gift, and the journey of self-discovery is one of life's greatest adventures. Story 21. In a quaint village nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering woods, there existed a tranquil life filled with the scent of blooming lilacs and the sound of distant brooks babble. The village, named Glimmergrove, was known for its picturesque beauty, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages adorned with ivy and roses. Each home had a little garden bursting with vegetables, herbs, and flowers, spreading an aroma that mingled sweetly with the crisp, fresh air. In this village lived a gentle soul named Marin, a young woman with a heart as warm as the summer sun. Marin had a curious mind and an insatiable love for stories, particularly those spun by the village elder, Old Maeve, whose tales of magic and mystery captivated the hearts of the villagers. Marin often spent her evenings listening to these stories, feeling the warmth of the crackling fire in Old Maeve's hearth, while the old woman's voice wove tales of wonder and wisdom. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled softly in the gentle breeze, Marin found herself once again in the company of Old Maeve. The air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and apples from a pie cooling on the windowsill. The room glowed with a golden hue as the fire danced merrily in the hearth. It was on this particular night that Old Maeve shared a story unlike any other, a tale of a magical object hidden within the very woods that bordered their village. According to Old Maeve, deep within the whispering woods lay a hidden world, a place untouched by time and inhabited by creatures of legend and lore. At the heart of this hidden world was the luminous stone, a gem of unimaginable beauty and power. It was said that the stone could grant the pure of heart a single wish, but only to those brave enough to find it and wise enough to understand its true worth. Marin listened intently, her imagination painting vivid pictures of enchanted groves and shimmering stones. The idea of such a place filled her with wonder and a quiet longing. As she walked home under the star-speckled sky, the cool night air wrapped around her like a gentle embrace, and she found herself pondering the possibilities that such a journey might hold. Days turned into weeks, and the story of the luminous stone lingered in Marin's thoughts. She often found herself gazing into the woods, her heart tugged by an inexplicable yearning. It was a gentle pull, a whisper on the wind that spoke of adventure and discovery. Finally, one morning as the sun spilled golden light over the village, Marin knew she had to set out on a journey to find this hidden world and the legendary stone. Equipped with a small satchel filled with essentials, a warm cloak, a loaf of fresh bread, and a flask of sweet tea, Marin bid farewell to the familiar sights of Glimmergrove. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of apprehension as she stepped into the woods, the trees standing tall like ancient sentinels, their leaves a tapestry of vibrant colors. As Marin ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the world around her transformed. The air was filled with the melody of birdsong, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that cushioned her every step. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Marin felt a sense of wonder and peace envelop her, as if the woods were welcoming her into their embrace. The journey was not without its challenges. There were times when the path seemed to vanish, swallowed by thickets of thorny brambles or hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. Yet each obstacle was met with patience and determination. Marin learned to listen to the forest, to understand its language, and to follow its subtle signs. The rustle of leaves, the call of a distant bird, the scent of blooming flowers, each became a guide, leading her closer to her destination. As days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the hidden wonders of the forest. She befriended a family of curious foxes who shared their secrets of the woods, and a wise old owl who regaled her with ancient stories under the light of the moon. Each encounter was a reminder of the magic that existed in the world, a testament to the beauty of nature and the bonds of friendship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marin stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had seen before. At its center stood a towering tree, its bark shimmering as if woven with threads of silver. The tree exuded a gentle luminescence, its leaves whispering secrets of the ages. Marin knew, deep in her heart, that she had found the entrance to the hidden world. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, her senses tingling with anticipation. The air shimmered around her, and for a moment the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a soft sigh, the clearing transformed, revealing a landscape of enchantment and wonder. Lush meadows stretched as far as the eye could see, dotted with flowers that glowed with an ethereal light. A gentle stream wound its way through the landscape, its waters singing a melody that resonated with the very soul. Marin felt a surge of joy and awe as she took in the sight before her. She knew that this was the hidden world she had sought, a realm of magic and beauty. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the journey that had led her here, for the challenges that had taught her resilience, and the friendships that had shown her the power of kindness and understanding. As she wandered through this magical realm, Marin found herself drawn to a grove of ancient trees, their branches entwined like old friends. At the center of the grove lay the luminous stone, a gem of breathtaking beauty. Its surface shimmered with colors that danced and shifted like the northern lights, casting a soft glow that bathed the grove in a serene light. Marin approached the stone with reverence, her heart filled with a deep sense of peace. She understood now that the journey had been about more than finding the stone. It had been about discovering herself, about learning to see the world with new eyes and an open heart. The luminous stone was a symbol of that journey, a reflection of the wisdom and courage she had gained along the way. With a gentle touch, Marin placed her hand upon the stone, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips. She closed her eyes, her mind filled with thoughts of home, of the village she loved, and the people who had shaped her life. In that moment, she wished not for riches or power, but for the continued happiness and well-being of those she cherished. As if in response, the luminous stone pulsed with a gentle light, a promise of blessings yet to come. Marin knew then that her wish had been heard, and that the magic of the stone would weave its way into the fabric of her life and the lives of those she held dear. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Marin made her way back to Glimmergrove, carrying with her the lessons and memories of her journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, and the warmth of home enveloped her like a familiar embrace. In the years that followed, Marin often shared the story of her journey with the villagers, gathering them around the hearth as old Maeve had once done. Her tales were filled with the magic of friendship, the beauty of nature, and the power of a kind heart. And though the luminous stone remained a mystery to many, its legacy lived on in the hearts of those who listened, a reminder of the wonders that lay hidden in the world and the strength found in the bonds of love and friendship. Thus, in the quiet village of Glimmergrove, the story of Marin's journey became a cherished part of its lore, a testament to the magic that exists within and around us, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream and follow their heart's gentle call. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the village thrived, a place where kindness bloomed as brightly as the flowers in its gardens, and the spirit of adventure was nurtured in the hearts of its people. And so, as the sun set over Glimmergrove, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, it was said that if you listened closely, you could hear the whisper of the woods, sharing the story of a young woman's journey to find a magical stone and, in doing so, discovering the true treasures of life, friendship, wisdom, and love. Story 22. In the quaint village of Brook Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a kind-hearted girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart brimmed with a desire for adventure. The village was known for its serenity, where time seemed to stroll lazily, much like the brook that wound its way through the town, singing softly to the stones. Lila lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage, its roof a woven tapestry of moss and flowering vines. Inside, the air was always warm, filled with the scent of cinnamon and the faint crackling of the hearth. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, was a weaver of tales, painting the world with words that danced like fireflies in the night. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled in shades of amber and gold, Lila decided to explore the far end of the village, a place she had yet to venture. Her grandmother gave her a knowing smile, the kind that said she understood Lila's spirit of discovery. "Remember, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, "the world is full of secrets waiting to be found, if only we have the eyes to see them." With those words nestled in her heart, Lila set out, her boots crunching along the cobbled path. She wandered past the old mill, its wheel creaking gently in the breeze, and into the woods where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches whispering stories of old. As Lila wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In its center stood an ancient oak, its roots like the wise fingers of an elder reaching deep into the earth. At its base, half buried in the soft earth, was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved box. Intrigued, Lila knelt down, brushing away the leaves and dirt. The box was unlike anything she had seen before, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the light. Gently, she opened the lid, revealing a delicate crystal that glowed with a warm, gentle light. As she held it, a soft voice floated through the air, as if carried on a breeze. "I am the heart of the woods," the voice whispered, "and I am here to guide those who seek with a pure heart." Startled but unafraid, Lila listened closely. The voice spoke of a journey she must undertake, one that would teach her the true strength of wisdom and friendship. It was a journey that would lead her through the woods to the Enchanted Glade, a place hidden from the eyes of those who did not truly see. As she pondered the voice's message, a gentle rustling caught her attention. From the shadows of the forest emerged a squirrel with fur as soft as autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief. "Ah, a seeker of secrets, are you?" The squirrel chattered, twitching its bushy tail. "I am Bristle, and I shall be your guide." Lila smiled warmly, grateful for the company. Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, the path winding like a ribbon through the trees. Along the way, they encountered other woodland creatures, a wise old owl named Oswin who shared stories of the forest, a family of rabbits who offered them fresh carrots and a safe place to rest, and a fox named Fern whose nimble steps led them through the trickiest of paths. Each creature, with their own unique personality, taught Lila something new. Oswin taught her the importance of listening, not just with ears, but with the heart. The rabbits showed her the value of kindness and sharing, and Fern, with her quick wit, reminded her that sometimes the greatest challenges are solved with cleverness and a touch of humor. Finally, after days of travel, they reached the Enchanted Glade. The air shimmered with magic, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed softly in hues of lavender and blue. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone circle, its surface inscribed with the same symbols as the box. As Lila stepped into the circle, the heart of the woods floated from her hand, settling gently into the center. A warm light enveloped the glade, and the voice spoke once more. "You have journeyed far, young seeker, and learned the true magic of the world, the magic of friendship, kindness, and wisdom." With these words, the light faded, leaving behind a sense of peace and fulfillment. Lila knew her journey had changed her, deepening her understanding of the world and her place within it. With a grateful heart, she and her new friends made their way back to the village. As they approached her cottage, the setting sun painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, a promise of new adventures to come. Her grandmother awaited her by the door, her eyes twinkling with love and pride. Lila ran to her, embracing her with all the warmth the journey had instilled in her heart. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the world settled into slumber, Lila lay in her bed, the gentle glow of the heart of the woods resting on her bedside. She knew that the secrets of the world were not just in magical objects, but in the bonds we forge and the wisdom we share. And as she drifted into dreams, the gentle whisper of the forest sang her to sleep, promising that the world would always be full of wonder for those who dared to seek it with open hearts. Story 23. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stretched their limbs skyward like ancient sentinels, and the air thrummed with a quiet, timeless magic, nestled a small glade known as Whispering Hollow. Here, the sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, casting dappled patterns on the soft, mossy floor. The air was always rich with the scent of pine and the sweet undertones of blooming wildflowers, creating an aroma that felt like a gentle embrace. Whispering Hollow was home to an array of creatures that thrived in harmony with the rhythm of the seasons. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Balthazar, whose shell was mottled with the colors of autumn leaves. Balthazar was known throughout the forest for his deep knowledge of the land and its ancient customs. His eyes, warm and amber, held the wisdom of countless seasons. Living nearby was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the soft gray of morning mist. Pip was as curious as he was kind-hearted, always eager to explore the wonders of the forest. His bushy tail flicked with excitement as he gathered acorns and berries, sharing his finds with friends and neighbors. Pip admired Balthazar greatly, and often sought his counsel on matters both small and grand. One crisp autumn morning, as the first chill of winter whispered through the leaves, Pip scampered over to Balthazar's favorite sunlit rock. The tortoise was basking there, absorbing the last of the season's warmth. "Balthazar," Pip chattered eagerly, "why do the leaves change color, and why does the air grow colder each year?" The old tortoise opened his eyes slowly, a gentle smile curling the edges of his beak-like mouth. "Ah, Pip," he began, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves, "the changing of the seasons is a dance as old as time itself. It is the forest's way of renewing and balancing life. The trees shed their leaves to rest and conserve energy for the coming spring." Pip listened intently, his bright eyes wide with wonder. "But what about the magic in the air? Sometimes I feel it tingle in my fur." Balthazar chuckled softly, a sound like distant thunder rolling gently through the hills. "The magic you feel, dear Pip, is the spirit of the forest itself. Each season brings its own kind of magic. Autumn's magic is in the colors and the crisp air, a reminder of change and preparation. Winter's magic lies in quietude and rest. Spring brings renewal and growth, and summer, summer is the vibrant dance of life." As Balthazar spoke, a soft breeze stirred the fallen leaves, swirling them around like a russet-colored ballet. Pip watched, mesmerized by the beauty and simplicity of the scene. "Is there a story behind this magic?" Pip asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "There is," Balthazar replied, nodding slowly. "Many generations ago, the forest was governed by the spirit of balance, an ethereal being who ensured harmony among all living things. The spirit taught that each creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in the cycle of life. This wisdom was passed down through the ages, a reminder that balance must be maintained for the forest to thrive." Pip pondered these words, his mind alight with thoughts of balance and harmony. He realized that he too, in his own small way, was a part of this grand tapestry. The realization filled him with a sense of purpose and belonging. Just then, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a silvery bead that clung to the leaves and sparkled in the diffused light. It was as if the forest itself was nodding in agreement with Balthazar's tale. Pip felt the cool droplets on his fur, their touch a reminder of the cycle of seasons, ever-changing yet eternally connected. The rain soon passed, leaving the forest refreshed, the air crisp and clear. Pip thanked Balthazar for his wisdom and scampered off to explore, his heart full of newfound understanding. As the days turned to weeks and autumn deepened into winter, Whispering Hollow continued its cycle of life. Balthazar, with his endless patience, shared his stories with any creature who cared to listen, ensuring that the wisdom of the forest would never be forgotten. And so, in this ancient forest where magic and reality danced in harmony, the creatures thrived, each one a vital note in the symphony of life. They lived by the lessons of balance and wisdom, cherishing the unspoken bonds that connected them all. As winter's frost began to lace the edges of the glade, the creatures of Whispering Hollow huddled together, warmed by the knowledge that spring would come again, bringing with it the promise of new beginnings. And in the quiet of the forest, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, they dreamed of the magic that would carry them through the seasons, ever in harmony, ever in balance. Story 24. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a serene little village where the cobblestone streets wound like ribbons through lush green meadows, there stood a quaint little cottage with weathered shutters and a chimney that puffed gentle, spiraling clouds of smoke. Here lived a young girl named Lila, who had a heart as tender as the dawn and a spirit as curious as the twinkling stars. Lila's days were filled with the simple joys of village life, gathering wildflowers, skipping stones across the creek, and dreaming up stories with her friends. But there was one thing that set her days aglow with wonder, a small, mysterious ring she had discovered in the attic of her cottage. It was a curious little thing, set with a stone that shimmered in ever-changing hues, as if it held the skies of sunset within its depths. One misty morning, as the world was wrapped in a soft, silvery haze, Lila decided to slip the ring onto her finger. To her amazement, the world around her began to whisper with life. The leaves of the old oak tree rustled with secrets, and the brook babbled with tales of distant lands. Even the stones beneath her feet seemed to hum with a gentle energy. "Hello, dear Lila," a voice murmured from the garden. Startled, she glanced around to find the source of this gentle greeting. There, nestled amidst the blooming marigolds, sat a small, wise-looking hedgehog. His quills were like tiny, polished spears glistening in the morning light, and his eyes twinkled with warmth and understanding. "I'm Harold," he introduced himself with a nod. "Your ring has awakened the ancient magic of our world." Lila's eyes widened with delight. "Magic," she breathed, her voice a flutter of excitement. "What can it do?" "Magic is not just about spells and enchantments," Harold explained, his tone soothing and wise. "It's about seeing the world with new eyes, listening with a kind heart, and discovering the extraordinary in the ordinary." Together, Lila and Harold set out on a journey through the village and beyond, each step a dance of discovery. Along the way, they met a host of delightful characters. Mila, the kindly old tortoise who tended the garden with the grace of a painter, each leaf and petal her canvas. Jasper, the lively squirrel who knew every secret path through the treetops and could tell stories that made the stars blush with envy. And Penelope, the gentle dove whose songs could calm even the most restless hearts. As they traveled, Lila learned to use her newfound gift. She listened to the whispers of the wind, the songs of the stream, and the stories etched in the bark of ancient trees. Each encounter, each moment of wonder, taught her something new about the world and herself. She discovered that true magic was not in grand gestures, but in the quiet beauty of understanding and connection. Their journey led them to the heart of the ancient forest, where an old, wise oak stood sentinel over the land. It was here that they faced their greatest challenge. The forest, once vibrant and full of life, was slowly losing its glow. The leaves were tinged with sadness, and the air hummed with a quiet longing. "Why is the forest fading?" Lila asked, her heart aching at the sight. "The forest has forgotten how to dream," Harold replied, his voice a gentle murmur. "It needs someone to remind it of its stories, its magic." With her companions by her side, Lila closed her eyes and let her heart open wide. She listened to the stories woven into the wind, the dreams whispered by the earth, and began to sing. A song of hope and renewal, a melody spun from the magic of her heart. As her song filled the air, the forest began to stir. Leaves unfurled with brilliant hues, flowers bloomed in jubilant colors, and a sense of peace and joy spread through the land. The forest had remembered its dreams, its magic, thanks to Lila's gentle wisdom and the friendship she had shared with her companions. With their mission complete, Lila and her friends returned to the village, the ring on her finger a reminder of the magic she had discovered. As the sun set over the meadows, painting the skies in shades of gold and crimson, Lila knew that she had changed in ways she could never have imagined. She had learned that true magic lay not in the ring, but in the love and understanding that connected her to the world and all its wonders. And so, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Lila nestled into her cozy bed, her heart filled with the warmth of friendship and the gentle glow of magic. She closed her eyes, knowing that tomorrow would bring new adventures, new stories, and the promise of even more wonder. In the quiet of the night, as stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the sky, the world held its breath in a gentle embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And in that moment, all was right with the world. Story 25. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees seemed to touch the sky and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, there was a world unseen by most. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived under the verdant canopy, in harmony with the gentle rhythms of the earth. The forest was alive with the murmurs of leaves and the soft rustle of creatures moving through underbrush, each sound a note in the symphony of life. The creatures of the Whispering Woods were not ordinary. They were imbued with the magic of the seasons, a magic so subtle and ancient that it flowed like an unseen river through the veins of the forest. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was adorned with the mosses and lichens of 100 years. His eyes, deep and thoughtful, held the stories of the forest's past, and his movements were as deliberate as the turning of the seasons. One crisp autumn morning, when the mist hung low over the forest floor, Thistle awoke to a curious phenomenon. The air was filled with a shimmering light, a soft glow that danced among the branches like 1,000 tiny lanterns. This was the glow of autumn, a magical occurrence that heralded the change of seasons, passed down through whispers and stories from one generation to the next. The glow was a time of balance and preparation, a reminder of the harmony that must be maintained between the creatures and the forest. Thistle knew the importance of this balance, for he had seen what happened when it was disrupted. Many years ago, during a time of great drought, the forest had suffered because the creatures had taken more than they needed, forgetting the ancient pact they held with the land. As the glow brightened the morning, Thistle set out to share the wisdom of the glow with the younger creatures of the forest, who were gathered in a meadow where the sunlight spilled in golden beams, warming the cool earth. Among them were a family of rabbits, their ears twitching at every sound, and a young fox whose eyes were as bright as the autumn leaves. "Gather round, young ones," Thistle called in a voice as rich as the soil. "Today we are graced by the glow of autumn, reminding us of the dance of balance we are all a part of." The creatures listened with rapt attention, their breaths mingling with the crisp air, forming little clouds that drifted upwards. Thistle spoke of the cycles of the moon, the blooming and withering of flowers, and the migration of birds that filled the skies with their song. He spoke of the balance between taking and giving, of the importance of leaving enough for the forest to thrive. "Each leaf that falls," he said, watching a golden leaf drift gently to the ground, "returns to the earth and feeds the roots of the trees, which in turn give us shelter and shade. We must remember to give back as much as we take." The young fox, with her keen eyes, noticed a squirrel gathering acorns nearby and asked, "But how do we know when we have taken too much?" Thistle smiled, a slow, wise smile. "Listen to the forest," he replied. "It speaks to those who quiet their hearts. When the trees stand bare and the streams run low, that is when we know we must share what we have gathered." As the day wore on and the glow began to fade, the creatures of the Whispering Woods each took a moment to reflect on their place in the world. The rabbits nibbled at the grass, mindful of the roots. The fox watched over her den, ensuring her cubs left no trace. Even the squirrel, perched high in a tree, paused to leave a few acorns behind. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Thistle returned to his burrow, satisfied. The forest was quiet now, the kind of quiet that comes after a day well spent. The breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it the promise of winter, and the creatures nestled into their homes, feeling the warmth of the earth against their bodies. In the Whispering Woods, the glow of autumn was more than just a spectacle of light. It was a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things, and the wisdom that had been passed down through generations. The forest was at peace, wrapped in the comforting embrace of night, and in the heart of that peace, the creatures dreamed of seasons past and those yet to come, knowing they were part of something greater than themselves. As the stars blinked into existence, each one a tiny beacon in the vast blanket of night, Thistle closed his eyes, content. The balance had been restored, and the ancient forest, with its whispered secrets and timeless beauty, would continue to thrive, as it had for centuries. And so, the Whispering Woods, with its hidden lives and gentle magic, slumbered on, a testament to the harmony and wisdom of the natural world, wrapped in a serene silence that promised another day of wonder and life. Story 26. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of old magic lingered among the leaves, there existed a place known only to the creatures who called it home. This forest, cradled by time and untouched by human hands, was a sanctuary of harmony and balance, where the natural world danced to the gentle rhythms of the earth. In this enchanted woodland, the air was perpetually sweet, with the fragrance of blooming wildflowers, and the soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the forest's hidden life. Tall trees, their trunks thick with age, reached toward the sky like wise old sentinels, their branches interwoven to form a lush canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Beneath this verdant ceiling, The ground was carpeted with moss so plush that every footfall was muffled into silence. The forest thrummed with life, a symphony of calls and songs that marked the passage of time. Birds with feathers as brilliant as gems flitted between the branches, their melodies mingling with the soft babble of a brook that wound its way through the undergrowth. Here, the creatures of the forest lived in a delicate balance, each one playing a role in the grand tapestry of nature. Among these creatures was a small, gentle fox named Liora, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Liora was known throughout the forest for her wisdom, a gift passed down from her ancestors who had lived in harmony with the land for generations. She often wandered the forest, observing the changes that each season brought, learning the language of the winds and the stories told by the stars. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn tinged the leaves with gold and crimson, Liora padded softly through the forest. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the scent of earth and wood. As she walked, she noticed something amiss. The brook that usually sang its cheerful tune had grown silent. Concerned, Liora followed the dry bed upstream until she discovered the cause. A tangle of fallen branches and debris had formed a dam, blocking the water's flow. Liora sat by the brook, her mind turning like the wheels of a mill. She knew that the forest relied on the brook's water, that it was the lifeblood of the plants and creatures that depended on its gentle currents. But the task of clearing the dam was too great for her alone. She needed help, and she knew just where to find it. With swift paws, Liora made her way to a sun-dappled glade where her dear friend, a wise old owl named Bramble, roosted in the hollow of an ancient oak. Bramble's eyes, deep and knowing, blinked open as Liora approached. His feathers ruffled softly in the breeze as he listened to her tale. "Ah, Liora," Bramble hooted gently, "the forest teaches us that balance is the key to harmony. We must call upon the strength of our friends to restore what has been disrupted." Together, Liora and Bramble set out to gather the forest's inhabitants. They called upon the nimble squirrels, who chattered excitedly as they scampered down from the treetops, their tiny paws eager to help. The beavers, skilled architects of the waterways, offered their expertise in dismantling the dam. Even the birds, with their keen eyes and sharp beaks, joined in, plucking twigs and leaves from the pile. As the sun arced across the sky, the creatures worked together in perfect harmony. The sound of their labor was a symphony of nature's own making, a testament to the strength of friendship and community. Slowly, the tangled dam began to disappear, and with a joyful rush, the water once more flowed freely through the forest, its song a sweet melody that echoed the laughter of the creatures. With the brook restored, the forest sighed in contentment, its balance renewed. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Liora and her friends gathered by the brook to celebrate. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the gentle hum of crickets, a lullaby that wrapped around them like a warm blanket. Bramble, perched on a low branch, looked upon the gathered creatures with pride. "Remember, dear friends," he said, his voice as soothing as the murmuring brook, "the forest thrives when we work together, when we listen and learn from each other. It is in this harmony that we find our strength." As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Liora curled up beside the brook, her heart full of gratitude and peace. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and hidden magic, had once again taught its gentle lesson, that together, in friendship and unity, even the greatest of challenges could be overcome. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Liora and her friends drifted into dreams, lulled by the soothing symphony of the natural world in perfect harmony. Story 27. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint village surrounded by lush, rolling hills, there lived a curious young lad named Finn. Finn was known for his boundless imagination and the twinkle of wonder that never left his emerald eyes. He would often daydream under the shade of the grand old oak tree that stood guard over the village, its gnarled branches whispering secrets in the gentle breeze. One crisp autumn morning, with leaves rustling underfoot like a symphony of soft whispers, Finn set off on a new adventure, guided by nothing more than the tug of curiosity. He had heard whispers of an enchanted glen hidden deep within the neighboring forest, a place where the ordinary world slipped away into a tapestry of magic and mystery. The forest welcomed Finn with a symphony of birdsong and the delicate perfume of pine and earth. Sunlight dappled the ground in golden patches, and as he wandered deeper, the air seemed to shimmer with a curious energy. Finn's heart danced with excitement as he followed an ancient, winding path that twisted and turned like the flowing lines of a melody. As he journeyed further, the trees began to grow taller and more majestic, their trunks adorned with vibrant moss that felt like velvet to the touch. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and wildflowers, and tiny creatures scurried about, their eyes twinkling like stars. It wasn't long before Finn stumbled upon a small brook, its waters clear and cool, singing a gentle lullaby as it meandered over smooth stones. Across the brook, Finn spotted something extraordinary, a bridge made entirely of woven vines and blossoms, suspended as if by magic itself. He hesitated for a moment, his heart racing with both trepidation and anticipation. Gathering his courage, Finn took a deep breath and stepped onto the bridge, feeling it sway slightly beneath his feet like a cradle rocking in the night. On the other side of the bridge, the forest opened into the glen. Finn gasped in delight as he beheld a scene that seemed plucked from the pages of a fairy tale. The glen was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, with flowers of every color carpeting the ground like a living rainbow. In the center stood a great willow tree, its branches trailing like a curtain of emerald silk. As Finn approached the willow, he noticed a gathering of whimsical creatures, each more enchanting than the last. There were tiny sprites with wings like stained glass, their laughter like tinkling chimes. A family of foxes, their fur as soft as clouds, watched him with curious, gentle eyes. And there, perched atop a toadstool, was a wise old owl with feathers of silver and gold. The owl blinked slowly, its eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Welcome, young traveler," it hooted softly. "You have ventured far, drawn by the call of the unknown." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with a sense of belonging and purpose. "I wanted to see the magic for myself," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. The owl nodded sagely. "Magic is not just in what you see, but in the courage it takes to discover it. Each step you take into the unknown is a step toward understanding the world and yourself." Finn spent the afternoon in the glen, playing with the sprites, listening to the fox's tales, and learning from the owl's wisdom. He discovered that the glen was a place of harmony, where creatures of all kinds lived in peace, each contributing their unique gifts to the beauty of the whole. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked his new friends, promising to visit again, and made his way back across the vine bridge. The forest seemed to hum with warmth and gratitude, as if thanking him for his visit. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lay bathed in the soft glow of twilight, welcoming him home. He felt a newfound sense of courage and wonder, knowing that the world was full of mysteries waiting to be discovered, just beyond the familiar. That night, as Finn lay in bed, the gentle hoot of the owl echoed in his dreams, reminding him that the magic of exploration lies not just in the destination, but in the journey itself. With a heart full of wonder and courage, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that tomorrow held the promise of new adventures and the warmth of new friendships. Story 28. In a galaxy far, far away, where stars danced like fireflies across the infinite expanse, there lived two unlikely companions. One was a curious little droid named Sparky, built on the metallic world of Cytron with a heart as bright as the nearest supernova. The other was Zilla, a gentle Venuvian whose soft, leafy body swayed in the cosmic breeze like a willow tree. At first, their differences seemed too vast to bridge. Sparky whirred and beeped in a language of circuits and binary code, while Zilla communicated through a melodic rustling of fronds. But fate had a way of bringing the most unlikely souls together. It began when Sparky's exploratory spacecraft crash-landed on Zilla's lush, verdant home planet of Venudia. The little droid emerged from the wreckage, dazed but unharmed, and found itself surrounded by towering, sentient plant beings. Despite Sparky's friendly whistles and flashing lights, the Venuvians recoiled, interpreting the droid's electronic chittering as a threat. Zilla, however, sensed a gentle curiosity behind Sparky's mechanical exterior. With a soothing rustle, she approached the droid, extending a leafy tendril in a gesture of friendship. Sparky, in turn, recognized the warmth and kindness in Zilla's movements, and a fragile bond began to form. As the days passed, Sparky and Zilla embarked on a journey of mutual understanding. The droid learned to decipher the intricate language of the Venuvians, expressed through subtle shifts in color, fragrance, and the gentle sway of their branches. In turn, Zilla discovered the rich inner world of Sparky's circuits, filled with dreams of exploration and a thirst for knowledge. Together, they faced countless challenges, navigating treacherous swamps, braving raging storms, and even outsmarting a mischievous band of space pirates. Through it all, their bond only grew stronger, forged by shared experiences and a newfound appreciation for each other's unique strengths. When a devastating blight threatened to wipe out Venudia's precious forests, it was Sparky who deciphered the ancient texts that held the cure, while Zilla provided the life-giving energy to heal her ailing kin. And when Sparky's circuits began to fail, it was Zilla who tenderly nurtured the little droid back to health with her rejuvenating sap. As the years passed, Sparky and Zilla became inseparable, their disparate forms a living embodiment of true friendship, one that transcended the boundaries of species, planet, or form. And when the time came for Sparky to bid farewell and continue its cosmic journey, the droid and the Venuvian embraced one last time, their hearts overflowing with gratitude for the lessons they had learned together. For in that vast, twinkling universe, they had discovered something far more precious than any star or nebula, the true meaning of friendship, a bond that knew no limits and could weather any storm, as long as two kindred spirits held fast to one another. Story 29. Whispers of the Willow Woods. In the heart of a quaint village, tucked between rolling hills and endless fields of wildflowers, there was a forest known as the Willow Woods. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for the forest was said to be enchanted. It was a place where sunlight danced through leaves like liquid gold, and the air always carried a scent of sweet earth and blooming jasmine. The creatures within, both seen and unseen, moved with a grace that spoke of ancient wisdom and gentle hearts. On the edge of this mystical forest lived a young girl named Mira. With hair the color of chestnut and eyes like the deep blue of the evening sky, Mira was known for her curiosity and kindness. She lived in a small, cozy cottage with her grandmother, who often told her tales of the Willow Woods, stories of whispering trees and rivers that sang. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and orange, Mira set out on a journey into the Willow Woods. Her heart was filled with a sense of adventure, and she was guided by a single purpose: to find the Willow Stone, a magical object said to grant its finder a single wish. The path into the woods was lined with towering trees, their leaves rustling like whispers of old secrets. Mira felt the cool, soft earth beneath her feet and the gentle caress of the morning breeze on her cheek. She greeted the familiar sights with a smile, for the woods were like an old friend. Mira's journey led her deeper into the forest, where the light grew dimmer and the air cooler. The sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the sweet melody of birds and the distant murmur of a brook. As she walked, Mira marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life around her. A deer gracefully leaping through the underbrush, a squirrel chattering from the branches above, and a cluster of mushrooms glowing softly in the shadows. After a time, Mira came upon a clearing where a majestic willow tree stood. Its branches swayed gently, as if in a slow, graceful dance. The tree seemed to beckon her closer, its long, trailing leaves whispering in the wind. Mira approached, her heart pounding with excitement. She knew somehow that this tree was special. As Mira reached out to touch the tree's bark, she felt a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingers. The tree was alive with magic, and in its roots lay the willow stone, glimmering softly in the dappled light. Mira knelt down, brushing away the leaves and earth to reveal the stone. It was smooth and round, with an iridescent sheen that shifted colors like the surface of a soap bubble. Holding the willow stone in her hands, Mira felt a connection to the forest and its secrets. The stone felt warm against her skin, and she closed her eyes, focusing on the wish she held in her heart. a wish for peace and happiness for her grandmother, who had grown frail with age. Just as Mira was about to speak her wish, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. "Be mindful of your desires, young one. The stone's power is great, but its magic is bound to the heart's true intent." Startled, Mira looked around and saw a small creature perched on a nearby branch. It was a fox, though unlike any she'd seen before. Its fur shimmered with a silvery glow, and its eyes were wise and kind. "Who are you?" Mira asked, her voice a whisper of awe. "I am Liora," the fox replied, bowing its head. "Guardian of the Willow Woods and keeper of its mysteries. Many have sought the Willow Stone, but few have held it with such gentle care." Mira's heart filled with gratitude at the fox's words. "I wish for my grandmother's happiness," she said softly, her eyes shining with sincerity. Liora nodded, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "A wish made with love is a powerful thing indeed. But remember, true happiness is found not in what we have, but in who we are and the moments we share." As the fox spoke, the willow stone seemed to hum with warmth, its light growing brighter. Mira felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if the forest itself was embracing her wish and weaving it into the fabric of the woods. "Thank you, Liora," Mira said, her voice filled with wonder. "I will cherish this lesson." Liora nodded once more, her eyes twinkling like stars. "The forest holds many secrets, and each step you take with kindness and curiosity will reveal them. Trust in the journey, and you will find what you seek." With those words, Liora turned and leapt gracefully into the branches above, disappearing among the leaves. Mira watched her go, a sense of awe and gratitude filling her heart. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Mira made her way back home, the willow stone nestled safely in her satchel. She felt different, lighter somehow, as if the forest had shared its magic with her. When Mira reached the edge of the woods, she paused to look back at the towering trees and the glimmering light that danced among their branches. The forest seemed to whisper its farewell, a promise of more adventures to come. With a smile on her lips and the warmth of the willow stone in her heart, Mira returned to her grandmother's cottage. She found her grandmother sitting by the fireplace, a soft smile on her face as she dozed in the afternoon sun. Mira sat beside her, taking her grandmother's hand in her own. She felt the gentle pulse of life, the warmth of love that bound them together. And in that moment, Mira understood the true power of her wish. Happiness was not a fleeting feeling, but a tapestry woven from the threads of love, kindness, and shared moments. As the days turned to weeks, Mira and her grandmother spent their time exploring the world around them, finding joy in the simple beauty of nature and the love they shared. The Willow Woods remained a place of enchantment and mystery, a reminder of the magic that dwelled in the heart of the world and the hearts of those who believed. And so, in the quiet embrace of the forest, Mira's journey came to a gentle close. She had found more than a magical stone. She had discovered the gift of friendship, the power of love, and the wisdom of the woods. The Willow Woods continued to whisper its secrets to those who would listen, its magic a timeless song that echoed through the ages. And Mira, with her heart full of wonder and her spirit alight with the knowledge of the forest, carried the magic with her always, a beacon of light in a world of shadows. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, lulled by the gentle lullaby of the wind through the trees. And in the heart of the Willow Woods, the magic of the forest lived on, a testament to the power of love, friendship, and the whispers of the world. Story 30. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a lush, whispering forest, there was a small, unassuming shop filled with a delightful assortment of trinkets and treasures. The shop, known to the villagers as the Curiosity Corner, was owned by a gentle-hearted old man with twinkling eyes and a perpetual smile. His name was Mr. Pemberton, and he had a knack for finding the most enchanting objects in the most unexpected places. The shop was a haven for those who sought a bit of magic in their everyday lives. Shelves lined with dusty books, curious figurines, and shimmering stones beckoned the curious and the dreamers. Among these treasures was a particularly peculiar item, a small, intricately carved wooden box, no larger than an apple. It sat quietly on a corner shelf, unnoticed by most who visited. One crisp autumn afternoon, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop, her eyes wide with wonder. Lila was a dreamer, with a heart as open as the sky and a mind eager for adventure. She spent her days exploring the forest, imagining the stories of the creatures and trees around her. Today, however, the rain had kept her indoors, leading her to seek the warmth and mystery of Mr. Pemberton's shop. As Lila browsed, her eyes fell upon the wooden box. It was adorned with delicate carvings of leaves and stars, and a soft, golden glow seemed to emanate from within. She picked it up, feeling a gentle hum of energy beneath her fingers. Intrigued, she approached Mr. Pemberton, who was busy polishing an old brass telescope. "Ah, the Starwood box," he said with a knowing smile, glancing at the object in Lila's hands. "It's been waiting for someone like you." "What does it do?" Lila asked, her curiosity piqued. Mr. Pemberton leaned closer, his voice a soft whisper. "It holds a map to hidden wonders, but only those with a kind heart and a keen mind can unlock its secrets." Feeling a thrill of excitement, Lila decided to take the box home. As she stepped out into the cool, rain-washed air, she cradled the box in her arms, feeling as if she carried a piece of the night sky with her. Once home, Lila settled by the cozy warmth of the fireplace. The flames crackled gently, casting flickering shadows across the room. She carefully opened the box, revealing a parchment that shimmered with an iridescent glow. As she unfolded it, the parchment revealed a map, but not of any place Lila had ever seen. It depicted a fantastical landscape filled with sparkling lakes, towering mountains, and ancient forests. Determined to uncover the secrets of the map, Lila decided to embark on a journey of discovery. She knew she couldn't do it alone, so she turned to her two closest friends for help. First was Finn, a clever boy with a mischievous grin and a talent for solving puzzles. Then there was Willow, a gentle soul with a deep love for nature and a gift for understanding animals. Together, the three friends set off into the forest, guided by the map's shimmering light. The path was not always easy to see, shrouded in mist and mystery, but their spirits were high and their hearts were filled with anticipation. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, the trees whispered secrets in the wind, and the leaves rustled softly beneath their feet. Birds sang sweet melodies from the branches above, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. The friends shared stories and laughter, their friendship a beacon of warmth in the cool forest air. Their first challenge came at a crystal-clear stream that flowed like liquid silver under the dappled sunlight. The map indicated that they needed to cross, but no bridge or stepping stones were in sight. As they pondered their predicament, a wise old turtle emerged from the water, his shell glistening with droplets. "Greetings, travelers," the turtle said, his voice a gentle rumble. "I see you seek passage across my stream." "Indeed we do," Lila replied, kneeling to speak with the turtle. "But we are unsure how to cross." The turtle chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling with kindness. "To solve this puzzle, you must look beyond what you see. Sometimes the answer lies beneath the surface." Finn, ever the thinker, crouched by the stream and peered into the water. There, beneath the gentle ripples, he noticed a pattern of stones forming a hidden path. With a triumphant smile, he gestured for Lila and Willow to follow. Carefully, they crossed the stream, their feet finding sure footing on the submerged stones. The turtle watched them with a fond nod before disappearing back into the depths. The journey continued, leading them to a meadow where a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of wildflowers. Here they encountered a family of rabbits, their soft fur gleaming in the sunlight. The rabbits, led by a matronly doe, were in a flurry of activity, gathering food for the coming winter. "Hello, little ones," Willow greeted, kneeling to offer them a handful of clover she had picked along the way. The doe paused, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, dear child," she said. "We could use a bit of help preparing for the cold." Eager to assist, Lila, Finn, and Willow spent the afternoon gathering food alongside the rabbits, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves and the soft calls of distant birds. In return, the rabbits shared a secret path through the meadow, hidden by tall grasses and wildflowers. As twilight descended, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, the friends followed the secret path until they reached a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a gnarled old oak, its branches stretching like welcoming arms toward the heavens. The map glowed brighter, leading them to the base of the tree where a door carved into the trunk awaited. Lila reached out, her hand trembling with excitement as she turned the wooden handle. The door swung open to reveal a small, cozy room bathed in a warm, golden light. Inside, they found shelves lined with books and scrolls, each one containing stories of adventures and wisdom from travelers of old. A gentle fire crackled in the hearth, casting a comforting glow. In the center of the room sat a table laden with tea and cakes, as if waiting for their arrival. As the friends settled around the table, sipping the fragrant tea, they realized the true magic of their journey. It was not the destination or the treasures they had found, but the bonds they had strengthened and the lessons they had learned along the way. The starwood box, now empty, had served its purpose, guiding them to a treasure of a different kind, a deeper understanding of friendship, kindness, and the wonders of the world around them. With hearts full of gratitude, Lila, Finn, and Willow made their way home, the moonlight guiding their steps through the sleeping forest. They carried the warmth of their adventure with them, a gentle glow that would light their path through life's many journeys. And so the starwood box returned to its shelf at the curiosity corner, waiting patiently for the next dreamer with a kind heart to discover its magic. And in the village at the edge of the whispering forest, the stories of Lila and her friends continued to inspire those who listened, reminding all who heard them of the extraordinary wonders hidden in the most ordinary of places. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the laughter of friends and the gentle rustling of leaves, a promise of more adventures to come. Story 31. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight trickled down through a canopy of emerald leaves, the world was alive with whispers of magic. This forest was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air was thick with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of wildflowers. It was here that the creatures of the forest lived in a delicate balance of harmony and wonder. Among the towering trees, nestled in a cozy burrow beneath a gentle hill, lived a family of woodland mice. Their home was a snug haven lined with soft moss and woven with twigs. The mice were gentle creatures, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like dew in the morning light. The eldest of the mice, a wise and gentle matriarch named Mistral, was revered for her stories that spoke of the forest's ancient secrets and its magical phenomena. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest floor was carpeted with leaves of gold and crimson, Mistral gathered her family. The air was cool, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of rain. "The time has come," she began, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "for us to prepare for the great gathering." The great gathering was a time when all the creatures of the forest came together to celebrate the change of seasons. It was a time of unity and gratitude, where the wisdom of the past was shared to ensure harmony in the days to come. As the mice prepared for the gathering, the forest itself seemed to hum with anticipation. The squirrels busily collected acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. The birds, with their feathers as vibrant as the setting sun, practiced their melodies, filling the air with a symphony of nature. Mistral led her family through the forest, her heart full of stories passed down from generation to generation. She spoke of the great old oak, whose branches stretched toward the sky like welcoming arms, and the shimmering stream that wound through the forest, its waters whispering secrets to those who would listen. As they walked, the forest revealed its wonders. A gentle breeze carried the scent of damp earth, and the distant call of a loon echoed through the trees. Sunlight danced upon the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Here, the boundary between reality and magic was a mere breath. The mice arrived at the clearing where the great gathering was held, a place where the forest opened up to reveal a sky painted with the hues of twilight. Here, the creatures of the forest had come together, each bringing something to share. The rabbits had gathered a bounty of fresh vegetables, while the foxes brought stories of distant places. As dusk settled, Mistral stood before the gathering, her presence as calming as the gentle murmur of the stream. She spoke of the seasons, of how each one brought its own kind of magic to the forest. In spring, she said. The forest awakens with new life, a symphony of green and the songs of birds returning home. Summer brings warmth and abundance with the sun's golden touch. Autumn, with its fiery colors, teaches us to embrace change, while winter, in its quiet, reminds us of the beauty in stillness. Her words wove a tapestry of understanding, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained their world. The creatures listened, their eyes bright with gratitude and awe. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the forest was filled with a sense of peace and unity. The creatures shared stories and laughter, their voices mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. That night, beneath a blanket of stars, the creatures of the forest rested, their hearts full of warmth and wisdom. And as the first light of dawn touched the forest, a soft rain began to fall, a gentle blessing that nourished the earth and promised new beginnings. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures lived on, their lives a testament to the beauty of harmony and the timeless wisdom of nature. And so the forest continued to thrive, a sanctuary of peace and wonder, where the whispers of the past guided the footsteps of the future. Story 32. In the heart of an ancient forest where time seemed to weave its own gentle spell, there nestled a small clearing, bathed in dappled sunlight. The clearing was a haven for creatures that thrived under the watchful eye of a towering oak, known by the creatures as the Old One. Its gnarled branches stretched across the sky like a wise hand, cradling the secrets of the forest within its embrace. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the soft murmur of a brook whispered through the underbrush, harmonizing with the rustling leaves, a melody as old as the earth itself. Here creatures of all kinds lived in harmony, bound by a shared understanding that the forest's balance was their greatest treasure. In this peaceful enclave, there lived a small hedgehog named Thistle. With quills as soft as down and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, Thistle was beloved by all. His days were spent meandering through the moss-carpeted forest floor, befriending the woodland creatures and listening to the stories carried by the wind. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves transformed into a tapestry of gold and crimson, Thistle woke to find an unusual stillness in the air. The forest, usually alive with the chatter of birds and the rustle of squirrels, seemed to hold its breath. Concerned, Thistle sought the wisdom of the Old One. "Great Oak," Thistle began, laying a gentle paw on the ancient bark. "The forest feels different today. What is happening?" The Old One creaked gently in response, its leaves whispering secrets only Thistle could hear. "The balance is shifting, dear Thistle. A great storm is brewing beyond the hills, and it threatens to upset the harmony we cherish." Thistle's heart fluttered with worry. "What can we do?" "Gather the creatures," the Old One advised, "and remind them of the strength found in unity and the wisdom passed down through the ages." With renewed purpose, Thistle scurried through the forest, visiting the burrows and nests of his friends. He found Willow the wise owl perched in her favorite pine tree, her feathers a blend of midnight and snow. She nodded sagely, understanding the urgency of Thistle's message. Together, they approached the den of Bramble the fox, whose keen eyes saw far beyond the horizon. Bramble listened intently, his ears twitching as the distant rumble of thunder echoed through the trees. "We must prepare," Bramble declared, his voice a steady calm. "The storm will test us, but we have weathered many before." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and indigo, the animals gathered beneath the Old One. The air hummed with anticipation, yet there was a comforting warmth in the throng of fur and feathers. With the forest as their stage, Willow took flight, soaring gracefully above the assembly. Her wings caught the last rays of sunlight, casting shimmering patterns on the forest floor. "Let us recall the tales of our ancestors," she called, her voice a soothing balm, "for in their stories lies the wisdom we need." The creatures settled in a circle, leaning in as Willow recounted a tale from long ago, a tale of a great storm that had once threatened to tear the forest apart. In that story, the creatures had united, using their unique gifts to protect their home. The tale wove a spell of courage and camaraderie. As it ended, the first drops of rain began to fall, gentle at first, then more insistent. The creatures huddled closer, their trust in one another a shield against the storm's fury. Under the old one's sheltering branches, they set to work. The beavers, with their clever paws, reinforced the riverbanks to prevent flooding. The birds gathered twigs and leaves, creating makeshift shelters for the smaller creatures. Even the smallest ants carried seeds to higher ground, ensuring that life would continue to flourish. As the storm raged on, the forest glowed with the light of unity. The wind howled, and the rain lashed against the trees, but the creatures held fast, drawing strength from the stories of old and the bonds of friendship forged in the heart of the forest. Gradually, the tempest began to abate, and with the first light of dawn, the forest awoke to a world washed clean by the rain. The air was crisp and fresh, the colors of the trees vibrant and renewed. The creatures emerged, blinking in the soft light, their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that they had faced the storm together. Thistle, with his heart full of gratitude, thanked the Old One for its guidance. "We did it," he whispered, feeling the warmth of the sun on his quills. The Old One rustled in acknowledgement. "You did well, dear Thistle. Remember, the strength of the forest lies in its harmony and the wisdom shared across generations." As the creatures resumed their daily routines, a sense of peace settled over the clearing. The storm had tested them, but it had also strengthened the bonds that held them together. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic danced with the light, harmony reigned once more. And so life continued, as it always had, in the embrace of the forest, a place where stories lived and breathed, where wisdom was cherished, and where, beneath the gentle watch of the Old One, the creatures flourished in everlasting peace. Story 33. Once upon a time, in a sun-dappled glen nestled between rolling emerald hills, there lived a merry band of woodland creatures known as the Whimsywood Friends. This jolly group was made up of a delightful array of quirky characters, each with their own peculiarities that made them all the more endearing. There was Rosie, the rabbit with ears so long they could wrap around her like a cozy blanket. Her ears were not just for show, for Rosie had the keenest sense of hearing in the entire forest. Then there was Oliver, the owl, who had the unusual habit of wearing spectacles despite having perfect eyesight. He insisted they made him look scholarly, which was important for an owl who loved to read every book he could get his talons on. Joining them was Pip, the pint-sized squirrel with an insatiable curiosity and a tail that puffed up like a dandelion in the wind. Pip was known for his lively spirit and knack for finding the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest. Finally, there was Luna, the fox, whose fur shimmered as if dusted with moonlight. Luna had a gentle heart and a talent for weaving stories that could captivate even the grumpiest of badgers. One crisp morning, as the first rays of sunlight peeked through the canopy, the Whimsywood Friends gathered in their favorite spot, a clearing dotted with wildflowers and bordered by whispering willows. They were eager to embark on another day of adventure and camaraderie. However, as they exchanged cheerful greetings, they noticed something peculiar. A soft, melodic hum resonated through the glen, filling the air with an enchanting tune that seemed to drift from nowhere. The friends exchanged curious glances, their imaginations alight with possibilities. "That melody is like nothing I've ever heard before," remarked Oliver, adjusting his spectacles as if to better hear the harmonious notes. Rosie twitched her ears in agreement. "It's beautiful, but where is it coming from?" Pip's tail quivered with excitement. "Let's find out. It could be a magical source, maybe even a new friend." With unanimous agreement, the Whimsywood Friends set off towards the source of the mysterious music. They followed the sound as it led them deeper into the forest, past babbling brooks and moss-covered stones that seemed to hum in harmony with the tune. As they ventured further, the melody grew stronger, pulling them towards a small clearing bathed in golden sunlight. There, hovering above a glistening pool of water, was a sight that made their hearts skip with wonder. A shimmering, iridescent bubble, the size of a pumpkin, floating gently in the air. Inside the bubble, a tiny orchestra of rainbow-colored butterflies played the enchanting melody on delicate, miniature instruments. The friends gazed at the spectacle in awe, the music wrapping around them like a warm embrace. Yet as they watched, they noticed something troubling. The bubble, which seemed to be the source of the magical sound, was slowly deflating. The butterflies inside fluttered with concern, their music faltering. "Oh no!" exclaimed Luna, her eyes wide with empathy. "If the bubble pops, the music will stop, and these butterflies will be stranded." Oliver, ever the thinker, pondered aloud. "We need to find a way to keep the bubble afloat, but how?" The friends huddled together, each offering ideas as they brainstormed. Pip suggested using leaves to patch the bubble, but they quickly realized the bubble's delicate surface would not hold. Rosie proposed singing along with the butterflies to boost their melody, but the bubble continued to shrink. It was then that Luna, inspired by a tale she once heard, had a spark of an idea. What if the bubble needs laughter to stay afloat? Laughter is light and full of life. Maybe it can lift the bubble. Encouraged by the thought, the friends decided to give it a try. They gathered around the bubble and began to share their funniest stories and silliest jokes. Pip recounted the time he mistook a pine cone for an acorn and ended up with a sore nose. Rosie wiggled her ears in a comical dance, while Oliver attempted a pun so elaborate it was impossible not to laugh. With every chuckle and giggle, the bubble seemed to swell with joy, its surface shimmering with renewed vibrancy. The butterflies inside joined in, their music lifting once more, now accompanied by the cheerful sounds of their newfound friends. As they laughed and played, the bubble rose higher, floating above the treetops, carried by the joyous spirit of the Whimsywood friends. The magical melody echoed through the forest, a symphony of laughter and music that could be heard far and wide. Finally, as the sun began to set, casting the glen in a warm, golden glow, the bubble, now sturdy and full of life, floated gracefully into the sky, carrying the butterflies to their next adventure. The friends waved goodbye, their hearts light and filled with the magic of the moment. With the bubble safely on its way, the Whimsywood friends gathered once more in their favorite clearing. They settled down on the soft grass, the stars twinkling above like 1,000 friendly eyes. As they drifted into dreams, they felt the warmth of friendship and the joy of a day well spent, knowing that sometimes all it takes to solve a magical problem is a little creativity and a lot of laughter. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest hummed with a gentle peace, a reminder that in the heart of Whimsywood, magic was never far away, especially when shared with friends. Story 34. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a quiet and curious soul named Finn. He was known for his love of stories and the gleam of wonder that danced in his eyes whenever he listened to tales of faraway lands and magical realms. Finn's heart longed for adventure, though his feet had never strayed far from the cobblestone paths of his beloved village. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Finn sat by the hearth, a feather-light blanket draped over his shoulders. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow across the room, and the scent of lavender lingered in the air. His grandmother, a wise old woman with twinkling eyes and stories as endless as the sea, spoke of a place known only in whispers, the Enchanted Glade. "Beyond the forest of Elmwood," she began, her voice as soothing as the night breeze, "lies a hidden glade where the air shimmers like moonlight on water. They say it's a place where dreams and reality dance together, and where the heart's deepest desires can come to life." Finn's heart raced with the thrill of possibility. That night, as the village settled into the gentle embrace of sleep, Finn lay in his bed, listening to the soft murmur of the wind through the leaves, and his mind filled with visions of the Enchanted Glade. The very next morning, with the sun casting its golden light upon the world, Finn set off on his adventure. He wore his favorite woolen scarf and carried a small satchel filled with essentials, bread, cheese, and a notebook to capture the wonders he might encounter. The path led him through the familiar outskirts of Willowbrook and into the depths of Elmwood Forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. As Finn ventured deeper, the forest seemed to transform around him. The air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and pine, and shafts of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dapples of light that danced upon the forest floor. It wasn't long before Finn stumbled upon his first surprise, a gentle brook that babbled joyously across smooth stones, its waters as clear as a mirror. Beside the brook stood a creature unlike any Finn had seen. It was a small, furry being with bright, inquisitive eyes and a tail that curled like a question mark. "Hello there," Finn greeted with a smile, kneeling by the brook. "Do you know the way to the Enchanted Glade?" The creature, who introduced itself as Pip, nodded enthusiastically. "Follow me," it chirped, bounding ahead with a playful energy that was infectious. Finn followed Pip through the forest, his steps light and his heart buoyed by the companionship. As they walked, Pip shared stories of the forest's wonders, the singing stones that hummed with ancient melodies, the trees that whispered dreams to those who cared to listen, and the flowers that glowed with a light of their own. The journey wasn't without its challenges, though they were gentle ones. There was a moment when the path disappeared beneath a tangle of vines, and Finn had to pause, his mind working to find a way through. With Pip's encouragement and a bit of clever thinking, Finn realized that the vines would part if he sang a tune from his childhood, a lullaby his grandmother often hummed. As he sang, the vines gracefully untangled, revealing the path once more. Finally, as the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the forest, Finn and Pip arrived at the edge of the Enchanted Glade. Finn's breath caught in his throat. The glade was everything his grandmother had described and more. The air shimmered indeed like moonlight on water, and the grass was soft and inviting, as if it had never known the harshness of winter. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches stretching toward the sky like a cathedral of nature. The leaves were a brilliant shade of emerald, and they rustled softly in the breeze, singing a melody that spoke to Finn's heart. As Finn stepped into the glade, a feeling of profound peace enveloped him. He sat beneath the great tree, and Pip nestled beside him, its presence a comforting warmth. In that moment, surrounded by the beauty and tranquility of the Enchanted Glade, Finn realized something important. The journey he had taken was as magical as the destination itself. The courage to step beyond the familiar and embrace the unknown had led him to a place where wonder and reality intertwined. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Pip for its companionship and promised to return one day. Together they retraced their steps, the forest now a familiar friend rather than a mysterious stranger. When Finn returned to Willowbrook, the village was as he had left it, yet he felt changed, his heart filled with stories and his mind brimming with dreams. That night, as he lay in bed, the scent of lavender once again filling his room, Finn closed his eyes with a smile. He knew that the world was vast and full of wonders, and that courage and curiosity would always guide him to new adventures. And so Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with shimmering glades and whispering trees, and a gentle reminder that sometimes the greatest journeys begin with a single step into the unknown. Story 35. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, where the cobblestone paths kissed the feet of ancient oak trees, lived a young girl named Leela. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 unasked questions, and her heart danced to the rhythm of untold adventures. Lila's home was a quaint cottage with ivy creeping over its stone walls, and it stood as a sentinel at the gateway to the Whispering Woods, a forest said to be filled with wonders and secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the Whispering Woods in hushed tones, their voices carrying tales of peculiar happenings and enchanted creatures. Lila, with her insatiable curiosity, always felt a gentle tug towards the forest, as if it were calling her name in the soft rustle of leaves and the playful dance of sunlight filtering through the canopy. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with shades of rose and gold, Lila decided it was time to answer the forest's call. She wrapped herself in her woolen cloak, the color of twilight, and set off towards the woods, her heart a fluttering bird in her chest. As she crossed the threshold into the forest, a sense of serene wonder enveloped her. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle hum of nature's symphony echoed all around. The Whispering Woods was a place unlike any other. Towering trees stood like ancient guardians, their branches swaying in a slow, deliberate dance. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with enchantment. The path beneath her feet was lined with clusters of luminescent mushrooms that cast a soft, azure glow, illuminating her way like tiny beacons. It wasn't long before Lila encountered her first whimsical creature. Perched upon a moss-covered rock was a tiny creature with wings like stained glass windows, shimmering in hues of emerald and sapphire. Its eyes were bright and curious, mirroring Lila's own. With a voice as soft as a whisper and as musical as a brook, it introduced itself as Wisp, the forest sprite. "Welcome, dear Lila," Wisp chimed, fluttering its delicate wings. "The forest has been waiting for you." Lila felt a warmth spread through her heart. "I'm glad to be here, Wisp. I've always wondered what lies beyond the village." Together they journeyed through the forest, where the trees whispered secrets of old, and the wind carried laughter like bells. Along the way, Lila encountered many marvels. A stream that babbled in riddles, flowers that bloomed in every color of the rainbow, and a gentle deer with antlers woven with morning glories. As the day wore on, Lila faced her first gentle challenge. The path they followed led to a wide, gently bubbling brook. The stones that formed a natural bridge were slippery with moss, and the water danced playfully beneath them. Lila hesitated for a moment, her courage wavered by the thought of tumbling into the cold water. Wisp, sensing her hesitation, hovered close. "You are braver than you know, Lila. Trust in yourself, and the path will reveal itself." Taking a deep breath, Lila focused on the stones, feeling the cool, earthy firmness beneath her feet. With each careful step, her confidence grew, and soon she reached the other side, her heart swelling with a quiet pride. As twilight began to weave its velvet cloak across the sky, Lila and Wisp reached a glade where the forest opened up to reveal a hidden wonder. In the center stood an ancient tree, its bark silvered with age, and its branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. At the base of the tree, a gentle pool mirrored the sky, its surface rippled with the soft breath of the evening breeze. "This is the heart of the forest," Wisp explained, its voice reverent. "It is where dreams are born and where courage grows." Lila knelt beside the pool, her reflection joining the dance of blossoms and stars. She felt a deep sense of peace, as if she had found a part of herself she never knew was missing. The heart of the forest whispered to her, not in words, but in a language of gentle understanding and unity with the world around her. As the first stars twinkled in the sky, Lila knew it was time to return home. The journey back through the forest felt different now, the path familiar and welcoming. With Wisp by her side, she retraced her steps, her heart brimming with the day's discoveries. When Lila emerged from the whispering woods, the village was aglow with the soft light of lanterns, and the air was filled with the comforting aroma of hearth fires and evening meals. As she crossed the threshold back into her world, Lila carried with her not just the memories of her adventure, but a newfound courage and a deep sense of belonging to a world full of wonder. Every evening, Lila would sit by her window, gazing towards the whispering woods, her heart aglow with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. And though she knew the forest held many more mysteries yet to be discovered, she also understood that the greatest journey was finding the courage to step into the unknown and the magic that awaited within. And so, nestled in her cozy bed, with the moon casting its gentle light upon her peaceful face, Lila drifted into a deep, contented sleep, dreaming of enchanted forests and the friends she had made along the way. Story 36. In the heart of a verdant valley, cradled by soft rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. It was a place where time seemed to flow like the gentle babble of the brook that ran through its center, singing its age-old lullaby to the sleepy cottages nestled along its banks. The village was known for its peculiar charm and the small wonders that occurred there. Each dawn, the sun would peek over the hills to paint the sky with hues of rose and gold, gently waking the villagers who cherished their peaceful lives. Yet, recently an unusual mystery had woven itself into the fabric of their serene existence. Every morning, just as the first light kissed the dewdrops on the bright green leaves, the villagers would find their shoes neatly placed on the doorstep, filled with tiny, glistening pebbles from the brook. Though the pebbles were beautiful, shimmering with an iridescent sheen as if kissed by moonlight, the source of this nightly gift remained a mystery. The villagers, curious yet untroubled, looked to young Linden, a clever and inquisitive lad with a heart as warm as a summer's day, to unravel the mystery. Linden was known for his thoughtful nature and the way he listened to the whispers of the woods, hearing secrets that others overlooked. Determined to solve the mystery, Linden decided to spend a night by the brook, under the watchful eyes of the stars. As the village lights dimmed and the world was draped in a blanket of indigo, he settled himself on a soft patch of moss, the brook murmuring beside him like an old friend. As he waited, the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied by the occasional hoot of an owl filled the air. Linden's eyelids grew heavy, but his determination kept him alert. Just when the night seemed to hold its breath, a soft, melodic humming began to weave through the air. It was a sound unlike any other, like the song of the brook itself had come to life. Peering through the silvery moonlight, Linden caught sight of a gentle glow moving toward the village. It was a procession of tiny creatures, no larger than his thumb, their wings shimmering like liquid starlight. These were the pebble sprites, little folk known in legends but seldom seen. They were the caretakers of the brook, ensuring its waters sang the purest tunes. With nimble fingers, the pebble sprites gathered the most beautiful pebbles from the brook, their laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. As they approached each doorstep, they whispered blessings into the shoes, leaving behind their sparkling gifts. Watching from the shadows, Linden felt a warmth spread through his chest, a feeling of kinship with these magical beings. He understood that the pebbles were not just gifts, but messages of care and harmony, reminders of the intertwined lives of all who called Willowbrook home, whether magical or mundane. The next morning, as the village woke under the embrace of the rising sun, Linden shared his discovery. "The pebble sprites visit us each night," he explained, bringing their gifts to remind us of the beauty in every dawn and the unseen connections we share. From that day forward, the villagers cherished the pebble-filled shoes even more, understanding them as tokens of love and unity from their unseen friends. They often left tiny offerings of thanks by the brook, a sprig of rosemary, a simple tune played on a flute, or a gentle wish whispered into the night air. As for Linden, he found a new friend in the pebble sprites, who would sometimes join him by the brook, their laughter mingling with the water's song. Together, they shared stories of the land and its secrets, strengthening the bond between the villagers and the magical wonders surrounding them. And so, life in Willowbrook continued, marked by laughter and gentle mysteries, forever watched over by the luminous eyes of the pebble sprites and the clever mind of young Linden. Each morning, as the sun rose and the brook sang its song, the village hummed with the joy of a world where magic and reality danced hand in hand. In this way, the mystery of the pebble-filled shoes became a cherished tale, one that lulled the children of Willowbrook to sleep on starry nights, under a quilt of moonlight and the promise of yet another beautiful day. Story 37. In a quiet village nestled between whispering woods and shimmering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hum of bees that danced around the flowers in her garden. The village, though small, was a tapestry of vibrant colors and soothing sounds, where cobblestone paths led to the heart of the community, a grand oak tree that stood as the village's guardian for generations. Lila was known for her curiosity and her love for stories, especially those told by the village's elder, Old Ryan. Every evening, the villagers gathered beneath the grand oak, where Ryan spun tales of distant lands and magical realms. Lila would sit closest to him, her eyes wide with wonder, as she imagined the adventures that unraveled from his words. One particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Old Ryan shared a tale of a hidden world within the forest, a world invisible to the unseeing eye, where creatures of light and shadow danced in harmony. It was said that this world could only be discovered by those with pure hearts and a thirst for adventure. As Ryan's story came to a close, Lila's imagination ran wild. She envisioned herself venturing into that world, exploring its wonders and uncovering its secrets. Little did she know, her chance would come sooner than she expected. The next morning, as dawn's gentle fingers of light crept into her room, Lila awoke with a sense of purpose. Today, she decided, would be the day she would find the hidden world. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her favorite book of stories. With a determined heart, she set off towards the forest. The woods were alive with the sounds of nature waking, birds chirping melodies, squirrels scampering across branches, and the soft rustle of leaves as the wind whispered secrets only they could understand. Lila followed the path that wound deeper into the forest, her steps light and purposeful. After walking for some time, she came upon a clearing bathed in soft golden sunlight. In the center stood an unusual rock formation, unlike anything she had seen before. It was shaped like an archway, covered in delicate moss and tiny white flowers that seemed to glow faintly. Drawn to the mysterious archway, Lila approached it with a mix of excitement and trepidation. As she stepped closer, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, an invisible thread pulling her forward. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the archway. Instantly, the air around her shimmered, and the world transformed. She found herself in a place that defied explanation, a realm where colors were more vibrant, and the air hummed with an energy that tickled her skin. The trees here were taller, their leaves a deep emerald green, and flowers of every color imaginable bloomed in abundance. Lila's heart soared with joy as she realized she had indeed found the hidden world. She wandered through this magical realm, each step revealing new wonders, a sparkling stream that sang as it flowed, fields of flowers that swayed in time to an unseen melody, and creatures of all shapes and sizes that watched her with curious eyes. As she explored, Lila met a small, glowing creature named Finn. Finn was no taller than her knee, with wings that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He introduced himself as the guardian of the forest and offered to be her guide. Together, they wandered deeper into the hidden world, encountering creatures that shared their stories and wisdom. Lila learned of the delicate balance that kept this realm alive and thriving, how every creature played a part in maintaining harmony. As the day wore on, Lila and Finn reached a glade where stood an ancient stone circle. Finn explained that this was a place of great power, where the magic of the world converged. It was said that those who stood at its center could glimpse their true selves and discover their deepest desires. Intrigued, Lila stepped into the circle. As she stood there, a warmth spread through her, and images filled her mind, visions of her village, of her family and friends, and of herself sharing the stories of this magical world with them. She realized then that her true desire was to bring a sense of wonder and discovery to those she loved. With newfound clarity, Lila thanked Finn for his friendship and guidance. It was time to return to her village, to share the tales of the hidden world and the lessons she had learned. As she retraced her steps back through the forest, Lila felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She had embarked on a journey not just of discovery, but of transformation. The hidden world had shown her the beauty of harmony and the importance of nurturing the stories that connected her with others. When she passed through the archway once more, the hidden world faded, leaving her standing in the familiar clearing. The sun was setting, casting a warm golden glow over the forest. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila began her journey back to the village. That evening, as the villagers gathered under the grand oak, Lila shared her adventure. Her words wove a tapestry of magic and wonder, and as she spoke, the villagers listened with rapt attention. Through her story, they too could glimpse the hidden world and feel the connection that bound them. In the days that followed, Lila continued to explore the forest, always returning with new tales to tell. Her stories brought the village together, fostering a sense of community and shared wonder. And though the hidden world remained unseen to most, its magic lived on in their hearts. As the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and beloved storyteller, much like old Ryan before her. The village thrived under the grand oak's watchful gaze, a place where stories were cherished and dreams were nurtured. And so the tale of the hidden world and the girl who discovered it became a cherished part of the village's history, a reminder of the magic that exists within and around us, if only we have the courage to seek it out. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead, The gentle murmur of the forest sang a lullaby of harmony and hope, soothing the village into a peaceful slumber. Story 38. In a small enchanted village, nestled between lush emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a wise old owl named Oliver. His feathers were as soft as down, and his eyes glimmered like twin moons, always alight with wisdom and curiosity. Oliver lived atop the tallest oak in the village, its branches stretching wide across the sky, providing a perfect vantage point from which to observe the world below. The village was known for its tranquility. Flowers bloomed year-round, painting the paths with vibrant colors, and a gentle brook babbled softly as it wound its way through the heart of the community. The villagers, kind-hearted folk, both human and creature, lived in harmony, tending to their gardens, their homes, and each other. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed a gentle pink, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. The villagers noticed that every evening, just as the stars began to peek out, a soft, tinkling melody filled the air. It was a delicate tune, like the chiming of crystal bells, weaving through the night with an otherworldly beauty. No one knew where it came from, and though it was enchanting, the villagers were curious and a little concerned. A council was called, with everyone gathering beneath the great oak where Oliver resided. The flicker of lanterns cast warm, dancing shadows as the villagers discussed the strange melody. "We ought to discover its source," said Meredith, the village baker, her cheeks rosy from the warm glow of her oven's fires. "But how?" pondered Thistle, a kindly hedgehog with a knack for finding lost things. "The sound seems to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once." Oliver, listening intently from his perch, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Perhaps," he hooted softly, "it is not about where the sound is, but when it is." The villagers looked at each other, their brows furrowing in thought. Oliver's words, though cryptic, often held the key to understanding the mysteries that occasionally graced their peaceful lives. As the night wore on, the village grew quiet once more, save for the melody that floated on the cool breeze. Oliver decided to investigate further. With a gentle flap of his wings, he descended from the oak and approached a patch of moonlit clover where a small group of fireflies danced. "Good evening, friends," he greeted them warmly. "Might you have noticed anything peculiar about the melody that graces our nights?" The fireflies twinkled in response, their tiny lights flickering like stars. "We have noticed," one of them buzzed, "that the melody grows stronger near the heart of the forest." Oliver thanked the fireflies and considered their words. The heart of the forest was a special place, often visited by animals seeking solace or inspiration. It was said that the forest had a spirit all its own, a gentle guardian who watched over the creatures and plants with loving care. The next evening, Oliver gathered a small team to explore the forest. Along with him were Thistle, who could navigate the densest underbrush with ease, and a young fawn named Willow, whose keen ears could detect the faintest of sounds. As the sun set and the first notes of the melody drifted into the air, the trio set off, guided by the shimmering path of moonlight. The forest was alive with the sounds of night, a symphony of crickets, rustling leaves, and the occasional hoot of a distant owl. They followed the melody, which grew more distinct as they ventured deeper into the woods. Soon they arrived at a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient stone fountain, its surface covered in moss and delicate flowers. Water trickled from its spout, creating a gentle, harmonious song that blended seamlessly with the mysterious melody. As they approached, a soft glow emanated from the fountain, revealing an ethereal figure, an old forest spirit known to the villagers as Sylvan. He was a gentle guardian with a crown of ivy and eyes as deep as the forest itself. "Welcome, dear friends," Sylvan spoke in a voice as smooth as the rustling leaves. "I see you have discovered the source of the melody." Oliver and his companions listened with rapt attention as Sylvan explained. "As the seasons change, the forest sings a song of renewal. It is a gift from the earth, a reminder of the beauty of life and the cycles we all share." "But why now?" asked Willow, her eyes wide with wonder. Sylvan smiled kindly. "Every few decades, the melody returns to remind us of the connections between all living things. It is a time for reflection and gratitude." Understanding dawned on Oliver and his friends. The melody was not a mystery to be solved, but a gift to be cherished, a gentle reminder of the harmony that existed among them all. Grateful for the wisdom shared, Oliver, Thistle, and Willow returned to the village to share their discovery. The villagers gathered once more beneath the great oak, listening in awe as the trio recounted their journey and the message of the forest spirit. As the melody continued to grace their nights, the villagers found themselves listening with new ears, their hearts filled with peace and wonder. They understood now that the melody was a gentle call to appreciate the beauty in their world and to cherish the bonds they shared with each other and with nature. And so the village returned to its peaceful rhythm, the strange occurrence now a beloved part of their evenings. Oliver continued to watch over them from his oak, content in the knowledge that the forest's secret had brought them all closer together. With the mystery resolved and the villagers' hearts at ease, the nights in the village became even more magical, filled with the gentle lullaby of the forest, a soothing song that carried them into the sweetest of dreams. Story 39. Once upon a time, nestled in the quaint village of Meadowbrook, where the air always carried a hint of honeysuckle and the cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, there lived a gentle-hearted young lad named Finn. Finn was known throughout the village for his curiosity and his knack for discovering the extraordinary in the everyday. Yet even he was unprepared for the adventure that lay hidden in the heart of his very own home. The tale began one crisp autumn morning when the leaves painted the world in hues of gold and amber. Finn had been rummaging through the attic, a place full of dust and forgotten memories, in search of his grandmother's old quilt. As he sifted through boxes that smelled of lavender and old paper, he stumbled upon a peculiar object, an ornate key, unlike any he had seen before. It was crafted of shimmering silver, with intricate patterns of stars and moons etched upon its surface, glinting under the slanted beams of sunlight. With a flutter of excitement, Finn pocketed the key, feeling a strange warmth spread through his fingertips. He sensed, with the intuition that only the very young possess, that this key held secrets of its own. Determined to uncover its mystery, Finn set off towards the village library, a grand old structure whose stone walls seemed to whisper stories of time gone by. The library's keeper, a wise and gentle woman named Miss Ada, welcomed Finn with a knowing smile. Her eyes, the color of stormy seas, twinkled as she noticed the key peeking from his coat pocket. "Ah, young Finn," she said, her voice as smooth as the pages of a well-loved book, "it seems you've found something rather special." Finn nodded eagerly, pulling the key out for Miss Ada to inspect. "Do you know what it opens?" he asked, his voice hushed with wonder. Miss Ada leaned back, her fingers tracing invisible patterns on the polished oak of the library desk. "Legend speaks of a door," she began, "a door that holds the worlds of imagination and reality together. Many believe it to be a mere fable, but those who truly seek, who truly believe in the magic of the world, might just find it." Finn's heart skipped with excitement. "Where is this door?" he asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. Miss Ada tapped her chin thoughtfully. "To find this door, you must first journey to the Whispering Woods, where the trees speak in rustles and the air is alive with secrets. There you will find a guide who will help you on your quest." Thanking Miss Ada, Finn set off at once, the key clutched tightly in his hand. The path to the Whispering Woods was lined with tall, ancient trees whose leaves whispered tales of old as the wind danced between their branches. As Finn walked, he felt the forest come alive around him, each rustle and chirrup a language of its own. In the heart of the woods, where the sunlight filtered through in dapples of warmth and shadow, Finn encountered a small, wise owl perched on a low-hanging branch. Its feathers were a tapestry of brown and white, and its golden eyes blinked slowly, as if considering the very nature of the universe. "Hello," Finn greeted, his voice gentle and respectful. The owl regarded him with a thoughtful tilt of its head. "I am Oliver," it hooted softly, its voice like the softest of breezes. "And you, child, are in search of something, are you not?" Finn nodded, showing the owl the key. "I'm looking for a door that this key opens," he explained. Oliver blinked, his eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. "Indeed, you seek the door of dreams," he replied. "But to open it, you must first answer a question that lies beyond knowledge and requires the heart to understand. Finn's brow furrowed slightly. "What is the question?" he asked, curiosity and a hint of anxiety mingling in his voice. The owl lifted its wings slightly, a gesture both grand and gentle. "The question is this: what is the most powerful force in the world?" Finn pondered this as they walked deeper into the woods, Oliver guiding him with silent, gliding flights above the path. They journeyed until they reached a clearing where a solitary door stood, framed by the forest and draped in vines and wildflowers. Finn approached the door, its surface smooth and timeless, the keyhole gleaming like a star in the twilight. He paused, considering the owl's question. The most powerful force. His thoughts drifted to the love he felt for his family, the kindness shared among friends, the unwavering hope that always guided him forward. With a newfound clarity, Finn looked up at Oliver, who watched him with patient eyes. "Love," Finn said softly. "Love is the most powerful force." The owl nodded, a twinkle of approval in his eyes. "Very well, young one," Oliver said. "Use your key." With a trembling hand, Finn fitted the key into the lock. As it turned, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world beyond, a tapestry of colors and dreams, where imagination flowed like rivers and the air shimmered with possibilities. Finn stepped through the door, feeling the magic wash over him like a warm embrace. Here, he discovered realms of wonder and joy, where each step he took was like a page in a story, waiting to be written. In time, Finn returned to Meadowbrook, carrying with him the knowledge that the true magic lay not just in the key, but in the love and friendship that fueled his journey. The village welcomed him back with open arms, and Finn shared his tales, inspiring others to seek their own adventures in the world around them. And so, in the warmth of his home, with the crackling of the hearth filling the air, Finn knew that the greatest stories were those that began with a simple act of wonder, guided by the heart's truest wisdom. And as he drifted into dreams, he carried with him the gentle promise of a world filled with love and endless possibilities. Story 40. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious soul, always on the lookout for adventure in the most ordinary of places. One crisp autumn day, Lily was raking fallen leaves in her grandmother's garden when she uncovered something remarkable, an old, tarnished key half buried in the soil. At first glance, it seemed like any other forgotten trinket, but as Lily brushed away the dirt, the key began to glow with a soft, golden light. Lily's eyes widened in wonder as the warm radiance enveloped her hands. She couldn't resist the urge to turn the key, and as she did, the most extraordinary thing happened. A shimmering portal appeared before her, beckoning her to step through. Without a moment's hesitation, Lily's adventurous spirit took over, and she found herself transported to a realm beyond her wildest dreams, a world where every object harbored its own enchantment. As she wandered through this magical realm, Lily encountered a delightful cast of characters who quickly became her companions on this extraordinary journey. First, there was Ollie, a talking oak tree with a gruff exterior but a heart as big as his branches. Then came Zephyr, a playful wind spirit who loved nothing more than swirling leaves in a mesmerizing dance. Together, they explored this wondrous world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets. A simple wooden spoon could stir up the most delectable feasts, while a worn-out boot had the power to transport its wearer to any destination they desired. But their journey was not without its challenges. They soon learned that a dark force threatened to rob this realm of its magic, turning everything dull and lifeless. The culprit? A mischievous trickster named Gizmo, who had grown bored with the wonders around him and sought to disrupt the natural order. Lily and her friends knew they had to stop Gizmo, but force and might were not the answer. Instead, they relied on their wits, wisdom, and the power of friendship to outsmart the trickster at every turn. Through a series of clever riddles and puzzles, they slowly unraveled the secrets of this enchanted world, learning that true magic resided not in the objects themselves, but in the bonds they shared and the appreciation for the extraordinary in the ordinary. In the end, Lily and her companions emerged victorious, restoring the realm to its former glory. But the greatest treasure of all was the transformation within Lily herself. She had embarked on this journey as a wide-eyed child, but she returned home with a heart full of wonder, a mind enriched with wisdom, and a newfound appreciation for the simple joys life had to offer. As Lily drifted off to sleep that night, the magical key tucked safely under her pillow, she knew that no matter where her adventures might lead, the true magic would always reside within her, a spark of curiosity, a thirst for knowledge, and a heart open to the extraordinary. Story 41. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth," she mused, "a new chapter in its ancient tale." Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony, he explained. The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life. Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. But what can we do if the balance is disturbed? He asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. We must listen, he replied. The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony. As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. The forest is alive, she said with awe, and we are a part of its story. Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth, she mused, a new chapter in its ancient tale. Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. Story 42. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang gentle lullabies with their rustling leaves, there lay a small village known as Verdant Hollow. The village was cradled by misty hills and dappled sunlight, a place where every cobblestone path seemed to lead to a new adventure. Its inhabitants were as varied as the wildflowers that bloomed along the riverbanks, each with their own stories whispered into the wind. Among these villagers lived a young girl named Liora. She was known for her bright eyes, the color of sunlit honey, and her hair, a cascade of chestnut waves that seemed to catch the light in 1,000 shades. Liora had a heart full of dreams and an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the familiar bounds of Verdant Hollow. Leora's favorite place was an ancient oak tree that stood in the village square. Its branches stretched wide, providing shade and a sense of peace to all who sought refuge beneath it. She often sat there, daydreaming and weaving stories in her mind, her fingers tracing patterns in the moss-covered roots. One golden afternoon, as Liora sat beneath the old oak, she noticed something peculiar. The tree's bark, rough and gnarled, seemed to shimmer as if the sun had sprinkled it with stardust. Curiosity piqued, Liora leaned closer and discovered a small, hidden door nestled within the grooves of the bark. It was barely noticeable unless one looked with intent. Her heart fluttered with excitement and trepidation. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool wood. To her astonishment, the door swung open without a sound. Behind it lay a narrow tunnel, glowing with a faint, otherworldly light. Liora hesitated, glancing around to see if anyone else had noticed this enchanting revelation. But the village was quiet, wrapped in the warmth of the afternoon sun. Taking a deep breath, Liora stepped inside, the door closing softly behind her. The tunnel was lined with luminescent moss, casting a gentle glow that illuminated her path. The air was cool and carried the scent of earth and ancient secrets. As she walked, the tunnel seemed to hum with a silent song, a melody that resonated deep within her soul. After what felt like both an eternity and a fleeting moment, the tunnel opened into a breathtaking cavern. It was a hidden world, a sanctuary untouched by time. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like chandeliers, sparkling with droplets of water that fell into a crystal-clear pool below. The water reflected the cavern's beauty, creating a dance of light and shadow. In the center of this magical place stood a stone pedestal, and upon it lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. Liora approached it with reverence, her footsteps echoing softly in the vast space. The box seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth, as if it were alive and aware of her presence. With a sense of awe, Liora lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft moss, was a glowing stone. It was smooth and cool to the touch, emitting a soft light that bathed her in a comforting glow. As she held it, a voice, gentle and wise, filled the cavern. "Welcome, Liora," it spoke, as if carried on the wings of the wind. "You have been chosen to guard the Stone of Echoes, a relic of great power and responsibility. It grants its bearer the ability to hear the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Liora's heart swelled with wonder and responsibility. She understood that this was no ordinary object. It was a gift and a challenge. The voice continued, "Use this gift wisely, for it can bring harmony or discord depending on the heart of its keeper." With these words, the voice faded, leaving Liora standing in the serene silence of the cavern. She carefully placed the stone back into the box and closed the lid, feeling a sense of purpose blossom within her. As she made her way back through the tunnel, Liora contemplated the weight of her new role. She was no longer just a curious girl from Verdant Hollow. She was the keeper of a secret, a bridge between her world and the hidden wonders of the Whispering Woods. Emerging back into the sunlight, Liora was greeted by the familiar sights and sounds of her village. But everything felt different, infused with a deeper significance. She was determined to use the Stone of Echoes to help her community, to listen to the needs and dreams that often went unheard. Days turned into weeks, and Liora began to understand the true power of the stone. With its help, she could hear the whispered concerns of the villagers, the hopes and fears they carried in their hearts. She used this knowledge to bring people together, fostering understanding and kindness. One day, as she sat beneath the old oak, a young boy named Finn approached her. He was known for his quiet nature and shy demeanor, often overlooked by the other children. But Liora, with her newfound ability, had heard the beautiful music he created in his heart, a symphony of dreams and aspirations. "Hello, Finn," she greeted him warmly. "Would you like to sit with me?" Finn nodded, his eyes wide with surprise and gratitude. As they talked, Liora encouraged him to share his music with the village. She knew that his gift could bring joy and unity to their community, just as the Stone of Echoes had done for her. With Liora's support, Finn found the courage to perform at the village festival. His music, once a hidden treasure, filled the air with melody and magic, touching the hearts of all who listened. The villagers gathered in awe, united by the power of his song. As the festival drew to a close, Liora watched the stars twinkle above, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She had learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the connections it fostered, the friendships it strengthened. In the months that followed, Verdant Hollow blossomed with new life and harmony. The villagers, inspired by Liora's example, began to listen more closely to one another, to the whispers of the world around them. The Stone of Echoes had brought them together, teaching them the beauty of understanding and compassion. And so, beneath the watchful branches of the ancient oak, Liora sat with her friends, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. The world was vast and full of mysteries, but they faced it together, bound by the gentle power of friendship and the echoes of their shared dreams. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting its silver glow over the village, Liora knew that she had found her place in the world, a place where the language of the heart spoke louder than any words, and where every whisper carried the promise of a new story waiting to be told. Story 43. In the heart of the ancient forest, where sunbeams danced through the canopy and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, there lay a secret world. This world thrived in the gentle balance of nature, where every creature had its place and purpose, and where whispered legends of magic were as old as the trees themselves. This enchanted forest was cradled by rolling hills and sheltered by mountains that wore snowy caps even in the warmth of summer. A crystalline river meandered through it, its waters singing a soft lullaby that echoed through the glades and glens. Mossy stones lined the riverbank, and ferns unfurled like emerald fans, glistening with dew in the early morning light. In this haven, a wise old owl named Aurelius kept watch from his perch high in a grand oak. Aurelius, with his feathers as soft as velvet and eyes that saw beyond the visible, was the guardian of the forest's timeless wisdom. He had witnessed seasons turn like pages in a book and knew the stories of every creature that called the forest home. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Aurelius noticed something unusual. The forest, usually vibrant with the chatter of squirrels and the rustle of leaves, was unusually quiet. The air felt heavy with an unsung tension, and the creatures seemed to sense an imbalance in their world. In the heart of a glade, where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, the creatures of the forest gathered. There were rabbits with twitching noses, deer with gentle eyes, and birds with feathers that shimmered like jewels. Even the shy foxes peeked out from their dens, curious and concerned. Aurelius spread his wings and glided down from his oak, landing gracefully on a mossy log at the center of the gathering. His presence commanded attention, and the forest fell still as he began to speak. "My dear friends," he began, his voice deep and soothing like the rustle of wind through the leaves, "there is a disturbance in our beloved forest, a disharmony that has crept in unnoticed and now threatens our peace." The creatures exchanged worried glances, their hearts heavy with concern. A young squirrel named Pip, with fur the color of autumn leaves, scampered forward, his tiny paws clasped in earnestness. "What can we do, Aurelius? How can we restore the balance?" Aurelius gazed at Pip with kindness and nodded. "The answer lies in the heart of the forest, where the old stone circle stands. It is a place where magic mingles with the earth, and where the wisdom of our ancestors whispers through the air." With a flutter of wings, a brilliant blue jay named Liora alighted on a branch above. Her voice was melodic and clear as the river's song. "I have heard tales of the stone circle," she said. "It is said that in times of need, the forest itself will reveal its secrets to those who seek with pure intent." Inspired by Liria's words, the creatures resolved to journey to the stone circle. The path was known to few, winding through ancient groves and across babbling brooks, where the very air seemed to shimmer with unseen magic. As they traveled, the forest embraced them with its myriad sounds and scents. The gentle crunch of leaves underfoot, the heady aroma of wildflowers, and the soft whisper of the wind through the branches accompanied them. It was as if the forest itself was guiding them, urging them onward with a quiet strength. The journey was not without its challenges. The path was sometimes obscured by fallen branches or draped in mist, but the creatures moved with determination and unity. When a stream proved too wide to leap, the beavers crafted a bridge from limbs and logs, their work swift and sure. Finally, as the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the world, they arrived at the stone circle. It was an ancient place, older than memory, where towering stones stood sentinel, their surfaces etched with lichen and time-worn carvings. The air was thick with the hum of magic, and the ground seemed to pulse with a gentle, rhythmic beat. Aurelius fluttered to the center of the circle and gazed up at the moon. "Here, in this sacred space, let us call upon the wisdom of the ancients," he intoned. The creatures gathered around, their eyes bright with hope and wonder. As they stood in silent communion, a soft breeze stirred the leaves, and the moonlight seemed to twinkle with an ethereal glow. The stones began to hum, a deep, resonant sound that filled the air like a choir of the earth itself. The creatures closed their eyes, feeling the vibrations in their very bones. In this moment of unity, each creature felt a connection to something greater than themselves, a web of life and magic that bound them to the forest and to each other. They understood that their strength lay not in individual might, but in the harmony of their collective spirit. Aurelius spoke once more, his voice a soft murmur that carried through the night. The balance of our forest depends on us all, each playing our part, each respecting the delicate dance of life. Let us remember this wisdom and carry it with us, always. With the dawn came a new sense of peace. The forest awoke, vibrant and alive, as if the world itself had breathed a sigh of relief. The creatures returned to their homes, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had safeguarded the harmony of their world. In the days that followed, the forest thrived. The streams ran clear and joyous, and the trees, with their leaves a kaleidoscope of colors, whispered stories of wisdom and wonder to the wind. The creatures lived in harmony, mindful of the lessons learned beneath the ancient stones. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality wove a tapestry of life, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued to flourish, bound by friendship, guided by wisdom, and nurtured by the timeless dance of the seasons. Story 44. In the heart of a lush, verdant forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, nestled the quaint village of Willow. This little hamlet was known for its harmonious blend of the magical and the mundane. The air always smelled faintly of lavender and honey, and every evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, the sky unfurled in shades of rose and gold. Willowbrook's peace had been disturbed of late by a curious series of events. Each morning, the townsfolk awoke to find their flower gardens rearranged. Tulips would be nestled where roses once bloomed, daisies danced in circles around the marigolds, and the violets seemed to wink cheekily from new spots each day. While some villagers chuckled at the floral mischief, others were baffled and a tad annoyed. At the center of this leafy mystery was young Finn, a gentle-hearted boy known for his endless curiosity and his knack for noticing the small details others might overlook. Finn had a wild mop of chestnut hair that seemed to defy gravity, and eyes as blue as the summer sky. He lived with his grandmother, a wise old woman with a heart as warm as her freshly baked bread. One evening, as Finn sat by the fire, the flickering flames casting playful shadows across their snug cottage, he decided to solve the mystery of the rearranged gardens. His grandmother, with her knowing smile, nodded in encouragement. "Sometimes, dear Finn," she said, her voice as soft as the downy cushions they sat upon, "the answers we seek are found in the most unexpected places." The next morning, armed with a small notebook and a pencil tucked behind his ear, Finn set out to observe the village. He wandered through the winding cobblestone paths, his feet padding softly on the moss-covered stones. He stopped by Mrs. Whittle's cottage, where the pansies had migrated to the foot of the old birdbath. He noted the way the morning dew sparkled on their petals, like tiny diamonds. As Finn pondered these curious occurrences, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. He glanced down to see a small, shimmering creature with wings as delicate as lace and eyes that twinkled like stars. It was a fae, one of the forest's magical inhabitants, known for their playful nature and love of beauty. "Finn, dear boy," the fae chimed in a voice like tinkling bells, "we hear you're on a quest of sorts. Perhaps we might assist you?" The fae fluttered around him, leaving trails of golden dust that tickled his nose. "Thank you," Finn replied, his voice filled with gratitude and wonder. "I'm trying to find out who is moving the flowers every night." The fae giggled, a sound like water over pebbles. "Oh, we might have a clue or two. But first, you must promise to approach the situation with kindness." Finn nodded earnestly. "I promise." With a gentle flap of its wings, the fae led Finn deeper into the forest, to a glen where the sunlight danced through the leaves in dappled patterns. In the center stood a large, ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like comforting arms. At its base, a circle of mushrooms formed a perfect ring, and inside this ring sat a creature Finn had never seen before. It was a garden sprite, with skin the color of fresh spring leaves and hair like cascading ivy. The sprite looked up with wide, earnest eyes that mirrored the green of the forest. "Oh, hello," it said, slightly abashed. "I didn't expect visitors." "Hello," Finn replied, stepping closer with a friendly smile. I'm Finn. The villagers have been puzzled by the moving flowers, and I thought I might find some answers here. The sprite sighed, its shoulders drooping slightly. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I simply love rearranging the flowers to help them catch the sunlight better. I thought they looked happier that way. Finn considered the sprite's words, glancing around at the vibrant blooms that surrounded them. Indeed, the flowers did seem to bask joyfully in their new arrangements. I see, he said softly. Perhaps if you explained your intentions to the villagers, they'd understand and appreciate your efforts. The sprite's eyes brightened with hope. Do you think so? Absolutely, Finn assured, with an encouraging nod. Why don't you come with me to speak with them? I'm sure they'd love to meet someone who cares so much for their gardens. The sprite agreed, and together they returned to Willowbrook, the Fae flitting ahead to announce their arrival. As the villagers gathered, Finn introduced the sprite, explaining its love for the flowers and the reason behind the nightly rearrangements. The townsfolk listened, their initial confusion melting into understanding and appreciation. Mrs. Whittle was the first to speak, her voice warm and welcoming. Well, I must admit, the gardens have never looked more vibrant. Thank you, dear sprite. The sprite beamed, its expression a mix of relief and joy. I'm glad you think so. I only wanted to help. With the mystery solved, the villagers decided to invite the sprite to join them in a weekly gardening party, where everyone could share ideas and enjoy the beauty of their gardens together. The sprite, delighted to be included, eagerly accepted. As the sun set that evening, casting the village in a soft, golden glow, Finn sat by his grandmother's side once more, recounting the day's adventure. She listened with a twinkle in her eye, her knitting needles clicking softly in the rhythmic dance of creation. You see, Finn, she said, her voice as gentle as the evening breeze, sometimes the answers we seek are indeed found in the most unexpected places, and often, kindness is the key that unlocks them. Finn smiled, feeling a deep sense of contentment. He knew that Willowbrook's gardens would continue to flourish, nurtured by the newfound friendship between the villagers and the sprite. As the fire crackled softly, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with dancing flowers and the whispering trees of the enchanted forest. And so it was, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, where magic and kindness wove together like the threads of a well-loved tapestry, that the mystery of the rearranged gardens was not only solved, but celebrated. Story 45. Once upon a time, in a galaxy speckled with twinkling stars and swirling nebulae, there lay a planet named Luminara. Here, beneath a sky painted in serene lavenders and dusky blues, lived the Luminarans, a gentle species with glowing skin and eyes that shimmered with the hues of their twin moons. Their villages were nestled within crystalline forests, where the trees sang soft melodies whenever the breeze danced through their branches. On the opposite side of the universe, there existed a planet called Phyrexia, a world of metallic hues and stark landscapes. The Phyrexi, a hardy people, were known for their resilience and innovation. Their homes were built into the sides of mountains that hummed with the energy of the planet's magnetic fields, and their cities were woven with intricate networks of gleaming pathways. From these two distant worlds came two unlikely companions, drawn together by a twist of fate and the cosmic currents that wove through the universe. Liora, a Luminaran with a heart as luminous as her skin, possessed an insatiable curiosity about the stars beyond her peaceful home. She longed to see the wonders that lay beyond the purple skies of Luminara. Meanwhile, Threx, a Phyrexi engineer, was driven by a sense of adventure and a desire to test his creations in the vast expanse of space. Their paths crossed aboard the Starbound, a majestic starship on a mission to explore the uncharted regions of the cosmos. The ship sailed through the stars, its hull gleaming like a silver comet, as it carried an eclectic crew from various corners of the galaxy. Liora and Threx found themselves assigned to the same exploration team, an arrangement neither had anticipated nor particularly welcomed. At first, Liora and Threx struggled to understand each other. Lyra's gentle nature and dreamlike way of seeing the world often clashed with Threx's practical, no-nonsense approach. She found his bluntness unsettling, while he was baffled by her penchant for daydreaming. One day, during a routine survey of a distant asteroid belt, their differences came to a head. Liora, entranced by the shimmering ice crystals that floated in the void, inadvertently caused a delay in their mission schedule. Frustrated, Threx expressed his annoyance with a sharpness that stung more than he intended. But as they journeyed through the galaxy, circumstances forced them to rely on one another. During a particularly perilous expedition, the Starbound encountered a rogue comet that threatened to collide with the ship. In the chaos that followed, Lyra's intuitive understanding of the celestial patterns and Threx's technical expertise combined to devise a plan that diverted the comet's path, saving everyone aboard. In the quiet aftermath, as they floated in the observation deck surrounded by the vastness of space, Threx turned to Liora with a newfound respect. "I underestimated you," he admitted, his voice softened by the glow of the stars beyond. "Your insights, they saved us." Liora smiled, her luminescent eyes reflecting the shimmering expanse outside. "And your quick thinking made it possible." "We make a good team," she replied, her words weaving a bridge between their worlds. As their journey continued, Liora and Threx learned to appreciate each other's strengths and perspectives. Threx began to see the beauty in Lyra's whimsical outlook, finding that her way of seeing the world opened his eyes to wonders he had overlooked. In turn, Liora learned to value Threx's practicality, realizing that his grounded approach brought balance to her flights of fancy. Their friendship was further tested when they encountered a planet shrouded in mystery, its surface veiled in swirling mist. The planet, known as Mirabilis, was home to a species that communicated through intricate patterns of light. The Luminarans could understand this language naturally, but it was foreign to the Feroxi. In this strange and beautiful place, Liora acted as a bridge between the starbound crew and the inhabitants of Mirabilis. Threx marveled at her ability to convey warmth and understanding through the dance of light, a skill that seemed almost magical to him. Watching her, he felt a deep sense of admiration and gratitude. When it came time to leave Mirabilis, the inhabitants gifted the crew with a rare mineral that enhanced the ship's capabilities. Threx, inspired by the gift, worked tirelessly to integrate the mineral into the starbound systems. Liora, eager to help, spent hours at his side, learning the intricacies of his craft and offering her own insights. As they worked together, the barriers that once stood between them dissolved, leaving behind a bond forged in shared experiences and mutual respect. They laughed over shared meals, swapped stories of their home worlds, and found solace in each other's company during the long stretches of travel through the starry night. One evening, as they gazed out at a nebula blooming in vibrant hues, Threx spoke of his longing for home, of the familiar hum of Feroxia's mountains and the warmth of his family's embrace. Liora listened, her heart full of empathy, and shared tales of Luminara, of its singing forests and moonlit dances. In their exchange, they found a sense of belonging, a reminder that home was not just a place, but a feeling shared between friends. Their journey aboard the Starbound eventually came to an end, but the friendship they had forged continued to shine brightly. As they prepared to part ways, Liora and Threx stood side by side on the observation deck one last time, surrounded by the infinite cosmos. "Thank you," Threx said, his voice a gentle rumble, "for showing me that there's more to the universe than what meets the eye." Lyra's smile was as radiant as the stars. "And thank you for reminding me that dreams are even more beautiful when shared." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the vast distances that separated their worlds, knowing that the bond they shared would always bring them together, no matter how far apart they might be. And so, under a sky filled with endless possibilities, Liora and Threx set off on their own paths, carrying with them the warmth of friendship that shone brighter than any star. Their story, a tapestry of light and metal, of dreams and reality, lingered in the hearts of all who heard it, a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of unlikely companions becoming the truest of friends. Story 46. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum lullabies with the rustling of their leaves, lay the quaint little village of Moonshadow Hollow. It was a place where magic danced in the air like fireflies on a midsummer's night, and the cozy cottages with their thatched roofs and glowing windows nestled like sleepy kittens beneath the twinkling stars. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with shades of lavender and rose, the villagers gathered around a crackling fireplace in the town square to share stories and sip on elderberry tea. The air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle murmurs of the brook that wound its way through the village. One particular evening, as the villagers settled into their usual spots with blankets wrapped snugly around their shoulders, an unusual hush fell over the crowd. A curious incident had been whispered about all day, a mystery that had set the minds of the villagers alight with intrigue. Young Marin, with her bright eyes and a heart as gentle as the morning dew, had noticed something peculiar as she wandered through the forest on her way to gather wild herbs. It seemed that the glow-in-the-dark mushrooms, which usually lit up the paths like tiny moonbeams, had inexplicably dimmed. Their luminescent hues had faded, leaving the forest trails shrouded in an unfamiliar darkness. As she recounted her tale to the villagers, her words were met with nods and murmurs of concern. The glow mushrooms were not just a source of beauty. They were the gentle guides for those who wandered the woods after dusk. Without their soft, reassuring light, the forest seemed to lose a part of its comforting embrace. "Perhaps it's just a passing shadow," suggested Elder Thistle, the village's wise and gentle mentor, whose silver hair shimmered like stardust in the firelight. His voice was calm, like the soft purring of a contented cat. "But it is wise to seek the counsel of the forest creatures. They have seen many things we have not." Marin nodded thoughtfully, her curiosity piqued, and her determination kindled. She decided to embark on a gentle quest to uncover the reason behind the mushroom's dimming glow. With the first light of dawn, she set out into the forest, a soft scarf wrapped around her neck to ward off the chill of the morning mist. The forest was a tapestry of whispers and rustles, alive with the quiet stirrings of creatures hidden beneath leaf and branch. As Marin walked, she listened closely, her senses attuned to the gentle symphony around her. The path was soft underfoot, a cushion of moss and fallen leaves that muffled her steps. It wasn't long before she encountered her first guide, a small wise owl perched on a low-hanging branch. Its feathers were mottled with hues of twilight, and its eyes gleamed like amber lanterns. "Greetings, young Marin," hooted the owl, bowing its head politely. "I have seen the shadows you speak of. Look to the earth, for it holds the answers you seek." Thanking the owl, Marin continued her journey, her gaze now drawn to the forest floor. As she walked, she noticed tiny trails etched into the soil, winding paths carved by creatures unseen. It was then that she met a family of glowworms, their tiny bodies shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars. "We have tried to keep the paths bright," chirped the leader of the glowworms, a tiny creature with a voice like tinkling bells. "But something has dimmed our glow. We think it might be the work of the mischievous shadow sprites." Marin had heard tales of the shadow sprites, playful beings known for their love of games and tricks. They were rarely seen, but their laughter could be heard on the breeze, a sound like the rustling of dry leaves. With this new clue, Marin felt the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. Determined to solve the mystery, she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew taller and the light dappled the ground in shifting patterns. It was here, in a sun-dappled clearing, that she found the shadow sprites. They danced and flitted about like smoke on the wind, their laughter echoing through the trees. "Why have you dimmed the mushroom's glow?" Marin asked gently, her voice as soft as the breeze that ruffled the leaves. One of the sprites, its form shimmering like a mirage, paused in its dance and fluttered closer. "We meant no harm," it said, its voice like the whisper of the wind. "We only wished to play, to see what would happen if we borrowed some of their light." Marin thought for a moment, understanding dawning in her eyes like the first light of dawn. "Perhaps you could share the light, rather than borrowing it," she suggested kindly. "The mushrooms could use their glow, and you could use your tricks to create beautiful displays throughout the forest." The shadow sprites considered her words, their whispers mingling with the rustle of the leaves. Finally, they nodded, their forms flickering with agreement. "A splendid idea," they chimed, their voices a chorus of gentle sighs. Let us return the light to the mushrooms and create something even more magical together. With a collective swirl of shadow and light, the sprites returned the glow they had borrowed, and the forest paths once again shimmered with their gentle luminescence. In gratitude, the sprites used their magic to weave intricate patterns of light and shadow among the trees, creating a breathtaking display that turned the forest into a living tapestry of wonder. As Marin returned to the villagers greeted her with smiles and gratitude, their hearts warmed by her kindness and the resolution of the mystery. That night, the forest was aglow with a new brilliance, a testament to the power of understanding and cooperation. The villagers gathered once more around the fireplace, the stories they shared now imbued with a deeper sense of wonder and connection. And as Marin settled into her bed, the glow of the mushrooms outside her window a comforting beacon in the night, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle laughter of the forest and the soft glow of friendship. In Moonshadow Hollow, the magic of the Whispering Woods continued to weave its gentle spell, a reminder of the beauty that could be created when hearts worked together in harmony. And so the village slept, cradled in the warmth of a story well told and the promise of a new dawn. Story 47. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the world was painted in soft hues of lavender and gold, young Sylvie found herself standing at the edge of the Whispering Woods. This was no ordinary forest. It was a place of enchantment, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, and the leaves rustled like a chorus of gentle whispers, telling tales of ancient times and forgotten magic. Sylvie had always been a curious soul, with eyes wide and bright like a pair of polished amber stones. Her heart danced with the thrill of discovery, and it was this very spirit that led her to the threshold of the Whispering Woods. The stories of the forest had been many, passed down through generations in her village, each tale more captivating than the last. Yet none could say what truly lay within, for no one had ventured far enough to uncover its secrets. With a deep breath, Sylvie stepped forward, her feet sinking softly into the mossy path. The forest welcomed her with a gentle breeze that played with her hair like an old friend. As she walked, the air was filled with the soothing sound of a babbling brook nearby, its waters glistening like a trail of diamonds under the fading light. It wasn't long before Sylvie encountered her first glimpse of the forest's wonders. A small, luminescent creature flitted across her path, a wisp glowing with a gentle blue light. It paused mid-air, regarding Sylvie with curious eyes that twinkled like tiny stars. The wisp danced around her in playful circles, leading her deeper into the heart of the woods. Following the wisp, Sylvie soon arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. Here the trees formed a protective circle around a shimmering pond, its surface reflecting the night sky as if it were a mirror. Around the pond, flowers of every imaginable color bloomed, their petals opening to reveal a symphony of fragrances that filled the air with a sense of peace and wonder. As Sylvie marveled at the beauty around her, she noticed a figure sitting by the pond's edge. It was a small, gentle creature with fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. Its eyes were the color of twilight, deep and full of wisdom. The creature, a moonlit hare, greeted Sylvie with a nod, as if acknowledging her courage to explore the unknown. "Welcome, brave traveler," the hare spoke, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Few have come this far, but those who do are often rewarded with the forest's secrets." Sylvie felt a warmth spread through her chest, a mixture of pride and gratitude. "I've always wondered what lay beyond the stories," she confessed, sitting down beside the hare. "It feels like a dream." The moonlit hare chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of distant bells. "This place is indeed magical, but it is your heart that makes it a dream. Your courage to step into the unknown is what brings the wonders of this forest to life." As they spoke, other creatures began to emerge from the shadows, drawn by Sylvie's presence. A family of glow foxes, their tails trailing streams of golden light, played in the underbrush. Above, a pair of sky owls glided silently through the treetops, their feathers glistening like silver in the moonlight. Sylvie listened as the hare shared stories of the Whispering Woods, tales of friendship and harmony among its inhabitants. She learned that the forest was a place of balance, where each creature played a part in maintaining its delicate beauty. As the night deepened, Sylvie felt a gentle tug on her heart, a reminder of home and the comfort of her own bed. The moonlit hare noticed her gaze drifting back toward the path she had come from and smiled knowingly. Every journey must find its end, just as every night must yield to dawn, the hare said softly. But remember, Sylvie, the courage you showed here tonight is a light that will guide you wherever you go. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and a promise of return, Sylvie bid farewell to her new friends. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the path seemed to glow with a welcoming light, as if the whispering woods itself were guiding her safely home. When Sylvie finally emerged from the forest, the first rays of dawn were beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. She felt a profound sense of peace, as if the forest had shared a part of its magic with her, a magic that would stay with her always. As she slipped back into her warm bed, the stories of the whispering woods lingered in her mind like a gentle lullaby, reminding her that courage and exploration could unveil the most wondrous of dreams. And so, with a heart full of joy and eyes heavy with sleep, Sylvie drifted into a world of dreams, comforted by the knowledge that she was part of a larger magical world where anything was possible. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the world was painted in soft hues of lavender and gold, young Sylvie found herself standing at the edge of the whispering woods. This was no ordinary forest. It was a place of enchantment, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, and the leaves rustled like a chorus of gentle whispers, telling tales of ancient times and forgotten magic. Sylvie had always been a curious soul, with eyes wide and bright like a pair of polished amber stones. Her heart danced with the thrill of discovery, and it was this very spirit that led her to the threshold of the whispering woods. The stories of the forest had been many, passed down through generations in her village, each tale more captivating than the last. Yet none could say what truly lay within, for no one had ventured far enough to uncover its secrets. With a deep breath, Sylvie stepped forward, her feet sinking softly into the mossy path. The forest welcomed her with a gentle breeze that played with her hair like an old friend. As she walked, the air was filled with the soothing sound of a babbling brook nearby, its waters glistening like a trail of diamonds under the fading light. It wasn't long before Sylvie encountered her first glimpse of the forest's wonders. A small, luminescent creature flitted across her path, a wisp glowing with a gentle blue light. It paused midair, regarding Sylvie with curious eyes that twinkled like tiny stars. The wisp danced around her in playful circles, leading her deeper into the heart of the woods. Following the wisp, Sylvie soon arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. Here the trees formed a protective circle around a shimmering pond, its surface reflecting the night sky as if it were a mirror. Around the pond, flowers of every imaginable color bloomed, their petals opening to reveal a symphony of fragrances that filled the air with a sense of peace and wonder. As Sylvie marveled at the beauty around her, she noticed a figure sitting by the pond's edge. It was a small, gentle creature with fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. Its eyes were the color of twilight, deep and full of wisdom. The creature, a moonlit hare, greeted Sylvie with a nod, as if acknowledging her courage to explore the unknown. "Welcome, brave traveler," the hare spoke, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Few have come this far, but those who do are often rewarded with the forest's secrets." Sylvie felt a warmth spread through her chest, a mixture of pride and gratitude. "I've always wondered what lay beyond the stories," she confessed, sitting down beside the hare. "It feels like a dream." The moonlit hare chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of distant bells. "This place is indeed magical, but it is your heart that makes it a dream. Your courage to step into the unknown is what brings the wonders of this forest to life." As they spoke, other creatures began to emerge from the shadows, drawn by Sylvie's presence. A family of glow foxes, their tails trailing streams of golden light, played in the underbrush. Above, a pair of sky owls glided silently through the treetops, their feathers glistening like silver in the moonlight. Sylvie listened as the hare shared stories of the whispering woods, tales of friendship and harmony among its inhabitants. She learned that the forest was a place of balance, where each creature played a part in maintaining its delicate beauty. As the night deepened, Sylvie felt a gentle tug on her heart, a reminder of home and the comfort of her own bed. The moonlit hare noticed her gaze drifting back toward the path she had come from and smiled knowingly. Every journey must find its end, just as every night must yield to dawn, the hare said softly. But remember, Sylvie, the courage you showed here tonight is a light that will guide you wherever you go. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and a promise of return, Sylvie bid farewell to her new friends. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the path seemed to glow with a welcoming light, as if the whispering woods itself were guiding her safely home. When Sylvie finally emerged from the forest, the first rays of dawn were beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. She felt a profound sense of peace, as if the forest had shared a part of its magic with her, a magic that would stay with her always. As she slipped back into her warm bed, the stories of the whispering woods lingered in her mind like a gentle lullaby, reminding her that courage and exploration could unveil the most wondrous of dreams. And so, with a heart full of joy and eyes heavy with sleep, Sylvie drifted into a world of dreams, comforted by the knowledge that she was part of a larger magical world where anything was possible. Story 48. Story 49. In the gentle glow of a distant star, beneath the shimmering auroras of the planet Zephyra, there lay a small, unassuming village known for its quiet harmony and lush, iridescent forests. The air was filled with the soft hum of bioluminescent insects dancing around the vibrant flora, their lights creating a canopy of stars on the forest floor. It was here that two paths unexpectedly converged, setting the stage for an extraordinary friendship that would transcend the vastness of space. One of the travelers was Quilon, a wanderer from the crystalline planet of Etherion, known for its ethereal floating cities and shimmering seas of liquid light. Quilon's people, the Etherians, were beings of pure energy, their forms shifting and pulsating with the hues of their emotions. Though Quilon was accustomed to the brilliance of Etherion, he found himself drawn to the soft, earthy warmth of Zephyra, where the stars seemed to whisper ancient secrets. His companion was Liora, a native of the verdant Zephyra, whose people, the Zephyrites, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forests and the pulse of the planet itself. Lyra's skin was the color of the forest leaves, her eyes reflecting the deep, tranquil pools found in the heart of the woods. Her laughter was like the breeze rustling through the trees, and her spirit was as boundless as the horizon. They met by chance, as many friendships do, when Quilon's wandering path led him to the village, seeking rest and solace. Liora, curious and ever welcoming, approached the stranger with a warmth that could melt the coldest of hearts. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as gentle as the evening wind. "What brings you to our corner of the universe?" Quilon, his form flickering with shades of intrigue and caution, replied, "I seek understanding and perhaps a sense of belonging in this vast cosmos." Their initial encounters were marked by curious misunderstandings. Quilon, unfamiliar with the tactile customs of the Zephyrites, often misinterpreted Lyra's gestures. A simple offer of a hand in Etherian culture signified a deep, unspoken bond, while for Liora it was a gesture of greeting. They navigated these differences with patience, their conversations filled with laughter and learning. One evening, as the twin moons rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, a challenge presented itself. A mysterious blight had begun to spread through the forest, threatening the delicate balance of Zephyra's ecosystem. The villagers, concerned and bewildered, gathered in the clearing, their faces etched with worry. Quilon, feeling the urgency of the situation, offered his help. "On Etherion, we have faced similar challenges. Perhaps my knowledge can aid in finding a solution." Liora, moved by his willingness to assist a world not his own, nodded. "Together, we can find a way to heal the forest." As they worked side by side, their differences became strengths, complementing each other's perspectives. Quilon's analytical mind, honed by the crystalline logic of his world, combined with Lyra's intuitive understanding of the living forest, formed a powerful alliance. They discovered that the blight was caused by an imbalance in the soil, a problem that could be remedied with a mixture of Etherian minerals and Zephyrite herbs. Throughout their efforts, moments of mutual support and understanding deepened their bond. One afternoon, as they rested beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient tree, Liora shared stories of her childhood adventures in the forest, her voice weaving a tapestry of memories. Keelan, in turn, spoke of the breathtaking vistas of Etherion, painting vivid pictures with his words. In those moments, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a fundamental connection, a desire to protect and cherish the beauty of the universe, to understand and embrace the unknown. As the blight receded and the forest began to heal, the villagers celebrated with a festival beneath the starlit sky. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of joyous laughter. Quillan and Liora stood together, their eyes reflecting the twinkling cosmos above. "Thank you," Liora said, her voice filled with warmth, "for being a part of our world and for showing me the beauty of yours." Quillan's form glowed softly, his colors a serene blend of gratitude and joy. "And thank you for teaching me that true belonging comes not from where you are, but from those you share your journey with." In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars continued their eternal dance, Quillan and Liora knew they had discovered something precious and rare, a friendship that bridged worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and the gentle strength of kindness. Together they watched the night unfold, content in the knowledge that they had found a home in each other's hearts, a sanctuary in the vastness of space. And as the fires of the celebration flickered and faded into the dawn, their friendship shone as brightly as the first light of day, a beacon of hope and harmony in the universe. Story 50. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley where misty mornings kissed the verdant hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its enchanting landscape, where ancient willow trees whispered secrets to the babbling brook, and vibrant wildflowers painted the meadows in hues of gold and violet. The air was always filled with a symphony of birdsong, and the gentle rustling of leaves provided a melodic backdrop to the villagers' daily lives. In this idyllic setting lived a young woman named Lila. Lila was as much a part of the village as the stones in the winding paths or the stars that twinkled in the night sky. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that mirrored the deep green of the forest canopy. Her heart was as kind as the gentle breeze that caressed the fields, yet she struggled with a fear of change. The world outside Willowbrook seemed vast and uncertain, and Lila found comfort in the familiarity of her surroundings. Each day, Lila would visit the edge of the forest, where the trees stood tall like sentinels guarding the mysteries within. She would sit on a sun-dappled rock, listening to the symphony of the woods, dreaming of the adventures she might have if only she could muster the courage to step beyond the village boundaries. But the thought of change, of leaving the safety of what she knew, kept her tethered to her little corner of the world. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and russet, Lila's routine was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. A small, luminous creature with wings that shimmered like moonlight flitted into her garden. It was a fairy, delicate and ethereal, leaving trails of stardust in its wake. The villagers spoke of fairies as guardians of the forest, beings of wisdom and magic. The fairy introduced herself as Mirabelle, her voice as soft as the whispers of the wind. "Lila," she began, her eyes sparkling with ancient knowledge, "I have watched you from afar, yearning for change yet afraid of its embrace. The forest holds secrets that can guide you if you are willing to listen." Intrigued yet hesitant, Lila nodded, feeling a gentle warmth spreading through her chest. Mirabelle continued, "Within the heart of the forest lies the Grove of Reflection. It is a place where magic and nature intertwine, where you will discover the strength within to embrace transformation." With Mirabelle as her guide, Lila embarked on a journey into the forest. The path was softly lit by the golden glow of the morning sun filtering through the canopy. As they ventured deeper, the air grew fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. The forest seemed to welcome her, wrapping her in its timeless embrace. Along the way, they encountered friendly creatures, wise owls with eyes like polished amber, gentle deer that moved with silent grace, and playful squirrels that chattered merrily as they scurried through the branches. Each one offered Lila a piece of advice or a word of encouragement, their voices echoing with the wisdom of the ancients. Finally, they arrived at the Grove of Reflection. The grove was a realm of enchantment, where the trees formed a perfect circle around a crystal-clear pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the world above in a flawless mirror. Lila approached the edge, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Mirabelle hovered beside her, her wings casting dappled shadows on the ground. Look into the pond, Lila, and see not just your reflection, but the essence of who you are and who you can become. Taking a deep breath, Lila gazed into the water. Her reflection stared back, but as she watched, it began to shift and change. She saw herself not as she was, but as she could be, confident, adventurous, and unafraid of the unknown. The vision filled her with warmth and a newfound sense of possibility. With Mirabelle's gentle encouragement, Lila dipped her hand into the pond. As her fingers touched the water, ripples spread across its surface, sending shimmering waves of light into the air. She felt a tingling sensation, as if the magic of the grove was flowing through her, awakening something deep within. As the ripples settled, Lila felt lighter, as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The fear that had once held her back was replaced by a quiet determination. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a natural part of life, as essential as the changing of the seasons or the ebb and flow of the brook. With a grateful heart, Lila turned to Mirabelle. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "You've shown me that the journey of self-discovery is as beautiful as the destination." Mirabelle smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, Lila, the magic lies not in the grove, but within you. Embrace the journey, and let your heart be your guide." With newfound courage, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit as radiant as the morning sun. She began to explore beyond the village, discovering the wonders of the world with eager eyes and an open heart. The villagers noticed the change within her, inspired by her transformation and the joy she found in each new experience. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lila's adventures became the stuff of legend in Willowbrook. Her stories were filled with laughter and learning, with kindness and courage. Each tale was a testament to the beauty of personal growth and the magic of embracing change. And so, in the heart of the valley where the willows whispered and the brook sang its timeless song, Lila lived a life rich with discovery and wonder. She had learned that true magic lay not in the mystical creatures of the forest, but in the power of friendship, the strength of the heart, and the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream. In the end, Lila found that the journey of growth was the greatest adventure of all, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the door to a world of infinite beauty and boundless hope. And as she sat by the fire, surrounded by friends and family, she knew that she had finally come home to herself. Story 51. Story 52. In the heart of the ancient Verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 53. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip, lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Story 76. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Liora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Liora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Liora seemed to hear. Liora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Liora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Liora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Liora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Liora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Liora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Liora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Liora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Liora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Liora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Liora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Liora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Liora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Liora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Liora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The whispering woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Liora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Liora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Liora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Liora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Liora. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Liora, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind. for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained. Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Liora nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Liora, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Liora glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Liora pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Liora gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Liora nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 90. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 91. Story 92. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 99. Once upon a time, in a far-flung corner of the galaxy where stars twinkled like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet known as Luminara. Luminara glowed with a gentle, ethereal light, its surface a shimmering tapestry of luminescent forests and crystalline lakes. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust flowers, and the gentle hum of life resonated through every leaf and stone. On this planet, a young being named Nyx lived. Nyx was a Luminian, a creature of light and air, with skin that shimmered like the morning dew, and eyes that glowed softly like the moonlit seas. Nyx was as curious as they were kind, always eager to explore and learn about the universe beyond their radiant home. One day, as Nyx wandered through the glowing groves, a strange object fell from the sky, creating a gentle ripple through the air and a soft thud upon the ground. Nyx approached cautiously, their heart fluttering with both excitement and apprehension. The object, sleek and metallic, was a small spacecraft, and from its door emerged a being unlike any Nyx had ever seen. This newcomer was Ryle, a traveler from the distant and shadowy planet of Tenebrae. Ryle's form was cloaked in shades of deep indigo, and their eyes gleamed like twin stars in the night. They were a Tenebran, beings known for their wisdom and their connection to the shadows that cradled their world. Nyx and Ryle stared at each other, each a mystery to the other. The Luminarian saw the Tenebran as a figure of dark mystery, while Ryle viewed Nyx as a dazzling apparition of light. For a moment, they stood in silence, the air between them buzzing with the potential of new beginnings. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Nyx's bright gestures and melodic voice seemed incomprehensible to Ryle, who was used to the quiet, subtle language of shadows. Likewise, Ryle's whispered words and gentle, flowing movements were a puzzle to Nyx, accustomed to the vibrant expressions of their own kind. Despite these challenges, a shared determination to understand each other slowly began to build a bridge between them. With patience and creativity, they found common ground in the universal language of kindness and curiosity. Nyx showed Ryle the wonders of Luminara, the way the stardust flowers opened to the moonlight, the soft glow of the firefly-like creatures that danced through the night. Ryle, in turn, shared stories of Tenebrae, tales of shadowed valleys and skies filled with swirling nebulae. As they explored the planet together, they encountered many challenges. In the deep woods, where the light was dim and the path uncertain, they relied on each other. Nyx's glowing presence illuminated the way, while Ryle's keen senses guided them through the hidden dangers of the forest floor. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream that sparkled under the twin moons, Nyx asked Ryle about their journey. Ryle explained that they had been seeking a place where light and shadow could coexist, a world where differences were celebrated rather than feared. Nyx listened intently, their heart warmed by the Tenebran's dream. It was then that Ryle shared a secret, a device they carried that could harness light and shadow, a tool meant to bring balance and harmony. However, it had been damaged during their landing. Without hesitation, Nyx offered to help repair it, using the luminescent energy that flowed through everything on Luminara. Together, they worked through the night, their efforts illuminated by the gentle glow of stardust. As dawn broke, the device flickered to life, casting a harmonious blend of light and shadow across the clearing. In that moment, they realized the true strength of their friendship, the ability to embrace their differences and create something beautiful together. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Nyx and Ryle stood side by side, their bonds stronger than ever. They had discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about appreciating and supporting each other despite their differences. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ryle prepared to continue their journey, but not without a promise to return. Nyx watched as the Tenebran spacecraft lifted into the sky, a trail of light and shadow intertwined in its wake. And so, under the vast, starlit expanse of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even in the most unexpected of places, light and shadow could dance together in perfect harmony. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Maren had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Maren approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. Change is not to be feared, dear Maren, the wisps chimed softly. It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves. Maren listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Maren thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart. The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. Remember, Maren, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you. With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Maren lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Maren began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Maren, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Maren's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Maren found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The keeper of waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the keeper of waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the keeper of waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip? Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots. A small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it, he explained. It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom. Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willow Brook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the Whispering Woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. In the heart of an ancient forest, where whispers of magic danced with the rustling leaves, there lived a community of creatures who cherished the delicate balance of their enchanted world. The forest, a verdant tapestry woven with towering oaks, delicate ferns, and fragrant wildflowers, was home to creatures both seen and unseen. This was a place where sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting the forest floor in patches of gold, and where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth. Among these creatures was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell, weathered and etched with the patterns of countless seasons, was a map of the time he had spent wandering the forest. Thistle had lived through many cycles of growth and decay, and his heart beat in rhythm with the seasons. His wisdom was sought by all, for he understood the forest's secrets and the language of the leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest prepared for its slumber under winter's blanket, Thistle was approached by a curious young squirrel named Pippin. Pippin's fur was as red as the vibrant autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the mischief and wonder of youth. He was known for his adventurous spirit and his unquenchable thirst for knowledge. "Thistle," Pippin chattered, his tiny paws clutching an acorn, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that happens when the first snow falls. Can you tell me about it?" Thistle smiled, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Ah, the dance of the frost spirits," he said, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "It is a wondrous sight, my young friend. As the first snowflakes descend, the air becomes alive with the spirits that weave winter's tapestry." Pippin's ears perked up with excitement. "What do they look like? What do they do?" "The frost spirits are as elusive as they are beautiful," Thistle continued. "They shimmer like morning dew in the light of dawn, and they dance silently among the trees, leaving intricate patterns on the leaves and branches. Their touch brings the stillness of winter, a time for the forest to rest and renew." The young squirrel's eyes widened with awe. "How can I see them?" Thistle leaned closer, his voice a gentle murmur. "To witness their dance, you must first understand the balance of nature. The forest thrives because each creature, from the smallest ant to the tallest tree, plays a part in maintaining harmony. Respect the cycles of life and death, and the spirits will reveal themselves to you." Pippin nodded, his heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for the world around him. Determined to witness the frost spirits, he set out to learn about the forest's delicate balance. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Pippin observed the industrious bees storing honey, the careful way the birds fluffed their feathers against the chill, and the way the trees shed their leaves to conserve energy. With each observation, Pippin saw the interconnectedness of life in the forest. He realized that even the smallest actions could ripple outward, affecting the whole. He understood that the forest was a symphony, each creature playing its part to keep the harmony. Finally, the day arrived when the first snowflakes began to fall. The forest was hushed, blanketed in a serene silence that amplified the soft crunch of snow underfoot. Pippin perched atop a sturdy branch, his eyes scanning the ethereal landscape. As the snow continued to fall, the air shimmered with a silvery light. Then, as if stepping from behind a veil, the frost spirits appeared. They moved gracefully among the trees, their presence painting the world in delicate frost. Their dance was a silent symphony, a celebration of the earth's slumber and the promise of spring's rebirth. Pippin watched in awe, his heart filled with gratitude and wonder. He understood now that the magic of the forest was not just in the extraordinary, but in the everyday beauty of life's cycles and the harmony that bound them all together. When the dance was over and the spirits had vanished into the winter's embrace, Pippin returned to Thistle, his mind alight with stories to share. "I saw them, Thistle. They were more beautiful than I ever imagined," he exclaimed, his voice a joyful whisper. Thistle chuckled softly, his eyes shining with pride. "You have learned well, Pippin. Remember this lesson and keep the forest's wisdom close to your heart, for it is in understanding and respecting the balance of nature that we find true magic." And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, under the watchful gaze of the wise old tortoise, Pippin grew into a guardian of the woodland, sharing the stories of the frost spirits and the harmony of nature with generations to come. As the seasons turned and the forest continued its eternal dance, the creatures of the wood lived in peace, bound by the wisdom of the past and the promise of tomorrow. And in the quiet moments, when the snow fell softly and the world was hushed, the dance of the frost spirits could still be seen, a testament to the enduring magic of nature's gentle touch. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Licia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Licia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Licia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Licia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Licia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Licia and Tarvin's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Liora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Liora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Liora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. "We did not realize our dance had faltered," Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "We have become lost in our own rhythms." Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. "Perhaps," she suggested, "if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance." The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Once upon a time, in the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Viridia. Viridia was renowned for its lush emerald forests and skies that danced with hues of azure and amethyst. It was here, amidst this verdant splendor, that the first of our companions resided, a gentle creature named Liora. Liora was a Viridian, a species known for their ability to communicate with flora and fauna. Her long, silvery tendrils, which cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight, allowed her to tune into the whispers of the forest. Her eyes, a deep shade of jade, sparkled with an understanding beyond her years. She lived in harmony with the world around her, tending to the needs of the forest with a nurturing touch. One day, as Liora wandered through the sun-dappled glades, she stumbled upon something quite peculiar, an object unlike anything she had ever seen. It was smooth, metallic, and shaped like a small vessel. As she approached, a curious sound caught her attention, a soft hum, like a distant lullaby carried on the wind. From within the vessel emerged a being unlike any she had encountered. He was Zin, a traveler from the distant planet of Athura. The Etherians were a technologically advanced species, their bodies composed of shimmering, translucent energy. Zin's form glowed with a gentle iridescence, his eyes a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted with his emotions. At first, Liora and Zin regarded each other with cautious curiosity. Their worlds were so vastly different, their ways of life seemingly incompatible. Liora, with her connection to nature, found Zin's reliance on technology bewildering. Zin, on the other hand, marveled at Liora's ability to converse with the natural world, a skill that seemed as foreign to him as his technology did to her. Their initial encounters were riddled with misunderstandings. Liora's attempt to offer Zin a fruit from the forest was met with hesitation, as he was unsure if it was safe for him to consume. Zin's efforts to show Liora his holographic projections of the stars were met with confusion, as she struggled to comprehend the intricate devices he used. Yet, despite these initial challenges, a bond began to form between them. They found themselves drawn to each other's differences, intrigued by the chance to learn and grow. Liora was fascinated by the stories Zin shared of his travels across the galaxy, tales of far-off worlds and wondrous civilizations. In turn, Zin was captivated by Liora's gentle wisdom, her ability to listen and understand the world in ways he had never considered. One day, as they sat beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient Viridian tree, Liora and Zin faced a shared challenge that would bring them closer than ever before. A sudden storm, fierce and unyielding, swept across the landscape, its winds howling through the trees like a wild symphony. The forest, which had always been a place of peace, was now a tumult of swaying branches and swirling leaves. As the storm raged around them, Liora and Zin found themselves working together, their differences becoming strengths. Liora used her connection with the forest to calm the trees, whispering soothing words to still their frantic dance. Zin, with his technological prowess, projected a barrier of energy to shield them from the worst of the storm's fury. In that moment, as they stood side by side, they realized the true power of their friendship. Their differences had become their greatest asset, allowing them to overcome the storm's wrath through a blend of nature and technology, wisdom and innovation. When the storm finally subsided, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Liora and Zin sat together, their hearts filled with a newfound understanding. They had learned that friendship transcended the boundaries of species and worlds, that it was a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual respect. In the days that followed, Liora and Zin continued to explore the wonders of Viridia together, their friendship a beacon of warmth and light. They taught each other the songs of their worlds, shared the stories of their people, and discovered the beauty in their differences. And so, in the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy, beneath the sheltering canopy of Viridia's ancient trees, Liora and Zin found not only a friendship that defied the stars, but a home in each other's hearts. They learned that true friendship was like a garden, a place where differences could bloom into understanding, where challenges could be overcome through unity, and where the seeds of kindness and compassion could grow into something beautiful and enduring. As the nights grew longer and the stars shone brighter, their laughter echoed through the forest, a melody of joy and companionship that would forever be remembered as a testament to the power of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship. In the heart of the sleepy village of Willow Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a peculiar little cottage. It sat at the edge of the village, where cobblestone paths met the silver stream that wound its way through the countryside. This cottage belonged to a kind-hearted fellow named Finnegan, who was known throughout the village for his gentle nature and his knack for crafting the most delightful herbal teas. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze and shadows grew long under the setting sun, Finnegan noticed something unusual. As he sat by his window, sipping a steaming cup of chamomile, he saw a flickering light deep within the forest. It bobbed and weaved, like a lantern carried by an unseen hand, before disappearing entirely. Intrigued by this strange occurrence, Finnegan decided to investigate. He donned his favorite woolen scarf, slipped on his sturdy boots, and set out along the moonlit path that led into the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, creating a symphony of autumnal peace. The deeper Finnegan ventured into the woods, the more the shadows seemed to come alive. Yet there was something comforting about the forest's embrace, as if it held secrets waiting to be discovered. As he followed the path, the mysterious light reappeared, flickering just beyond the reach of his lantern. It beckoned him to follow, leading him to a small, hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like wise old arms. At its base, nestled between the roots, was a tiny door. It was intricately carved with symbols and patterns, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Finnegan knelt down, his curiosity piqued, and gently knocked. To his amazement, the door creaked open, revealing a diminutive creature with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Nyla, the guardian of this glade." Finnegan introduced himself and explained the mysterious light that had guided him there. Nyla nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the light. It is a guide for those who seek answers to the questions they didn't know they had." Intrigued by her words, Finnegan asked if Nyla knew why the light had appeared to him. The little guardian pondered for a moment, then gestured for him to sit beside the oak tree. "There have been whispers among the creatures of the forest," she began, "of a disturbance in the magical harmony. It seems that something has been misplaced, and the balance needs to be restored." Finnegan listened intently, his heart full of a gentle determination to help. "How do I find what is lost?" he asked. Nyla smiled, a twinkle in her eyes. "The forest will guide you, if you are willing to listen. Open your heart and mind to its wisdom, and the path will reveal itself." With these words, Nyla handed Finnegan a small polished stone, smooth and cool to the touch. "This will help you see what is hidden," she said before disappearing back into her tiny abode. Armed with the stone and a newfound sense of purpose, Finnegan set off deeper into the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, listening to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the night. It was then he noticed something peculiar. The gentle hum of the stream sounded different, as if singing a tune he couldn't quite place. Following the melody, Finnegan arrived at a small clearing where the stream pooled into a tranquil pond. Above the water, fireflies danced in mesmerizing patterns, their glow reflecting in the still surface. He knelt by the pond, holding the stone Nyla had given him, and peered into its depths. As if by magic, the stone illuminated the water, revealing an image of a tiny, missing moonstone that had slipped from its resting place in the heart of a nearby willow tree. This moonstone was a key component in maintaining the forest's magical balance, ensuring harmony between the elements. Finnegan knew what he had to do. He thanked the fireflies with a nod, then hurried to the willow tree, guided by the faint glow of the moonstone that now seemed to call out to him. Upon reaching the tree, he carefully retrieved the moonstone from where it had nestled between the roots and placed it back into the hollow of the tree. As soon as the moonstone was returned, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it a sense of peace and completion. The fireflies shimmered with renewed vigor, and the forest seemed to hum with a harmonious melody once more. When Finnegan made his way back to the glade, Nyla was waiting for him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "You have restored the balance, dear Finnegan," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The forest is in your debt." Finnegan smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. "It was the forest that guided me. I merely listened." With a farewell and a promise to visit again, Finnegan made his way home, the path lit by the soft glow of the moon and the gentle rustling of leaves. As he returned to his cozy cottage, he felt the contentment of knowing he had played a part in preserving the magic of the world around him. That night, as he sipped his tea by the crackling fire, Finnegan reflected on the day's adventure. He knew that sometimes the most extraordinary moments began with a simple curiosity and a willingness to follow where the light might lead. And so, in the heart of Willow Hollow, beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, Finnegan drifted into a peaceful slumber, reassured by the knowledge that magic and mystery often lay just beyond the familiar, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. In the heart of a lush emerald forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young woman named Liora. Liora was as much a part of the forest as the ancient oaks and the babbling brooks, but lately she felt an uneasy stirring within her soul. Change was afoot, and it both intrigued and frightened her. Liora had always cherished her simple life, tending to her garden of wildflowers and herbs, and communing with the woodland creatures. Yet a restlessness had taken root, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite define. Each evening, as she sat by the flickering firelight in her cozy cottage, she pondered the source of her unease. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves blazed in shades of amber and gold, Liora set out on a walk to clear her mind. She wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before, her feet guided by an unseen force. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the forest floor in a dappled dance. As she walked, Liora stumbled upon an ancient gnarled oak tree, its bark twisted with age and wisdom. Nestled within its roots was a shimmering pool of water, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Drawn to its ethereal beauty, Liora knelt beside it and peered into its depths. Instead of her reflection, she saw a vision of herself, but older, wiser, aglow with an inner light she had never known. Startled, Liora pulled back, but a gentle voice whispered through the rustling leaves. "Fear not, dear one," it said, soothing as a lullaby. "This is a glimpse of your true self, the person you are destined to become." Confused but entranced, Liora leaned back in to watch the vision unfold. In the reflection, she saw herself engaging in acts of kindness, her hands healing those in need, her voice uplifted in song, spreading joy and peace. She realized this was the change she had sensed, a transformation not of her surroundings, but of her spirit. As the vision faded, Liora felt a warmth enveloping her, like the embrace of an old friend. She knew she could not ignore this calling. With a resolute heart, she rose and made her way back home, the path through the forest now alive with possibility. In the days that followed, Liora sought the counsel of her dear friend, Bryn, a wise old owl who had watched over the forest for many moons. Perched high in his oak, Bryn listened intently as Liora poured out her heart, sharing the vision and her fears of change. "Transformation is a part of life, dear Liora," Bryn cooed softly. "It is the thread that weaves the tapestry of our existence. Embrace it, and you will discover the strength and beauty that lies within." Encouraged by Bryn's words, Liora began her journey of self-discovery. She spent her days learning the ancient arts of healing and song, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle creatures who inhabited it. Each step she took brought her closer to the vision she had seen, her spirit blossoming like the wildflowers in her garden. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Liora found herself once again by the ancient oak and its enchanted pool. This time, she gazed into the water with a heart full of acceptance and gratitude. The vision returned, clearer and brighter than before. Liora saw herself embracing her newfound gifts, spreading light and love throughout the land. She understood now that this was not an end, but a beginning, a journey of continuous growth and discovery. With a serene smile, Liora rose from the pool, her heart at peace. The forest around her seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. She knew she was not alone on this path. The forest, her friends, and the magic within her would guide her steps. As she made her way back home, the glow of the firelight welcoming her from afar, Liora felt a profound sense of belonging. She had learned that true transformation comes from within, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the limitless potential of her own soul. And so, under the starlit canopy of the forest, Liora's journey continued. A tale of growth, friendship, and the magical power of embracing one's true self. And in the warmth of her cottage, nestled by the crackling fire, she drifted into dreams, knowing that with each new day, her heart would continue to expand, like the timeless beauty of the forest itself. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the Moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Leela said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the stone of harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Leela found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities.